See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex pay me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing ain't mine, cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
You know, Fasha Bunny,
Yeah, what?
I think everybody thinks MWI is all about reflexes and mechanics.
But I think real fans know it's the heartbreak.
Yeah, I think you can feel the tension in the air, you know, the drama or the emotions in every draft, every team fight, and every misclick.
Oh, the joy of the clutch kill.
Or the rage when your roamer's in the wrong lane.
Okay, yeah. What about the scream when the lot gets stolen again?
Again, you know, the semifinals are here. Emotions are high and the stakes are actually higher. By the end of today, 2 dreams will go on.
And 2 ends here.
Welcome back to the MLBB Women's Invitational here at the Esports World Cup 2025. My name is Renmar, and this tournament has been filled with surprising results. Yes, for the very first match of the day, we're going to be seeing Gaming Gladiators from North America and Terror Queens from Myanmar to see which of those 2 teams are going to be securing the first grand final slot. But before we got to today, there were some awesome happenings yesterday. And all throughout MWI, we've been joined by these 2 ladies. By my side here, we've got Chantel and Eterna. How are we feeling today for the semi-final stage of our tournament?
Good day, guys. I am really excited for today. I won't be surprised if we will be surprised that some of the teams might go beyond whatever they can do for today's matches.
Beyond expectations, going limitless, right? One of the taglines here at MWI, and I do agree. We saw crazy things happen yesterday, and I'm expecting a lot more drama today.
Okay, so just so you're not thinking that we're thinking, oh, crazy things happened yesterday, where's the evidence? Well, here they are. It's the Kidia top place from day 3 of MWI. It was filled with a lot of surprising moments in game. Here, of course, Navi MY, Gaming Gladiators, to start off our day where we didn't know just yet that Gaming would begin their road to becoming Navi Slayers.
Yep, and I think also one of the favorite plays from yesterday was the double Savage. We always remember that there's a potential for Savage, but double Savage in a single game in a very short period of time. This is it for Lunar's play.
Yeah, and 5 times 2 is 10. That's 10 kills.
That's amazing, right? A lot of records were broken yesterday. Amongst all was also the longest game we've ever seen. I think up until like
30 minutes, yeah.
32 minutes?
Yeah, it was like around 32 minutes.
Exactly. So I don't know. I mean, after seeing how all these teams have progressed from their group stages up until the knockouts, seeing our first match as well, it's not just the drama that we're looking in-game, but also the drama that we might be seeing out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about MWI, it seems like the ladies of MLBB Esports are a little bit more not confident in a way, or sassy. Okay, I like that. They're a little bit more sassy with what they show heading into a game and then after the game itself. How do you feel about that, Chantel?
As a woman also, I'm really proud of these ladies because if you compare also during interviews, right, I think for them, sometimes they're a bit shy, but this year they are well spoken. They really tell to the people what they really feel about the game, how confident they are facing up against teams that are really dominating. And it's really about the progression of these players, and that they have a clear mindset that I want to win this tournament.
Yeah, it's like they're a little bit more straightforward and honest. So that also reflects in what happens all throughout the tournament. Some of the best reactions that we've seen here in MWI actually came out of day 3. The reason why Eterna keeps repeating that it's a little bit more spicier this time around. So we're going to be showing that for you. But I got Chantel's take on it. How do you feel as we head into the Sony top reactions about this more, how do I say this, expressive women's scene?
I love it. I love it. I wish we had more, honestly, at the, MSC, right? A lot of the guys are a little bit more, humble. It was just luck, where you just want to have a good game, hope it's entertaining, and so on and so forth. But the ladies, man, I mean, Ashley yesterday, I think her lashes nearly fell off at some point. She was crying with tears of joy being able to win this. Arya as well. Look
There
at
we
that.
go.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Even the expression of Arya, like just waving at the key of a Malaysian team. And probably one of the favorites also is that wholesome moment from previous teammates, TLPH.
Oh, Hyde. Yeah.
And
Twisted
Hyde.
Minds.
There was a heartwarming view for me.
Yeah, so it's not all about the sass and the spiciness. We're also filled with a lot of wholesome moments here in MWI. But yeah, it's really great to see when the spicy and sassy moments come out. And I'm pretty sure we're going to get more of that considering we are in the semifinal stage of our tournament. So just in case you've forgotten, here's a quick refresher of how the brackets look like now. Compared to yesterday's beginning of the knockout stage, we are at the best of 5 series semi-final stage. Gaming Gladiators, Terror Queens, Team Liquid, and Team Vitality, they will be fighting for today's grand final slots.
We're officially at top 4. We have the official top 4 from all their respective regions. We're not seeing double representatives from any single region, so everyone has a fighting chance here. And I think we did touch on it a little bit yesterday before we ended the day, with the fact that some of these teams are coming in with a little bit more experience under their belt. Some of these teams are new to the stage, like TLPH. Why do I keep saying TLID? I'm so used to saying
It's
that.
right. It's like bringing it always being Onic PH. It's completely
Right?
fine.
But back to the point is now going into a best of 5, it's not just going to be luck that's going to be a factor, right? It's not going to be a factor at all. Strategies all have to come out. It's go big or go home, single elimination, mental fortitude, everything is going to be put to the test here.
Definitely, I agree. And also, just looking at the bracket, I believe that even before coming into MWI, people are looking forward to another Philippines versus Indonesia. But just by the look of it, we won't be seeing that for the next days. And we have 4 teams left, and they will have this piece of share in our prize pool.
Yes, so what you're seeing right now is the prize pool distribution. So for the teams past the top 4, well, considering that a lot of them are sharing slots, 5th to 8th, 9th to 12th, 13th to 16. So there's that. But then what we're determining by the end of, by the end of the first match tomorrow is the proper placements of 4, 3, 2, and 1. Because yes, we have a best of 5 third place match tomorrow as well before the grand final. So no one's going to be going home or getting eliminated today, but we get to determine who the grand finalists are and who the 2 teams are that's going to be fighting for the third place match.
And all in all, they're at least walking away with $30,000 US dollars.
Yeah, just
right?
at least, right? Just a little bit of 30K.
At the very least. So imagine how much resources that they can actually get their hands on with that amount of money.
And you know what? Now that you remind me that we won't be saying goodbye to the teams, finally we get to rest on seeing those key crushing, because yesterday I believe it was plenty of teams. How many was that? 8?
Yeah, there was a lot of key crushing yesterday happening.
So today's the rest day.
Yeah.
And I think some of the players are now more comfortable or more lax. Or I'm not sure it's a do or die for a majority of the teams.
Yeah.
It's semifinals.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point though, they're treating it as if it's a do or die match, because to them, of course, all these ladies have been very vocal. It's championship or nothing. They are happy for the opportunity to be here, but come on, it's the championship that they are going to be gunning for. So let's look at the schedule for today to expect the matches. Once again, Gaming Gladiators of North America and Terror Queens of Myanmar will be opening up our matches, while a titanic bout between Team Liquid and Team Vitality, two organizations as well vying for Esports Club World Championship points. That's going to be the second semifinal match for today.
It's a given for everyone that everyone is eyeing on that Team Liquid versus a Team Vitality. But I'm really looking forward on our first match because now we get to see more from them because it's already best of 5. So probably more heroes for them or probably a different play style.
You know what? You've already said it. The very first match of the day is the one that you're looking out for, and it is our Saudi National Bank match of the day. Two teams, two regions that not a lot of people expected to make it this far. They are now the first to fight for grand final slots.
See, the cool thing is we haven't seen a lot of Terror Queens here on Stream A, so we finally get to have a little bit more of an idea how they're going to be playing and honestly their reactions, because we've been hearing a lot about TQ and I've been hearing that they are taunt empresses. Very similar to GG. So I want to know how things are going, how the drama ensues with one another. I think this is going to be a very hot and spicy match.
Yeah, and also there are already favorites for the teams, specifically for Ashley. She played really well and showing that prowess in the tag. So yeah, for this game, just really looking forward that probably we might see another 30-minute game, because if you go back to that game against we're in the Gaming Gladiators fought up against Navi MY, they have this potential to somehow stretch the game even though the other team is really leading the game.
Yeah, I am excited to see what the aura of these two teams will be entering the arena. Again, Terror Queens and Gaming Gladiators, they are sort of like two sides of the same coin at this point. We didn't get to witness a lot of Terror Queens matchups here in Stream A, but over on Stream B, we got to talk to our friends over there. They all said the same thing. Terror Queens are dangerous and Gaming Gladiators needs to be careful. But then we said the same about Gaming Gladiators, considering that we got to see the more up-and-up performances of that squad. Here on Stream A, we told them the same thing. Yo, Trex, everyone, Gaming Gladiators is way better compared to last year, and they are definite contenders. Now, joining me here on the panel are a couple of faces that you don't see quite often, considering that most of the time they're over there on the caster's desk. But here they are. It's Athena and Mirko joining me here. For the first time, I get the casters to join me. So, how are you two feeling today?
I was supposed to do like a mini jump, like a slight recall, but I realized you have to do an intro for us. But I'm really happy to be back here, but as a caster for today, and I'm really excited for the matches. It's going to be another best of 5, 2 best of 5s in one day for the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited here for today. Again, looking at the matches we've seen in the group stages, it was already brutal. It was already lethal. To see these two underdogs make it past the group stage and defying all odds, beating the teams that we all expected to make it all the way to top 3 at least, it is ridiculous. I mean, I've been casting games. It's super hype, man.
Speaking of, you two are going to be casting the first match, right? The Gaming Gladiators versus Terror Queens. How do you feel heading into that? Are you excited?
Well, I'm glad we got to cast this match, right? I mean, there are 2 matches today. Not to say that TLPH and Vitality isn't fun, but I definitely want to see the 2 underdogs go up against each other first. Terror Queens have been on a roll. My eyes, though, are set on Gaming Gladiators. They have been so good. Shout outs to my boy Midnight.
I was caught off guard with that. What a cute shout out. Even though we normally see an Indo versus PH or Indo onto the grand finals, I'm excited to see a new face coming as a new contender for the crown, right? And everyone was kind of like, since yesterday, I will be a fanboy or fangirl if you want for Ashley, and even Sayori actually did a great interview with Cheryl over there. And for today, I'm actually excited to see and honored if we will be able to see somewhat of a new face for the grand finals.
All right, it is an exciting day ahead of us here. We've got Athena and Mirko both excited to cast a series, and I know you're looking forward to it. But if you're joining us now, well, get ready for the hype. It's MWI Semifinals Day.
Sancho not landing in the back. The Khaled able to win out that red tree battle. Now an SOD from Luna!
Gaming Gladiators and Terror Queens. Yeah, these are two teams who have been very cocky and confident in MWI. I want to start things first off with Gaming Gladiators. You shouted out your boy Midnight there, Mirko. So what do you think? Are they building a house of cards that could easily fall, or are they just really that good now?
I think a lot of the success that they've been able to find has been reflected in the drafts. Like the drafts are really what makes them so good. Midnight has played again a crucial role in that, and it's mainly not going for just pure meta picks, but going for picks that they're comfortable with. Yeah. Panda on the Granger, again Nicolette on Assassins, non-utility picks. It just seems like when you enable these ladies to do what they can do, to play the way they want to, their comfort play style, they're able to do so much more. And that's what we saw. Again, pulling off a victory against the previous queens of MLBB, the defending champions, is no easy feat. They did it with a Assassin and the Granger in the gold lane. I'm expecting Terror Queens to really put that down, like try to counter that, ban out the Granger, ban out those Assassins in the jungle. So that's something that they're going to have to figure out this time around.
Yeah, and I'd also want to take this moment to shout out Coach Rex Vin as well for Gaming Gladiator. So it's like, if last year a Malaysian team took down a Philippine team to be crowned MSC champions, this year for MWI, one of the toughest contenders are like MYPH. Be friends now.
Yeah.
Coach Rexman and Coach Midnight doing great things for Gaming Gladiators. Now, let's head on over to Terror Queens. And this is also going to involve some clips over here of Gaming Gladiators. But Athena, how do you feel about the confidence that Terror Queens always shows?
I do like that Sikoshi also expressed her pride into coming so close to their dream, which is to be eventually part of the championship pool for MWI. And also, I love the fact that Lunalyn also had a great mood yesterday because of their sudden, or not really sudden, but hard-earned wins against Onyx Indonesia, which we all know is one of the crowd favorites coming in here for MWI 2025. And so far, the spirits are quite high for Terror Queens, as we could see right now. And so far, you must never underestimate the power that these Rising Queens have.
Is it just me, or there's something about how Terror Queens taunts that it's not so in your face, but they're like the cool kids in high school that you want to be friends with, but they just look at you and then walk away.
Very subtle.
They're much more gentle when it comes to the taunts, right? I mean, you saw a clip of what Gaming Gladiators were doing. They were full on busting out those emotes.
They were crumping at some point.
But I could only imagine what they will do later on stage, what kind of taunts will we be seeing. Because in another way, they both are very expressive with their body language, right?
What I'm concerned about is now for Terror Queens, the fact that they're going to be playing on Stream A again. And yes, they have had experience playing on the stage, but Gaming Gladiators seem to just be on a whole other level when they're playing on stage. It almost seems like they feed off that pressure. They do better when the lights are on them.
Yeah. You know what? Usually we save the friendly taunting for the end of the match when the result has been settled.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't mind if for the series, after every game win, someone just starts to taunt, something a little bit more subtle. So hopefully we get to see a lot of that from Gaming Gladiators and Terror Queens. Very forward and very confident so far here in MWI, now fighting for a grand final slot. You know what? MLBB is also fighting for its own awards, considering that we are nominated for 3 awards. The MLBB is nominated for the Esports Game of the Decade, the M5 World Championship for the Esports Live Event of the Decade, and Moonton for Publisher of the Decade over at the Esports Awards. You can show your support and vote at esportsawards.com/vote. It's time to celebrate a decade of greatness at the Esports Awards, and a perfect time considering that we are in the middle of the Esports World Cup. I was talking about this with Leo and a bunch of the other talents as well. It seems like this MWI has done so much to forward the lore and the stories, the legacies of the women's scene of MLBB.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen these storylines before, right? In M3, we were able to see the crazy run of BTK here. It's similar, man. You can't just ignore it. There are similarities. There are parallels to Gaming Gladiators' run right here. A team that most people thought were just going to be another one to fill in the slots have made it all the way to top 4. Yes, they have a coach this time, unlike the BTK story, but it just goes to show you, even for Terra Queens, going for the same run that we saw Burmese goals go for at M2, it's amazing. It's great for the story. It's great for the MLBB women's side.
Yeah, I know you were one of those people at home during the peak of what was happening in 2020, 2021, if you remember, that witnessed Brent Esports take down Burmese schools. But an entire nation was wondering, oh, is a team from Myanmar actually going to take down the Philippine squad of Brent Esports? Do you see a little bit of that Burmese schools legacy over on Terra Queens?
To be honest, I do. Like, if you remember, onto the previous or next after M2, there was M3, which is kind of like another deja vu for NA versus PH, wherein they actually managed to push Blacklist onto the lower bracket. So with Burmese schools as well, or the Myanmar Pride, we're seeing some more of an improvement, and along the way, a developing region emerging as a proper queen for MWI.
Yeah, and something that Terra Queens does very well, something Burmese schools does very well as well. I remember stories back then of them saying, wow, this Burmese team, they are some of the toughest to play with because they are loud. Now, let's hear from Rose for a special report.
Hey guys, welcome to Reporter Hit. This is Rose, and today I am with a pretty lady from GG, which is Sayori. Now, yesterday was a day filled with plot twists and emotions, right? And I'm pretty sure Sayori felt it all as well. So I have a few questions for you today. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, now the first question would be, yesterday, the community was rather surprised at the turn of events in which you guys have actually eliminated the defending champions. They have sent Navi Philippines home. Now, how does it feel to be labeled as the Navi Slayers this time around?
Honestly, it feels super surreal. When we first heard the news, or we were looking through the internet, we were all laughing. It was quite funny knowing that we beat two Navi teams back to back. And we were preparing a lot for Navi MY since they were our first game and revenge match. But for Navi PH, I think it was very unexpected. But we had really good mentality and mindset knowing that we can beat the champions. And we also had a lot of training from boot camp, which helped. And our coaches too.
Yeah, so they were in Malaysia for like 3 weeks. I even met with Midnight while you guys were in Malaysia. Now, since you guys are going up against Terra Queens, who are the self-proclaimed dark horse this MWI, do you guys think you can easily defeat them this time around, knowing that you guys have just eliminated a stronger team yesterday?
Honestly, I've not watched any of Terra Queen's matches, but I do know they've been doing well. But, I mean, we have beaten the number one team, so I'm like really confident in us beating them.
Oh, they've beaten the best. So like, what's the worst that could happen at the... Yes. Now, last one. TQ has shared a little bit of spicy moments these past few days. And you guys as well on stage. You guys look very, very hyped these past few days. So is there any message for Terra Queens before we begin this match?
I mean, I've seen Terra Queen. They've been teaching a lot of other teams. You know, it's not nice. But I just want to say that we're going to 2-0 you guys and do this on stage.
Girl, it's a best of 5.
Oh, best of 5. Sorry. 3-0. 3-0. And do this.
Okay, 3-0 and a crying taunt. And there you have it. Thank you so much. Good luck for your upcoming match. And with that, let us show it back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Rose, and it's great hearing from Sayori as well. I think an unsung hero of Gaming Gladiators is Sayori. Athena, what do you think are some of the best qualities she brings for the team?
Confidence and the way that she literally just says what is on her mind. Like earlier onto the interview, she just mentioned, what could go wrong? We actually just beat the number one for MWI, right?
Super straightforward. I agree. Yeah, Sayori has been a great addition, not only just from the outside perspective. Again, confidence is amazing, the charisma, but in game, she is the carry for the team. You can definitely see why she's so confident. She's got that ego of a carry. In a meta where you need mid laner carries, she's doing a really good job on just any carry pick. And the far side, the Kimmy's really solid on heroes that I would say a lot of other teams struggle with.
Yep. Wow, we are getting so much closer to our semi-finals bout. If you've missed anything about MWI and want to catch up before we head into this historic moment, you can follow MLBB Women's Esports on TikTok and Instagram, MLBB Esports_women. We also want to remind you that we are getting closer and closer to reaching our peak concurrent viewership milestone. So please tell your friends, tell everyone you know to catch the best women's athletes in MLBB perform here today. Real quick, we are getting closer and closer to the matchup. I'll ask you guys, what's your prediction?
Oh no.
I knew what's coming, Renmar. See, whenever I make a prediction, it's always a mere curse. All right? This is kind of notorious in the Philippines as well. I want Gaiman to win, so I'm going to say Terra Queens gets it 3-0.
Oh, he's trying to go for the curse. All right, Athena, real quick, what about you?
I'll put my shield up with Athena shield. I'll just go for Gaming Gladiators for this round.
All right, Athena and Mirko will be calling the matchup between two underdogs, two overlooked regions. Now they are bona fide contenders. They are both trying to escape what was once the shadow of teams that have come before them, but now they are not overshadowed by it. They are empowered by the legacy of North America and Myanmar. Gaiman Gladiators and Terror Queens. Semifinals. The winner goes to the Grand Finals.
I think we're all very happy because honestly we didn't expect to beat Navi PH. None of us expected us to completely sweep them because they were the defending champions from last year. We're all pretty happy right now. We have to lock in again.
My thing is really don't care about the enemy. We just here to make it. We were trying to do the best we can. We just focus ourselves and we will play the best.
So we've never made it to the grand finals, so I hope that we can make it to grand finals this year and prove that we are a strong team.
We were trying the best. Of course, we want to be to the final. We really want the final because it will be greater history for the Myanmar esport. We are still ongoing, so let's watch about the Myanmar thing.
No, top 4 is not a good result. We're aiming for champions. That requires all of us to be 100% on match day for that to happen.
I want to say to enemy, you guys need to have fun too. Don't be serious. We are just have fun too.
From the 16 teams who dared to rise above, only 4 continue their journey here to becoming limitless.
What a day that we have yesterday. Massive upsets over at the Land of Dawn. We've seen teams sent packing, especially the Indonesian representatives Onyx and even the reigning queens of MWI themselves, Navi PH, being sent packing. Which means only one thing. The throne is now left empty and defenseless. And the path to glory is now a free-for-all for anyone who dares to rise above and claim the crown.
Now we kick off the semifinals of MWI at EWC 2025. 2 dark horses who evolved into title contenders. So make some noise for your first semifinalist, Gaming Gladiators! Titan Slayers, the Navi Slayers! For 2 matches in a row, GG eliminated Navi MY and the reigning queens, leaving the championship up for grabs. Reaching top 4, led by Ashley, this team is ready to redeem Anna's glory on the grandest stage of all. Can they defy the odds and secure the first grand finals for NA?
And here to terrorize anyone in their way, presenting to you the Burmese Queens, Terror Queens! Now, Myanmar has always been known as was a region that houses dark horses. But this self-proclaimed dark horse not only proved itself to be such, but with their win over the favorite Onyx, they're now regarded as a title contender. Now in the top 4, all eyes are on TQ as they attempt to rise above to the grand final, terrorizing anyone who stands in their way. And with that, the presence, the pressure is of course rising and the stakes are higher than ever. Who will rise to the top, to the coveted spot in the grand finals, and who will battle it out in the 3rd place finish? Let's find out from the studio.
The whole arena, when they entered, it shook and shuddered. It sounds like there's a lot of Gaming Gladiators fans outside.
Yeah, we could even hear some of the drums or maybe percussion sounds just for the support to them. And speaking of Gaming Gladiators, I kind of feel like this is a new breed of players, even though some of them has already have their experience in the international stage. I mean, in terms of improvement, just from day one, a lot has happened for them.
Now on the other side, we have the Terror Queens, right? I was actually quite surprised myself hearing the shudder from the crowd, considering in yesterday's matches it was technically home ground favorites. But the fact that the crowd is here to support... Oh, what's that? Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Was that
whoa.
midnight?
Yeah, I think that's actually them sort of like mimicking the taunts the Terror Queen showed off.
All right.
Someone's gonna clip that midnight, I was just gonna say.
Full of character. That's just I gotta say for these teams, and we could see that they are really rising above. Imagine from being cold, the dark horses, and now even defeating most of the teams that we are expecting to dominate in this league.
Can I be honest?
Sure, of course,
Sure,
always.
you can.
I didn't even consider them to be dark horses.
All right.
No, my dark horses were TLG
and CFU.
And CFU. No, I wouldn't call them. No. CFU for me was a contender, an aggressor, right? TLG, WoW GG, I think I placed as dark horses. These two teams, I didn't even expect them to come this far.
Are you on the same boat as Saturna here? All right. For me, like I expected Gaming Gladiators. They were one of my personal dark horses. Terror Queens, on the other hand, what I like about them is that their whole dark horse title came from them themselves. They were the ones who said, we're the dark horses here. They declared it and everyone just rode on it. And the great thing is, they walked the walk and they talked the talk. They backed it up and now here they are. From 5th to 8th last year, they are now vying for a top 2 spot. And then after this, of course, considering it's not an elimination match, we still have our battle for 3rd. 100% that means North America and Myanmar have secured their highest placements ever in an MWI tournament.
And it's a good thing that these teams actually consider themselves as the dark horses because it just shows that they know that what they can do and they can beat those teams that we normally see. And if you're up against a dark horse, or if it is a matchup that is dark horse versus dark horse, it's difficult if the teams or even the coaches aren't really prepared or didn't have that enough time to study. But I think because of the plays that they had, then they have sufficient time.
All right, let's get another closer look at the roster for Gaming Gladiators. We've already touched on, of course, their captain, Ashley, who was the MVP of the day yesterday. We've already talked about Nicolette multiple times. I think there's gonna be a lot of pressure here on Panda, considering that the Burmese teams are known for really pressuring gold laners that they're up against.
Yeah, that's true. And for Gaming Gladiators, specifically for Panda here, I think no, it's not that I think. We see that she is mechanically skilled. So if they're up against a team that puts a lot of pressure in terms of the gold lane, now's the time for the other players of Gaming Gladiators to change things up a bit in terms of rotation. But Panda is really good in terms of positioning of herself whenever there's a potential threat from the other team, and at the same time knows when to give up that turret. Because sometimes, right, there are players wherein they force themselves just to clear the minion wave early stages of the game. But for her case, she knows when to back out.
Now we gotta talk about Terror Queens here because they have a prolific gold laner on their side. Sikoshi, who has not been shy in the past to say, that Benny Cutie is someone who has inspired her to become a gold laner and to go above and beyond. And she has been terrific this MWI.
And remember her story, right? She gave up her medical path, her medical career to pursue esports, to follow in the footsteps of Betty Cutie. So the fact that she's here once again, I mean, you mentioned how far they were able to place last year, and the fact that now they're top 4, it shows that maybe giving that up wasn't a facade, you know? They actually were able to achieve something. And I think one of the main highlights to TQ today is they're so intelligent in the drafts, and they're so intelligent in the game as well, because going head-to-head against Onyx wasn't easy. They actually allowed Fanny to slip in that game, and they were able to counter it really well. One of the unique picks from TQ was the Zask in the mid lane to kind of deny that pressure from the mid lane, as well as the Carmilla. So expect them to be able to figure things out and to figure GG out, because we have seen apparent, I would say, template games and template strategies from GG so far.
And going up against a team that is very knowledgeable in power spikes, I think that's the best trait here for Terra Queens, because if I remember it correctly, when they faced up against Navi PH also, there's this tendency for them that they know when and where to disengage, and it's not every day that we see female players do that, but same goes for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, Ashley has been the center of their strength, all those initiations, so there's a formidable force for Gaming Gladiators in front, but same goes with the understanding for Terror Queens. So it's a good clash between those ideologies, but again, it all boils down to the draft and even execution of these players.
Yeah, so now the question is, with what we mentioned earlier about Terror Queens applying a lot of pressure onto the opposing gold laner, that doesn't only go for in-game. They are gonna look to take out some of the comfort heroes here of Panda. I'm looking at the Granger instantly getting taken away by Terror Queens, or if not taking away the Granger, they're gonna draft a lot of heroes to make sure it's really pressured so that Gaming Gladiators gold laner is uncomfortable.
Let's see if it comes through, right? Technically, they can also still give over the Granger and maybe look for a counterplay themselves. I feel like that's a little bit more in line with how Terror Queens likes to play, right?
Yeah.
Beat them at their own game. I think it's full attitude considering it is a best of 5. There is still room to kind of experiment in the early stages, despite momentum being a big factor. And we saw that reflected yesterday. So now we're going to the drafting phase. We are seeing the bans coming through. Kalea, Baxia, Arlet taken out. We have Uranus, YSS, and I believe a CC banned out in the first phase here.
Oh, I was thinking if these teams will prioritize on the Kami, but looking at my co-palace reaction, it's gonna be Hilda, probably because for Gaming Gladiators, they play well whenever Nicolette is using the Assassin, and this is the best hero that you can use against a Granger just to somehow do those zone outs. And here's a fun fact.
Yeah, for Ku, the roamer of Terror Queens, she currently has 91 total assists, the most amongst all players in this tournament. So TQ, as you mentioned, will pressure the jungle for their very first pick. First pick Hilda. At the same time, that's respect for Nicolette. But as expected, Gaming Gladiators rush the Granger and they still play a Lancelot.
I think this is the best heroes used by Gaming Gladiators, even if even in their game against Navi PH yesterday. And wow, it's a fast Irithel and a Joy pick. I mean, before we had the patch, it was really a Hayabusa and Joy. Now we get to see Lancelot and Joy as a matchup for the junglers, but it all boils down again into the itemization of the Joy, because I don't think that some of the teams now prioritize this hero, probably because they want to dive into that Granger in the middle of the team fight.
Is it just me, Eterna, or does it feel like the first 3 picks of Terror Queens instantly shut down the Lancelot and Granger already?
That's the point, right? We were talking about them maybe respecting the bans, the hero pool coming through, but it doesn't feel like it's TQ. So they want to figure out a way to beat them at their own game. They're going for counterplays themselves. And what I do find concerning, however, as we get into the second phase is The Joy's win rate at MWI has been very up and down. And I think one of the main reasons is, I think it was from Stream B. We didn't get to see it, but we saw that the Belleric was a really good answer towards the Joy as a ways to prevent, there you go, to prevent the Joy from running around rampant. So the Belleric ban comes through, completely makes sense. So we're thinking about heroes for Ashley now, right? Considering she's been playing the Hylos, the Badang, and the Gatot, and the Minotaur.
Yeah. I think out of all of those, my vote would have to go to the Minotaur. I'll be the big cow there, the roam.
Right, I think I would agree with you because you also have the sustain or healing from the Hilda, so just for them to somehow stay longer in the team fight. But I really like how Gaming Gladiators is actually banning the Zask because it's nice against an Esmeralda. So I think now for Gaming Gladiators, they need a hard crowd control for Ashley, which is the Minotaur, and we could see a ban on this Khalid. Okay, so Terror Queens for their there's a high chance that the Hilda is gonna be their post 5, like their tank.
Possibly. I like the bans coming through from GG. It's full respect, right? Usually we see the Hilda plus the Khalid to have that aggression in the early game against assassins. We've seen that time and time again. The Zask, on top of everything that you mentioned, is also a respect ban against Lunalyn. Considering her Zask was one of the main reasons why the Fanny from Onyx failed to have that aggressive stance in the early towards the mid game. It's also sitting at a 50% win rate. She was able to pick it up twice. We have a fun fact though.
Yeah, she is actually undefeated with the Lancelot. It's not just a signature, it's a bona fide best pick right now for the jungler of Gaming Gladiators, Nicolette, the Blade of North America. Okay, you know what? I'll workshop on monikers. That's what I do as a Filipino. Okay, so for the second phase, that's another comfort actually for Ashley with the high loss. So they really wanted a stable front for the roamer.
And they wanna somehow put up a speed also for some of the heroes during team fight. And Jushin is expected from Terror Queens. This is their usual combo every time they get the Hilda. So with the Lapu, it is expected that it is to dive against the Granger. I'm just not sure about the matchup up against the Esmeralda early game. So yeah, definitely it is crucial whenever those skills will hit the players of GG.
So the last pick here of Gaming, are you gonna go for utility like Zetian, or you need burst?
I'd love the Farsa here, honestly.
Farsa?
I'd love the Farsa here just because that it can accentuate the playstyle from the Granger, go for the high ground, but it looks like the Valentina is going to be picked up here.
Yeah.
Interesting Valentina.
Yeah, it feels like they really want to dive. They want to stick close. And that Valentina, of course, I think they settle for that because they just want to be able to get the ultimate of the Joy and use that as one of their best options of dealing damage. Welcome to the semifinals. Terror Queens and Gaming Gladiators, Mirko and Athena. Let's go.
And we're off for the first ever semifinals. It's going to be the battle of Gaming Gladiators versus Terror Queens. It's me, Tina. Together with me is Mirko.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the first ever semifinals game. Terror Queens versus Gaming Gladiators. Go ahead and check out the link also. Earlier, we saw value your feedback. Tell us what you think can be improved for MWI.
You can just scan the QR code right now, scanning onto the map. Heading on to game number 1. Very strong contenders being marked as the dark horse for MWI this year. And so far, both of them already did an upset onto the running favorites, right? The powerhouses here on MWI. And looking at the draft itself, there were certain things, in my opinion, that Terror Queens just got the gist of it, like banning out certain heroes versus Gaming Gladiators, and mostly looking at the early good pickup of the Hilda as full.
Yeah, interesting start to the game already for Gaming Gladiators. Terror Queens, I thought in the draft in the first phase, yes, as the panel pointed out, that was already a great way to shut down the Lancelot and the Granger. That obviously I think was expected. When you're up against Gaming, I think now you will expect the Granger and the Lancelot, or at least just assassins on Nicolette plus the Granger. But Gaming cleaned that up really well into the second phase, right? I mean, right now, Nicolette doing a lot of damage on the Cool. Arya's coming in. This should be first blood, and it is. Too aggressive from Cool. Wow. Look at the fans in the building for GG.
For Nicolette, also, she just doesn't want to have the kind of a negative deduction onto her 100% win rate, by the way, for her Lancelot. And so far, for Gaming Gladiators, they just want to punish everyone that's overstaying their welcome. And same goes for Terra Queens right now. A bit of a question there for Cool, but we do know that that is some of the factors that you would want to pick up on Hilda this early, right? To check on, to somehow navigate through the bushes on where Nicolette might be hiding or might be going in. Speaking of going in, there's Cool yet again being punished here by Arya with a falling Starman also.
Rui walking up, able to get the stacks already. No stun from Lang, but Arya, is able to run away for a bit as the Electrifying Beast gets her down.
Okay.
Rui able to escape now, so Yori has the Crimson Beacon, gets lifted up by Lantern Flare. Will be able to get the Crimson Beacon now, and a flicker out the Lang follows through with her own flicker to get the last shot in. Panda kiting away, rotating to the fight as the Irithel stays bottom lane. Ashley picking up the kill now as Nicolette jumps with the puncture and gets caught by the Lantern Flare. Who's right there? Swinging that War Axe. Rui picks up the turtle, and it's a win for Terra Queens.
That is a nice risk here for Terra Queens, although it might look a bit messy, but that's the thing. Messy is somewhat what you would want versus Gaming Gladiators, more on the systematic approach here. But looking at our instant replay, just Lunalin throwing all those Lantern Flare Snow Snares stacking up. And even Sayori there was forced with the flicker just to try and disengage onto the fight. But the one thing is for sure here, Rui has most of the control on the map, has the mobility, and the moment Nicolette was down, that was just a free turtle for Terra Queens.
Great start to the game here for Terra Queens again.
Okay.
The Gladiators are here in the arena. You guys can come over as well, watch. It's free ticket, free entry for you guys if you want to support Gaming Gladiators or Terra Queens in the SNB arena.
But we could see a rise onto the supporters here for Gaming Gladiators, right? Because of yesterday's matches, of course. But most of all, right now for Terra Queens, it's really important to somehow shut down the early game, knowing that you have the Hildy on your hands and you also have Lunalin with the Jushin. This is what exactly are they supposed to do. But Ashley, on the other hand, having a hard time.
Rui jumping in. Ashley has the glorious pathway, but Rui is a bit too lethal. Electrifying beats under the tournament. Sayori still holds on to the Crimson Beacon. Arya just walked into 4. And she will be punished. That's 5, actually. Nicolette looking for a trade.
That is dedication right there for Terra Queens. Just going on out of their way, just manipulating all of the members here from Gaming Gladiators onto using their ultimates this early. 1v1 onto the jungle. Rui versus Nicolette there. Quite a hard impact there onto Nicolette, especially onto the first blood. But Terra Queens on the other hand, very relaxed stance, and we're liking how things are going onto the way that they control the wave, and as well as trying to predict where Arya and Ashley might go. And right now, they're being showed out. They're being denied, even onto the vision here for the second turtle of the round. 4 members in. There's going to be a Lantern Flare going in. Sayori with the Terrifies.
Little Lin, Cawthorn, Road's already there. Rui still wins out the retreat battle. Nicolette running away. Arya trying to get away, but gets caught by Rui, who's on a killing spree. Sayori in the mid lane trying to clear out the waves as Slang keeps on pushing in. Good Terrify down. Nicolette has to be careful, has a minute for the puncture, but she actually missed it earlier. Ku dives in under turret, gets the kill. Rui gets splashed with the damage, but is still able to escape. GG, no damage to execute the low members of Terra Queens.
And this is why the panel was also talking about getting somewhat of a burst like a Farsa on the mid lane, right? You would want a Sayori to be explosive as much as possible. Yes, Valentina has some of that damage as well, but mostly she also relies on who to target when she uses her ultimate onto copying. And looking at the gold difference right now, some of it is going onto the hands of Terra Queens, equally distributed, but let's take a closer look onto mid to mid, and even the gold to gold actually already has a huge lead, and another turret destroyed here for Sakoshi's lane.
This is looking bad for Gaming Gladiators. Amazing
it is
for Terra Queens. 3,400 gold lead already with so much damage output early on. GG have not respected that damage output, that early potential of Terra Queens, and they're really getting punished for it. Blank? Interesting Bravest fighter there. I guess there's a reason it's called Bravest Fighter. Nicolette.
You just have to be brave. You just have to take the leap of faith. But Rui, on the other hand, versus Arya and Nicolette, might be somewhat of a bait hope around here onto the jungle. But that is the glorious pathway. Use is early here for Ashley. Things are not looking good here for Gaming Gladiators. We could definitely feel them somewhat being peeled off little by little here by Terra Queens, being hunted down constantly, right? And for Panda 1, she also is having a hard time just farming up, even getting those stacks. But Sikoshi, on the other hand, doesn't have any problem with that at all.
Oh man, we're seeing the glimpses of the Arya we saw in the group stage early on at least. Walking up a bit too aggressively, maybe a bit too overconfident on the Esmeralda.
Right.
She gets herself punished. Luna Lin gets away. Helan goes with Bravest Fighter, gets out too. It's just a distraction. It's done over as Ku looks for the flank. Now goes on to Panda, who's going to be isolated from the team. Ashley walks back, goes for the peel. Now Ku is there. That's going to be the electrifying beast. Not you just yet. Great flicker from Panda as Arya tries her best to get the falling Star Moon down.
This is a very good juggle for Terra Queens. They just wasted a lot of time here for Gaming Gladiators. You have Nicolette targeting Sikoshi. Managed to still back away. Cool constantly harassing her. Prowess of Hilda, of course, but for Terra Queens, they're just playing it right, playing their cards right, limiting, overstaying their welcome here onto Gaming Gladiators.
The way Arya is playing, I really would enjoy seeing her on a Phobius. You know, like, it's all about that all-in, it's all about diverting attention from the rest of the team. But the Esmeralda just feels way too squishy in this game against the composition for the plan in hand. Seems like the plan is like, you just want to fight it out, right?
And of course, even with the ultimate, it's just not hitting yet, You know you have to somewhat kind of have that accuracy, and it's not happening yet here for Arya. And I do agree with the Phobius. It wasn't banned out earlier into the draft, but let's see how will this play out for Gaming Gladiators, because right now they're being kept at bay, and Terra Queens just goes and shows up each of the lanes right now. Another turret destroyed, by the way, onto the bottom side, which means that Terra Queens will just extend the territory here. And that constant punish onto the mid lane yet again!
Crimson Beacon to run away, but Arya's already down. Nicolette forced to punch her defensively. Palang's going for some shots, but Panda right there. Ashley actually holding her own, getting the kill onto Luna Lin. All alone as Panda walks up, but still doesn't deal enough damage to take the frontliners down. As Sikoshi continues to free farm in the side lane.
But still, there's the question. Arya still going on head on. Skip head on. Ashley will pull down Nicolette onto tree.
Dodging the wildness. Dodging going for the stun as well, baiting on some big resources. Nicolette makes the big moves now. Bravest Fighter already used that. Now with the stun as well. In the back by Sikoshi just dives into the back, but gets caught by Panda, kiting it away. It'll still be a trade 1-for-1, but Nicolette will have to be careful here. Rui's walking up electrifying beast. Nicolette gets the puncture out perfectly. Sayori walks up, gets terrified down. Ku will not take the last turret shot and will be able to get away.
Okay, that was a heavy sacrifice here, but Sikoshi still managed to finally get Panda 1, but onto the mid lane. Ku and Arya is going for the shutdown here. So it'll be a lantern player.
Arya, crazy move, gets brought back and she capitalizes on it.
Okay. Cyclone Eye just to get away. Langrina hot on her heels, just chasing her down. It's going to be a long chase right now. Following up Sikoshi on her motorcycle, delivering final crossbow. But still, props to Arya, of course, by getting the double kill. Finally getting some of a glimpse of what they can actually do with their draft, right?
Koshi ran her down, man. She basically said, yo, you got those dance moves, but what color is your Ducati?
Mine is red, right? I see red. And friend members here for Gaming Gladiators are just being taken down, torn down by Terra Queens. Looking at the low right now, being danced around. Might be a bait here for Terra Queens. Sayori going down!
Rui just wreaking havoc in the back, and Ashley falls as well. A big Sky Piercer stack, make it 2 for Luna Lin on the juice in as Nicolette is forced back. Arya, not too sure about this. Yeah, she will just go for the clear in the mid lane instead. Free neutral objective for the Terra Queens.
And even Luna's reaction was like, what? I did that? Like looking at the insert replay right now, that was a huge play. Just catching Sayori off guard plus Panda. That's all the hit list that you want to hit, right? And for Terra Queens, they just did whatever they could do just to zone them out, keep Nicolette at bay. Lord now marching onto the bottom side. Looking at the items, well, things are looking good, really good right now for Sikoshi. Already have the Malefic gone. There's another additional headache here for Gaming Gladiators. And as we mentioned, a glowing one now for Luna Lin. And speaking of which, wait, Rui is down.
That might be a big mistake. Heavy crossbow. Oh, the AoE. Almost catching Ashley with a hit on towards Sayori. It's an interesting move. Halang will just take a few turret shots. Now Nicolette jumps on and Thorn rolls as well with a Phantom Execution. Gets dove on now, but Ku's gonna be isolated in front as Panda goes in for the shots and will be able to pick up another kill with a Sky Piercer. Sikoshi running away. Arya looking for the chase now as Ashley goes for it. Sayori! Crimson Beacon! Terrifying! Panda looking for the shot as Sikoshi goes in, but it's giving the Sky Piercer second can for Panda! A triple for Panda. Rose Gold Media bought in time, dodging away from the stun as Arya walks back up to provide the front line. Panda's a maniac, and Gaming Gladiators are back in game one.
And that's the thing, Gaming Gladiators is a very patient team, right? They already managed to do that in their previous games. And looking at the insert play, they just needed Sayori to go onto the front, even if it's at the cost of her life. As long as Panda remains untouched, as long as her Panda lands those kill shots, lands those bullets, that's a safe route to go here for Gaming Gladiators. Securing a Maniac, I could only imagine how much of an impact it could deliver. And you don't have to imagine. It happened in real time right now for Gaming Gladiators. And now, it's going to be a terrifying coup. Just have to back away. But let's talk about the huge advantage. But before all of that, Gaming Gladiators just eyeing out members here from Terra Queens.
You can definitely see it, right? You know what I mean? Oh man, that was ridiculous. And it just goes to show you why Gaming went for such a risky start to the draft. The first two picks was the Lancelot and Granger into a Hilda. See, no other team would do that, but they got Panda, who's a Granger savant.
Yeah.
They've got Nicolette with a 100% win rate on that Lancelot. So far, we've seen a glimpse of that. Can they continue? Rui's pathway getting him out. Ashley still has the Vitalizer. Rui jumps into the back, and Ashley will be taken down. Rui goes in for the electrifying beats. Now finds an execution. Nicolette looking for the assassination. Goes for the Thorn Rose. Lands her flare. The Crimson Beacon brings her back, but Arya jumps back in, and it's going to be Panda with a monster kill. Looking for Luna Lin, kiting away. 1-for-1 XP for Rome.
But still, for Gaming Gladiators with that kill, that's another addition here for Panda. Even if we could see Terra Queens still has a somewhat of an advantage onto the net worth and even onto the kill score. But right now, you cannot say that it's one-sided, right? But right now for Gaming Gladiators, exactly on point. 64 stacks onto her Sky Piercer. Like, man, this is what you want. This is a dream. This is what you want if you want to somehow go for the comeback if you're the Granger. And as you've mentioned, she is a Granger specialist. Just eyeing out those targets. Ashley going in.
Oh, Rui still wins it out there. Ashley going to be caught in electrifying beats now. Sikoshi does damage over to Ashley, taking her down. Both frontliners out for game, and the Terra Queens are back on track.
Sometimes the Terra Queens are just waiting also until who to extend. They have the damage, they have the advantage. So it wouldn't be a problem if it's the tankiest hero frontlining for Gaming Gladiators, right? They just need to do it as fast as possible, because if they can't do that, then there's going to be Panda and even Nicolette just trying to survive, trying to wiggle their way through the defense here for Terra Queens. And speaking of defense, Gaming Gladiators left to defend for their base right now. Looking at the in-game equipment as well, it's going to be a lock item build for both of her gold laners. Finishing up with the Rose Gold Meteor here for the Granger, but Panda!
One last shot, great peel from Luna Lin, but she puts herself into the Falling Star Moon. A kite back away, Panda's godlike, but Sikoshi got that AoE. Nicolette jumping in with the potion, now Phantom Execution over with a Thorn Rose. Getting the shutdown, buying the Rose Gold. Sayori has Crimson Beacon, but she's gonna need it up against Rui. Dashing away, blinking away now. Rui going with the play, but it's terrified. Locks her down for Nicolette to find another. Ashley just clapping her hands, watching her teammate as Nicolette claims the kill. Pandas defends in the bottom lane.
A white out here for Gaming Gladiators. What a play here for Nicolette. That was a bloody bloodbath there, Mirko. Even at the cost of a mini heart attack onto defending their base, Gaming Gladiators just isn't the team to be scared of that easily. They took their risk and they know that that is something to take it. And for Nicolette also, what a great dash and a great move, making most of it off the bushes. And even for Panda, even before going down, she managed to take what, around 2 to 3 members, delivering the final blow. Then Nicolette just doing her thing with her Lancelot. And this is why you should respect her mechanical skills, right? You should respect her Lancelot. Man, wow.
I'm all in for the Nicolette glaze, but we gotta give props to Sayori too for enabling that. And it just shows you how much the Valentina can play in the game. I mean, at least in the team fights, right? You see that impact that terrifies the stolen Crimson Beacon that lets her blink so many times to evade from an easy kill. She literally had to bait, or sorry, Terror Queens had to use all their resources to get Sayori down.
Just so you guys know, we've mentioned that Sayori really is the type of a carry. Like, you could see it exuding on her aura. She has that charisma. And with using the Crimson Beacon, I do agree with you that she is one the most carries person up against right now if you're Terror Queens. Because she's wasting so much of your time. She's wasting so much of your energy.
Nicolette?
But actually falling down. Nicolette from the back. Darkness Ikoshi!
Able to get the unstoppable there. Finding the assassination by Immortality as well. Ku pops into the crowd now. Nicolette able to get the Thorn Rose in time into the puncture. Back away for Panda to secure the kill. Rui sees an angle to end the game. The base is wide open. Rui's going to go for it. Panda with a flicker forward. Rui take a low! Gaming Gladiators!
What is that? Like a triple kill, but at the same time, a very clutch move to save your base, to survive this round.
1 HP. Rui was a hit away from claiming game 1, but now it's Gaming Gladiators who will get a free Lord. Panda, the mentality on these women. It's not over till it's over. They saw the base get targeted down by a late game Joy, but they did not waver. A flicker forward, shooting everything out to save the game. Welcome to MWI 2025.
That's a perfect example of never giving up until the very last drop of the HP of your crystal. Right now, we're Gaming Gladiators. They're just doing it. They're just somehow keeping a cool head right now. If that was me, I would just shout, let go of my device, but for them, no. But on the other hand, Rui, okay, she will be able to just go ahead and go back, but on to the top lane, Terror Queens is having a hard time right now. But still, for Gaming Gladiators, totally outmaneuvering Terror Queens right there. Like, we see you, don't panic, just chill, we got this.
Play with the puncture, able to get the orange buff now. Rui's already used Electrifying Beast. They're going to capitalize on this. Rui has the Immortality. Good stun onto 2. Sayori still in the back, getting the Revitalize. Nicolette tries to jump onto Koshi. Now it's going to be Lancer Flare over to Arya. Pops into the ground. Can she get away in time now? She goes out. Nicolette doing a lot of damage. The AoE of the Thorn Rose to push TQ back.
And it's official. We finally reached the round. The facing inside the game. We're in. It could be anyone's game. Like around the 18 minute or so, we can see Terror Queens has the advantage turret-wise. But look at that, 80 stacks right now. We're Panda's Sky Piercer. This girl, you have to get someone to keep an eye or to totally lock her down. And 30, by the way, here for Lunaline Sky Piercer. They have the damage, but what's happening is that there are certain moments that I feel like there are some jumps even for Langarina and Ku that should have been better if they just waited here for Lunaline or even Rui, right? And same goes for Gaming Gladiators, but thankfully so, they're good at item swapping or buy and sell. And even Arya prevents some of those clashes, prevents some of those deadly pickups for Terror Queens. And for Gaming Gladiators right now, they've reached a point wherein Panda really is activated. She is online. And she is just unstoppable right now, throwing all those dead sonatas. Very heavy damage suffered there by Terra Queens.
Now it becomes a slow game once again. The gold lead completely gone for Terra Queens, now in the hands of Gaiman Gladiators. They look to control the neutral objective here. Bottom lane was already slow push. Nicolette now getting the mid prio. Zarya spots Rui in the bush. Will be able to get some damage down on her. Glorious Pathway also used up. Big resources here for GG.
They just want to try and deny Terra Queen's vision. But yeah, that is a huge ultimate activated here by Ashley. But still could be somewhat of a risk that they want to take just so they could somewhat deny Terra Queens onto positioning, but still you cannot deny that Rui still has the mobility, that agility. Is going and jumping in with the Bravest Fighter Larina onto Sayori, onto mid lane.
Electrifying Beats already used up. Rui able to get the kill onto Arias. Nicolette tries to go for the peel now onto Words. Halang, Panda with a double, now looking for the Rhapsody again. One last shot, Panda unable to swap out items. Rui capitalizes on an overextending Granger. And now it's 2 for 2.
That was what I was talking about. You just have to have someone hold on to Panda and Rui will just do the rest. Now it's up to Nicolette to try and disrupt them, try and delay things up here for Rui and Larina to actually start out on the Lord. But they are not in the position right now without Sikoshi. I think this will be a very messy Lord dance if ever Terra Queens would like to force that. But Larina up onto Ashley, and even for Gaming Gladiators, they also have to consider the fact that their minion wave isn't looking good right now. So Nicolette is also trying to leave some of the pressure onto the top lane before starting anything. But Rui is cutting onto Nicolette. There's going to be a chase. Ooh, Pathway force out from Ashley here.
Good backup. Wave in the bottom lane now better for Terra Queens. The goalies for GG, but everything else for Terra Queens. Tempo on the map. The lanes obviously slow pushing constantly towards Gaiman's base. I think they have a lot of damage down now. Blank jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. Oh, Arya bursts it down. That's when a crown used up already. So Yuri with the Crimson Beacon able to escape a little in, gets the kill on Arya as Rui walks up to Yuri. Gets the kill back on Rui. Ashley now next to the chopping block as Panda looks for the clear, looks to peel, or sorry, just looks to deal damage. Ashley with the Glorious Pathway, able to escape from the Lance and Flares. Nicolette walks back up. Panda, the Rhapsody kiting away. Luna Lin caught in the bad spot now as Panda gets dove on. Now Malang won't be able to get the stun on the Bravest Fighter. Nicolette with throw rolls. Now no puncture, and Panda runs away with a fadeaway shot from Sikoshi. Will get herself a triple kill to end game number 1.
And this might be it for Terra Queens, just waiting for the next wave of minions to finally join them onto ending the base, ending the crystal here for Terra Queens. And now they're this close to Miracle. And with that, Terra Queens will be getting the first game win on their semifinals against Gaming Gladiators.
And as expected, we expected for every game we're going to be seeing taunts from these ladies. Terra Queen starts the series off guns blazing.
They were just somewhat more on the directive of being aggressive, out-maneuvering Nicolette there and even Panda.
How do we even describe that game?
Yeah.
Like, it's not a comeback for Terra Queens, but in a way it was. It was a win early to a comeback for GG to another comeback from Terra Queens.
It was a roller coaster for game number 1. And that is just game number 1, like note. And I'm glad I'm not on the panel. Like, how do you break that up for game number 1? With that, right on cue, let's call on over Ranmar, Eterna, and Chantel to bring us the details for game 1.
Hey, we are good over here, Athena. Everything that we've set up in the pre-show, the analysis to lead into this game number 1, we saw everything. The importance of controlling the center of the map, the Granger for Panda, Sikoshi's mechanics, everything popped up. That was an insane way to start off our semifinals.
Again, for Gaming Gladiators and Terra Queens, they know their power spikes. And this is a masterful usage, specifically for Nicolette. A lot of highlights for her, but at the same time, it's all about control for Terra Queens. One way or another, we thought that it was Gaming Gladiators winning the game. There was an effort to actually finish the game by Rui. Then you have the defense. But then again, Terror Queens, they know the capacity of their heroes and eventually forcing gaming to somehow have that decline in their strength.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think when it comes down to pure mechanics and skill, both teams are on par. But I feel like in game number 1, what we saw and how Terror Queens were able to find their comeback, we can consider that as a comeback, is their knowledge of the macro. I think there were a lot of moments where Gaming Gladiators forgot the basics of housekeeping, which allowed opportunities for Rui, like you mentioned, on the Joy to go in for that final push into the base, despite it actually not going in favor of them. The potential and the fact that the opportunity was there, I think GG really needs to not forget on the side lane control. And unfortunately, in that final bout, obviously, it was all pressure on a GG. Despite them being able to come back in terms of economy, the fact that they already lost that inhibitor turret in the bottom side of the map, with the Lord spawning in the top side of the map, it gave Terror Queens a little bit less pressure and more leeway to play around that Lord dance.
Yeah, behind the scenes, Eterna, you mentioned to us that you were a little bit 50-50 on the draft. Looking at it now, I saw why you thought that. Even though Gaming Gladiators' timing came a little bit later into the game and then they were able to take control. But then I want to add to that where it felt like the 50-50 for Terror Queens were just a little bit easier to pull off, considering that their power spike comes sooner when you play around a Joy, and especially when you have a Juice in, stopping all of the rotations and the info getting that Ashley wanted to do.
And also speaking of Jushin, there were a lot of moments that were in the Crimson Beacon was used as early as possible just to somehow set up the tempo in initiating against Gaming Gladiators. So parts of the early game, it was literally Terror Queens dictating the tempo of the game. But if you look at the damage dealt, I really like that we get to see Lunalin and Rui's damage, and even with the Sekoshi near for them three, because it just means that in terms of rotation, they know the capacity of their heroes with the help of the Hilda and other heroes as well from Terror Queens.
Yeah, and I think that Hilda Rome was such a massive pick there for Terror Queens because they showed that right away. They said, we're looking at Nicolette. So Ku says, I don't know if it was her call, but she was like, all right, Hilda first pick. Go ahead, give it to me. What else can you say about the Hilda for Terror Queens?
They knew it was a really good massive counterplay. And I think when the assassins ran rampant in the meta, even in the male MLBB scene, we saw the Hilda and the Khalid being one of the main focuses against assassins because of the pressure and the tempo breaking for the rotations of a particular jungler. So we got to see that come to play. The reason which I was quite 50-50 was also because of the lane matchups. Obviously, in the early stage of the game, we saw that the Iritel had a little bit of a better time against Panda. So the fact that Panda, despite that pressure, being able to make that turn around moment at 12th minute to get that Maniac, I think that was one of the main reasons why GG were able to come back. So it's not necessarily easy for us to take a look at the drafts per se, because in terms of execution, things went a little bit differently than I expected.
Yeah, and two players who executed their role to near perfection in that game number 1 are our two mid laners.
Wow.
Lunalin, very vocal, very active if you were watching the player cams closely, and her Juicin was a menace. But Sayori as well on this Valentina as a sometimes Juicin cosplay was one of the reasons as to why Gaming Gladiators were able to turn things around and even get some momentum.
Surprisingly so, because looking at the drafts, honestly, I didn't really like the Valentina. I saw what was the point later on as she was executing it in the game, but against a Jushin in the mid lane, I think she did struggle a little bit when it came down to wave clear. So the rotations were heavily in favor of TQ, and that's how they were able to gain control. Now, the thing that I didn't consider is how good Sayori is on the Valentina during team fights. Very intelligent plays.
Yeah, speaking of intelligent plays, I think it's all about the usage of the shadows. I think it will be visible in this highlight we're in. It's okay for her not to be part of the longer team fights as long as she is able to use that Terrify skill. So a millisecond of Terrify or crowd control is a huge of a deal already for Gaming Gladiators, and even the usage of a Crimson Beacon. Now, early game, it was Lunalin just using those Lantern players, but at the same time, Sayori has the answer with the Terrifies. So it was just a mixture of a push and pull for both phosphors or mages, as to why we could see that some parts of the game, it is them actually initiating against each other.
Yeah, and looking at these stats, Panda with the highest damage per minute, Ku with her almost unstoppable just desire to get vision and frontline for the team. Nicolette with the highest gold per minute. And of course, I feel like that was one of the most important things and why they were able to turn things around. By the time Terror Queens were going into the base, Nicolette already just had an endless battle built up. And I believe that is one of the main sequences that we are going to be looking closely at. Chantel will help us break down a key moment in that game number 1. Is that the one that we picked out?
I think it was around the 12 minutes. So when we've mentioned actually that there is the power spike already, or somehow there is a fatigue on the lineup or the hero composition of Terror Queens. So it was around 12 minutes. Let me show you that clip. Yes, it was Terror Queens, right, that won the game. But at the same time, we also have to consider that the game was actually stretched, even though Terror Queens was winning the game. So we have a clip with us. It was around 12 minutes for our game wherein we saw the potential of Gaming Gladiators actually stretching at the game. So 12 minutes again for them. Okay, it was during the Turtle Pit. We will show that to you later on. Okay, this is the clip. So this is 12 minutes. So let's start again and then make it slow. So again, this is the power spike for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Take note that during this moment, it was actually Lancelot clearing the minion wave. Again, that is an indication that the players of Gaming Gladiators already know that they have enough damage against Terror Queens. Then you have the Crimson Beacon for Sayori. Okay, Crimson Beacon here for Sayori. And you have the rest of the players, specifically Lunalyn on the Terrified. So because of that, we've said about the tempos, right, for both mages. So you have the Terrified first for Sayori with with a low HP Valentina. Hence, if we continue the team fight, there is already that damage, or there is enough space for Panda and the rest of the players. So here's Panda. And you have two players again, Sekoshi and even Sekoshi, and you have another player from TQ here that has a clear vision as to what will happen on the next stages of this clip. So Lunalyn is down. You have Sekoshi being taken down as well. I think this is the time we're in. Eterna mentioned that there was a maniac for a Panda, hence the stretch on a Gaming Gladiators game, because you also have the Sky Piercer already for Panda. So
she was starting to get stacks already.
Yeah, she's starting to get those damages already. Yes, we've mentioned about the power spike for Gaming Gladiators, but it goes to show that for early game, it is Terror Queens dictating the game. But at the same time, for Gaming Gladiators, they were able to hold up and somehow give space against Terror Queens.
I'm actually happy we got to see that in slow motion, because I'm too old for this. I can't really catch the details when things happen that quickly. But looking back at that clip, I wanted to, highlight Sayori. Again, amazing play. That opening was impeccable. And if I had to nitpick that particular moment, I felt like Helene was a little bit off on targeting. So she missed Sayori in the beginning, which is fine. But then she started to pursue Ashley and the back line instead of shutting down Panda. And I think with so much leeway and so much freedom for Panda, that's how she was able to get that maniac down. So coming into the next game, these little things I think really need to be improved by GG.
Yeah, so let's see if GG will be able to improve on that. While for Terror Queens, if they can keep up the strengths that they showed in the second half of that game, wherein they cleaned things up, they, cooled off a little bit from their overheating. Like that came from an overheat moment, the play that we just broke down. And then they were still able to get the win. So let's know more about Terror Queens, the winners of game number 1.
Who takes the longest to prepare in the morning? Who is always late for practice?
Delay for practice.
Who like to eat during practice?
Who like to eat during practice? And this too.
most skin in the game?
Working. Just rich.
Who have the best fashion style?
I don't know about the fashion.
Who is the best singer in the team?
Can you say? Just carry here. Come check it out. Show me. Yeah, go. Such a show me.
Who is the hardest carry?
I just get here. Me,
Who is the noisiest in the team?
Good to know more about Terror Queens, and I have a special announcement for all of us here. Thank you so much for showing your support, not just for MLBB, but most importantly, the women of MLBB, as we have now achieved 240,000 peak concurrent viewers, and we are just in the first semifinals match for today. Thank you so much, and again, use this if you want to redeem some diamonds. These are case sensitive, so it's capital MWI Limitless. You type that into your game, redeem your codes, get your diamonds, and help us celebrate MWI here at EWC 2025. So just from the very first game alone, we're already breaking records for our second to the last day of the tournament.
The sky is limitless, and I'm really, really happy to see this, right? Over the course of the years, we've been seeing slow progress, I would say, support from, the fans, the community, and I'm glad to see that in the comments, a lot of people are actually highlighting these girls and their individual plays.
It's really cool, like seeing all of the comments and the posts being made. Like,
yes,
I love how our community is even more so just participating in the discussion of our women's scene in MLBB.
And we even have a dedicated social media for MLBB women in esports. So I really love the progress, and even the progress of these teams are very different from day number one. And it goes to show that esports is really a home for any gender, but it's also a home for deadly drafts.
All right, Game In versus Terror Queens, game number 2. The Uranus gets taken away. Baksha in response, of course. So now we are going to be going into a smaller pool of the top most contested picks. Many times throughout MWI, we've talked about Yi Sun-shin, but also many times he's just ignored in the draft.
Speaking of, but now it's
not this time around. Like he's banned.
Probably because for Terror Queens, there's a possibility for them to take that hero, and we have another trivia.
So, Savage Queens, 4 Terror Queens, in a span of 11 games, TQ has already scored 181 total kills, the highest amongst all teams. Onyx ranks second with 129. I mean, Terror Queens have also had their fair share of long series, long games. But you could see it from their gameplay, like, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, they're willing to give up some moments just so that they can get kills and solidify their lead through that.
But it's very different to the aggression like from Foot, right? When we saw Foot play, they were aggressive, they were able to get a lot of kills, but rarely do we see them be able to convert that on anything else on the map. So that was just, pure blood aggression. But what I love about TQ is that aggression is usually utilized for something else that they want on the map. And it's in true Burmese fashion, right? I think the male counterparts exemplify a similar kind of gameplay. So we are going to be looking yet again at another game full of aggression, I do believe, from TQ. With the Jushin now taken off the bat, I think it's also important to note that both of these teams have actually opted to swap sides. So it's actually TQ now on red side. With the Arlet last ban, this opens up a lot of heroes for GG.
Yeah, and if we go back to the first draft, I don't think that for both teams, they still prioritize Kimmy. But there's a high chance still for them, not unless... Oh, wow, not unless they get the...
Whoa,
We're not even starting game number 2, guys. I love it.
Oh my god, guys, look at her face.
Even the coaches are just smiling.
I have the exact same face as Coach Rexman right now. So I know y'all can see me on screen, but okay, I like this very first pickup by Gaming Gladiators. I wanted them to have something like the CC. It was banned by them in the first phase, but now they rush pick it because I think up against a team like Terror Queens, you need someone that can dish out great crowd control, of course, with her curtain call, but good damage as well.
Now that they got the CC, I think for Terror Queens, they have to be mindful of that gatot.
Yes.
Because that's their combo with the CC, the curtain call, and then you go in with the AOG.
Yes.
Just to stop the other players. Not unless they want to take Hilda again, and why not take the Lancelot instead, so that there's the counter pick against GG, because Nicolette has been playing really well with that Lancelot, but it's gonna be Joy still. They want a hero that could literally be just all over the place, plus the Farsa, just to make sure that they have that burst against the gold laner or Panda of a GG early game.
So now, I think the Gatot pick actually does well here, right? They need some lockdown for the Joy, and they also need a way to cancel the Feather Airstrike. So it's allowing that opportunity to kind of come for itself here for GG. And we have seen Ashley play really well on the Gatot as well.
Signature.
A lot of people have actually banned it away from her when they go against GG. So we're gonna see, not the Lancelot this time around for Nicolette. It's actually the Hayabusa. What do you guys think for the next pick? There you go, the Gatot.
The Gatot was like the best pick that they could go for at that moment. It answers both the Joy and the Farsa. And of course, the Hayabusa, considering that you're seeing an artillery static mage with the ultimate of the Farsa up, then the Hayabusa would be the perfect pick against that. So, Terror Queens, let's see if they're going to show their EXP or roam, or they want to go to the second phase with already having their gold laner. Maybe the Granger, considering that they have the Joy.
I think it's a good idea also, since they also have the Farsa. So, it's going to be Irithel quite well against, with the Farsa, just with the Feather Airstrike as the zone, and you have enough space to deal damage. And they ban out the Granger. So for GG, they have options like Moskov, even Bruno actually.
I think this is smart. I was thinking the 1-1 was still open, but the fact that they picked up the Irithel first means they're, giving up the question to GG, right? Do you want to pick up a 1-1 now that we have the Irithel? The Granger ban denies Panda's really, I would say, only pick at this point that she's been able to perform really well on. So maybe forcing Panda on a hero that she's not comfortable with, right? I mean, so far she's only picked up the Bruno and the Irithel.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have seen or shown some concerns on her Irithel performance, and considering that's also been taken away, what hero would you use against the Irithel in the lane? Do you go for something like the Harith?
Harith though. They can go for the Harith. Actually, it's nice against a Farsa. Although Harith against a Joy is not a good idea, but they can. I was just thinking if they can go Moskov, since they have this tendency, or for Terror Queens, they have this tendency to go split push on both sides. So GG can also replicate on that strategy, but Xborg, has been banned. So probably GG wants another layer of a tanky post 5 in this game, not unless they want to go Kalea.
And maybe they want to make sure that the CC has a good lane in the EXP, right? We've seen this matchup, I think yesterday, and it looked like the CC was having a better time against the Xborg. The stacks from the Xborg,
the overheated state.
Yes, it's very difficult to utilize in that particular scenario. So now Badang comes through.
Okay, they need a little bit more crowd control, and I think what we're gonna get for the last pick for Terror Queens will give that too. They don't need a lot of damage coming out of the EXP lane. For Gaiman, if they ban out the Xborg, are they gonna go for something static? You can't. There's a Joy and a Bada on that side. Are they just gonna end up with like a Valentina yet again for Sayori? Or the Juicin? Oh no, they banned it out themselves. So yeah.
Even Zedang's not available. So yeah, I think they're forcing her again to use the Valentina.
Yeah. Oh, wait, right. Kimmy, of course, still up and available for them. Whoa. They go for double marksman. They put the Kimmy in the mid lane. They go for carry. Considering that they are thinking that it's going to be another really tanky presence for Terror Queens up front. But just looking at that Joy, that is a lot of targets and it's going to be easy to get to those targets for the jungler of Terra Queens.
Considering that there is no hero actually that would do the jungle pathing also against the Joy. So it depends on how the Kimi will actually rotate for GG, but you have the Khalid. Wow. So here's the strategy of Terra Queens. They just have this hero that will find the jungler of the other side. Same with the Hilda. Now they have Khalid.
All right, it seems like we might see another similar story to game number 1, wherein Terra Queens will control the early game and Gaming Gladiators will have to turn it around from mid to late. Let's see what happens as we pass you on back over to Mirko and Athena to call game number 2 in this semifinals match.
Thank you so much, Panda, for that very insightful look onto the draft. It's going to be the game 2 for our semifinals. Yet again, it's me, Athena, and together with me is Mirko. Talking about a change of scenery and a change of hero here for Panda, Mirko. There is a sudden question mark because whenever she's not using the Granger, those games that they played all throughout the group stage and the knockout just wasn't giving. And actually, guys, you could share your experience with us with the Esports World Cup by filling out the survey, and we really do value your feedback. Just scan the QR code onto the lower left. But moving forward, Mirko, thoughts on to this carry for Panda?
Honestly, not too big of a fan of the carry pick here. You're right. You know, it's different. Whenever Panda is not on the Granger, she's just not as active around the map. She's not as comfortable for sure. So kind of leaves her to be weak side, I believe. Like, whenever we don't see her on Granger, I think Gaming are going to be playing much more for XP, for Arya, and that's why they've set up for a winning lane this time around. And it's interesting to see that Terra Queens have actually picked up the Khalid against the CC. This is, I think, a matchup we saw yesterday too for GG up against Navi Malaysia.
Exactly.
And yeah, CC definitely gets the better of the Khalid. So actually suits to Gaming Gladiators' strengths here, at least if they do want to play to the XP.
They want to somehow negate their weakness onto game number 1. I believe it was Eterna that mentioned that their side lanes just wasn't strong enough, right? Arya was really struggling with the Esme. So for Gaming Gladiators, the plan here is to somehow lift off the pressure here for Arya and just trust the process here with Panda's carry. Because so far, we are on our semifinals. We've seen just 3 heroes that she actually used. That was Irkel, Bruno, and then most of the time just Ranger. But let's see, for Terra Queens, I like the fact that we kind of just went ahead, getting on to the next here for Gaming Gladiators draft. And so far, I'm liking that they also have the Farsa finally here for the instant burst and the jump. And if ever you want the crowd control, you also have Cool for that setup play. Now first turtle is up for grabs. Arya just hiding out on the bush. Very nice hit here onto Lagrina. Ulti already exhausted there.
Ooh, big ults already wasted there. Shadow kill over to the turtle. Interesting choice. Arya pops into Vengeance, now pinned down as well. Traction Pulse gets her out with Vengeance there. Back to the Ashley with the AOG, looking for the taunt, able to find it. Nicolette getting the damage, but not enough to get Lang down.
This is what we're talking about, right? If you want the dive, you have Lamrina. If you want the crowd control, you have Ku. And most of the time, though, even though it's questionable, still, they're doing it right. Gaming Gladiators getting the first blood at the first turtle. An unorthodox way, but still, they managed to get the job done.
Yeah, strong side XP. It works for neutral objectives especially, and we can see it. Terra Queens, though, they gotta be much more clinical, much more patient with a lot of their resources, because the fact that they burned Farsa and Khalid all early to get a catch on Sayori, who's again on a Kimmy, very, very mobile, led to Gaming Gladiators getting a free turtle.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. Like, that is too early. Like, you would want to somehow just adjust a little bit more, be more patient, and for Gaming Gladiators, that is just what they want. Like, Terra Queens being impatient, and them just going for the counter attack, counter engage. Cool being cornered out.
Great pick now with the quad shadow backwards. Lang able to get the Raging Sandstorm on Panda, but just quickly now Rui goes for the next fine beats, finds a kill back on Nicolette. 2 for 1 in favor of GG as Luna Lin gets caught by the immobilization. No capitalization just yet here. The turret shields. Koshi's punching on it.
Okay, for Terra Queens, even if they were kind of patient, but Koshi is getting most of her nourishment here onto the top lane, being left alone. Hefty gold plating shield got there for Sakoshi's Irtel, but looking forward here for Gaming Gladiators, that was a huge risk, even though Rui was able to somehow target, negate Nicolette there. But still, we cannot deny that with this Kimi mid lane, there's so much more that Sayori can provide, right? With the continuous damage and even the crowd control with the traction pulls. But now, almost on to the 10-second mark, and Arya, even before the turtle has spawned, has already been slain down by Terraform.
Yeah, she's got to be way more careful here on the CC pick. Again, CC, main counter to CC is actually CC2, just a different kind. Crowd control.
Yeah.
You get locked down, even with the Vengeance, you won't be able to survive. You need to stay and dish out damage consistently throughout a long team fight for you to be really, really strong. So,
yeah.
Earth Queens have that already. It's stored. Oh, that's a bad reset from Rui.
Okay.
An angle of a possible contest now. Nope. Still taken. Traction pulse gets thrown away by Sayori. And Nicolette shoves in bot.
That is somewhat scary for Terra Queens, as you mentioned. A questionable kind of a reset here for Rui. But still, they managed to get the job done. And moving forward here for Gaming Gladiators, as you mentioned, they want to somehow be strong on the side lanes, but also try to be more proactive. As you mentioned, Arya needs to be very careful on conserving when and where she could go for the Vengeance play and even the curtain calls. Looking at the goal difference, not much of a difference. So, like literally, Terra Queens just balance it out the map. There are around hundreds here in favor of them, but still we cannot say that that is already a huge advantage. But 3 members here rotating onto the top lane. Nicolette could just easily go out of there with a quad shadow. But still, right now, the map is being too quiet. Still waiting for someone to dive in. Speaking of which, there you go. Flicker out for Langrina.
Yeah, big resource burnt out. Only for Panda's ult. They'll be back in a bit. Gold Crab up, down below. Rui sent to deal with it. Nicolette using the shadow kill up top, knowing that something fishy going on. Arya with a Vengeance. That's going to be the Raging Sandstorm, locking her down, and the Feathered Airstrike. Last shot of it finds its mark.
And that is something that Terra Queens just wants to punish. Because whenever you see Arya just go, even if it's the cost of their ultimates, and it's working, right? Terra Queens still hasn't given their Game Gladiators that much need the space to go and pull off another, like, go onto the front, let Panda do her job. But instead, Panda will not be able to somehow spread out here onto the map. Is constantly being hunted down by Rui and might be a turret takedown onto the bottom side. Still waiting here for a big control, big setup clash. Is this it?
Pinned down onto Arya again, taken down by the heavy crossbow. Sakoshi doing a bit too much damage for even Arya to handle. TQ. This will be another free neutral objective to them. And similarly to the second turtle, it's off of a pickoff on Arya.
That's going to be a huge advantage here for Terra Queens. Like, very fluid onto the map, and even if nothing is not happening yet in terms of overextended team fights, it's still favoring onto their side, right? No one is stopping Rui, no one is stopping Sakoshi, and even Loon Lane, right? You have to have an answer of that if you're Gaming Gladiators. And looking at the items, it's just continually growing, right? You have to find an answer as soon as possible if you're Gaming Gladiators. And even if you're not being taken down continuously if you're Nicolette, but you have to have those numbers, right? You have to get those kills. And is this the kill that she needs? Luna Lane?
Gets a shuriken down with the Quad Shadow now. Backs away into the Quad Shadow. Ku's right there. Sakoshi walks up. AOG. Great peel, but still going to be the pin down as Ku will be taken out by the shuriken. Sayori taken out by Lang. But it's a Panda response to get a killing spree.
Just on time. I was talking about Nicolette has to get the numbers, has to get the kills, and right on track. They were just, sure, why not? And that is how you pave way for Panda to just like go for the speedy light wheels and basic attacks. And definitely for Terra Queens, just need to somehow rethink of their strategies on when and where Lunalin should pop those feathered airstrike. We get the idea they want to constantly harass Arya, but look at the live cam view. It's going to be an almost off-cam kill here on the Sikoshi.
Yeah, Ashley picks up the kill, so not the best of targets to give kills to. Panda's just gonna go on to continue the chase. Lang using a Raging Sandstorm defensively again, and GG, they're slowly but surely coming back in this game.
Right? The double marksman setup is crazy right now. They're dishing out much needed damage even on their early phasing of the game. Panda will still be able to get out. Circle of Feather Airstrike over Lunalin. But for Terra Queens right now, I feel like they're just crumbling around. Not really much of a blueprint to follow. They're just launching around, finding the right target, but for Gaming Gladiators, they're really hard to catch by. They're just waiting and praying and waiting for someone to overplay their stay or a rotation here. Lunalin with the wings by wings. She doesn't have any flicker, no way out there.
Quick assassination, Raging Sandstorm, Panda flickers out of it. And they burst down the front liner too. No Lunalin, no Lang. Terra Queens have been dominating the turtle game, but it's GG who will claim the first lord of the game. Nicolette retrieves it as Rui is stuck in her own jungle, zoned away by Ashley.
That's the strength for GG. They know when to wait. Like, never force out the play here for Arya. Just wait for Lunalin or even Langrina to show onto the map, and that's it, right? A very perfect target here for Gaming Gladiators. And now there's a bit of a struggle right now for Terra Queens to somehow lock in on Nicolette, and even Panda, still untouchable by the way with the 3-0-2. Looking good here, even though this is not usually the hero that she goes to or she uses a lot here on MWI, but idea is still there. You just have to give her the space, and Ashley and Arya is doing a great job at those adjustment here for game number 2.
Good defense from Terra Queens. They've been able to... Oh, Sayori gets caught under the turret too. The Raging Sandstorm forced to flicker out.
No!
Lang gets away, but that's enough of a distraction by Terra Queens. Nicolette used a shadow kill early too. Maybe a turret in the mid lane, but that's about it. No holy defense procced with the First Lord.
One of the unsung hero for me is Ashley, right? She has 100% KP as of now. And this is just one of those heroes that even if it goes out of meta, but if it's Ashley using it, it's just a very great performance with this. And she's definitely doing her job onto trying to negate whoever just comes to try close here for Nicolette and even Panda. Looking at the items, well, already built it up. The Radiant Armor. Meanwhile, for Nicolette, Freddy has to end this battle. That's why she really is giving that much needed damage for GG.
Action pulse over the bush, opening things up. Itemization-wise, the endless battle completed for Nicolette. Sky Piercer for Sayori. Honestly, good position to be in right now for Gaming Gladiators. I think they've already weathered this early game storm that we expected from Terra Queens. Now, you just got to be careful of the 3 damage dealers, and mainly, I think, the Joy, who can really wreak havoc in the back line.
She can, and actually, she was doing a great job onto the early phases of the game. And for Gaming Gladiators, I feel the adjustment. Like, we don't have to constantly be on a team fight. We could just wait them out, like fire them out, smoke them out, rather, here for Terra Queens. And you mentioned the aggressiveness for Terra Queens has funneled down, right? It's not that high compared to game number 1, wherein there were multiple clashes in a row, multiple picks up here. And with the lead here going onto the hands of Gaming Gladiators, somehow I like the way that they're also balancing out the sides, which is what was missing for game number 1. So there were kind of a bit of a struggle when it comes to them chasing out Terra Queens, and then they have to go back and defend. Now, second Lord has respawned here for game number 2. Still a waiting game. Very patient Ashley and Arya here. Even Ku and Langrina just trying to give info whether Nicolette is there already. And Sikoshi just following suit. They need to somehow slow push their minion wave also onto the top lane. So Yuri might be baiting out this Lord, or they might continue because the Joy is still too far away.
So the strength to carry. If you have a slow push up top, top and you bait out a lot of members over, you can blitz the Lord with the carry. Cool. Walking up, Nicholas right there. It's going to be the pin down over to Panda. Now with the airstrike as well, but she's able to flicker out of safety. That's a Raging Sandstorm flicker combo. Sikoshi looking for the damage and will be able to find it. In the back there, oh, it's Nicolette with the shadow kill. Doing the same thing. Backline for backline, but Sayori, with the help of Ashley, has kited away so well. And now it's just one. Sikoshi left up against 4 of GG's members. Ashley spots her in the bush. It stops her from recalling.
Oh my gosh, in an
are just going to
instant.
split the map.
Okay, that's 4 members down. They were too tunneled onto trying to take down Panda. They forgot. They're still in Nicolette. They're still in Arya. And with that, of course, blaming Gladiators, they use it to their advantage that Panda, they're constantly eyeing you out. And they didn't even notice Nicolette just going around the map, targeting the back laners. And Terraqueens, on the other hand, we get the idea that you want to shut down. You have to lessen the core damage dealers here for gaming Gladiators, but you also have to take into consideration the dive on how far you are onto your mid supports, right? Looking at the items, yeah, you already have the lock item build here for Sikoshi, but most of the time though, there's a bit of a question here whether Lunalyn still has to somehow follow through with the Feathered Airstrike or just be the starter, right? Is it the counter engage or just go with the flow and be the one who starts the round?
Let's see how they manage these waves. That capitalization off of the team fight was phenomenal, by the way. They instantly split up, got tier 2 in the mid lane, got the turret super low, 1 charge and it's down. Baser down up top, Feather Airstrike used defensively over to Nicolette there to zone him away. Then watch out on the shadow kill. Sikoshi isolates herself and has to use the Wit of Nature to escape as Arya stands her ground up top. It's the curtain call down onto Ku. AOG won't land. Attraction pulse will though. And that's going to be the taunt now, forcing him in the crown over from Rui. Gunned down by Sayori. Slowly but surely as Nicolette finds the Rose Gold Meteor. Sikoshi doing a good job at peeling away. Halang goes in Raging Sandstorm, but will be melted down, forcing to flicker out. Now pin down from Ku. Rui gets the kill back. Sikoshi! Laser down by Panda and Sayori. 3 base turrets down. GG are looking for the end. Cannon in the mid lane already. Nicolette jumps into the quad shadow. Now he's going to Rui in the back of Sayori's able to flicker on the shadow kill. Deals enough damage. Lunalyn very low. Forced back onto the fountain. Rui dashing forward. Panda goes in. Targets the base. And we've got an equalizer in a best of 5. 1-1.
We could just see them somewhat celebrating Ashley there with the taunts as well. All won for our first semifinals of the day. Gaming Gladiators just doing all that they can. Huge adjustments, but they managed to do it quickly. Right on track for game number 2. Let's up to the panel to break down game number 2.
I asked for taunts after every game. We got it. I asked for damn good MLBB and we got damn good MLBB. Gaming Gladiators clapping back, tying up the series. And I feel like Terraqueens over-respected the signature pick of the Gata Kacha on Ashley because this time around, with Sayori and Ashley just free to get info, to press on forward, TQ could do nothing.
Yeah, I would agree that they were just reacting whenever there is a play from Gaming Gladiators. And gotta say, it is a nice formation for GG. You have Sayori sometimes up front, and you have Panda in the back, just dealing damage. And at the same time, Nicolette has already mastered on using that moment wherein you have 4 players together, and then she is at the side lane just farming. So there was a lead, or there was a gap actually in terms of the levels. I think she went to level 15 a minute earlier than the Joy. So it just means that in terms of the resources available, it was just GG having control in the jungle.
And I think that comes full circle to the point that Renmar was also making earlier on, right? The fact that there was the Gatot for Ashley. You would expect a little bit more space for the Joy because of the Farsa in the mid lane. But it's not as simple for Lunalyn because she knows she needs to be very careful when she utilizes her resources in case it does get cancelled or the taunt does come through from Ashley. So that's why we saw the lead coming in from Nicolette, and then that change in tempo towards that mid game, considering that Nicolette was able to get to the power spike and the damage started to really pierce through TQ, and they couldn't play too aggressive either. So it was very a catch-22 situation for the Burmese Queens here.
Yeah, 100%. However, there's also going to be a moment where if you're Terror Queens, it seems like at one point they already just accepted, all right, we're going to be waiting for the mid to the late game. One of the reasons why heading into this game, I was thinking that maybe it could be a repeat of game number 1 is that's your window with this kind of lineup up against the lineup of Gaming Gladiators brought to the table, wherein you're going to have to you have to set your foot down and say, this might be risky, but we have to take the risk. Because if they take that risk of being a little bit more aggressive in the early game, that means you get the farm of the Joy faster. That means you get the farm of the Iruthel faster. But they didn't take that risk.
I agree. Because as soon as we get into the late game, considering GG brought in the carry plus the Kimmy,
yes,
it's not as simple nor straightforward. Because I think this was a really good touch, right? We saw the carry being picked up in the later stages of the drafts, and I was thinking to myself, we've never seen Panda on this carry. I'm a little worried about it, right? She's always the strong side gold laner, but then it turns out it was balanced out by having the Kimmy for Sayori in the mid lane to make sure that they can still catch up to the mid game.
Yeah, this goal difference actually tells a lot about what you've said. Imagine it was actually GG winning the game, but you have higher gold to her counterpart, Sikoshi. So it just means that for GG here, they just pushed on other lanes and focused on not having that pressure on Panda, and Nicolette stepped up in the moments of the game we're in. They're just diving in the middle, forcing the mid lane to somehow deteriorate.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this a lot in our respective national leagues, wherein one of the best things that Gacha brings to the table as a roamer, besides his ability kit, is the fact that you can give him the Revitalize, which does put a lot of hesitation for opposing teams to actually consider early game trades, because they're thinking, well, they have a Revitalize, is it really going to be worth it? And I feel like what we saw in that game was that line of thinking just held on too much by Terror Queen. So let's look at our head-to-head, wherein in game number 1, it took a little bit of time for Nicolette to really get the ball rolling, but this time around on the Hayabusa, considering it counters or answers the first 2 picks of Terror Queens right away, yeah, she was significantly more free to do Nicolette things.
Yeah, and if we look at the other objective for Turtle and Lord, it was actually Nicolette that is higher as compared to the Terror Queens. So I kind of feel like for Nicolette here, she just knew when and where to engage. So let's say, for example, this Turtle objective, she knows that, okay, I don't have to be a part of the next series of events. I'll just proceed on the other layers, and then if there is a potential kill for the team, then I go in. More so for Rui, she always makes time to find Nicolette in the middle of the team fight, but it's all about the burst and the idea of having a Hayabusa at the back. Hence, Lunalyn didn't really had a good time for that game number 3.
It really does reflect her mastery over these assassins, and it also reflects her experience, I think, because the moment that we saw that big turnaround was, I think, at 9 minutes, I believe, and then she started to really proc that damage in. One of the main factors was because of Nicolette in this game. So coming into game number 3, I'm wondering whether or not they would consider denying the assassins away. I know that there are a lot of assassins that are suitable at this moment, but at this point in time, I think she deserves some respect.
Yeah. You know what? We rarely see that a lot in this level of tournaments, especially when we are in the latter portions of it, wherein it's like a full committal ban that is surprising. Like, I think one of the scenarios that you might be considering is, what if Terror Queens instantly bans out Nicolette's favorites? Fredrin, Lancelot, Hayabusa, all gone. What then happens next for Gaming Gladiators, right? So, you know what? I'm gonna ride on that idea with you. Hopefully we get to see something along those lines. But now, as we head into game number 3, we've had 2 games now where the first pick is so unexpected. Hilda in game number 1, CC in game number 2. I feel like we fall back to the idea of, you gotta have that one hero that does so well with an easy crowd control that can contribute with easy damage.
And whenever they pick that unorthodox hero, that's the story of the whole game. When it was Hilda the other game, it was just literally zoning out or finding the jungle of the other team, potentially killing some of the players that has low HP. Same goes with the CZ. Now, if that's the case, then for the rest of the heroes, it is advisable that they could get some more on the flex side, because so far they're really honest in terms of their draft. So there's not really much of the X factor, I think, for both, but all the drafts are good. It just so happened that they counter each other out so much that sometimes in terms of execution, they kind of deteriorate mid to late game.
Makes sense. The CC first pick for me personally was one of the main reasons that GG was able to come back. Because if they didn't have that CC strong lane against the Khalid, I think it would be a very different game from the early game. I think Mirko touched on it as well when he was doing his cast, considering that the carry was already a losing lane. They needed a lane to work with, and that's how GG was able to gain control over the neutral objectives in the early stages. So I agree with your notion that we are going to be seeing, I think, more peculiar picks in the first phase, and it all boils down to counterplay, right?
Yeah.
Hilda was a counter. CC was also the stone that they needed to utilize to set things up.
Yeah, so now I feel like with everything that we've seen so far in this series, there's going to be 3 key positions that we have to look at in terms of the drafting, their priorities, and what heroes they end up with. Roam, mid, and EXP. Because it seems like a lot of our major discussions revolve around the heroes in those spots.
Yeah, that's true. And I really like, by the way, the Kim against Farsa. So I think if the other team is to get the Farsa, it's not advisable for them if they open up the Kimi, because if I remember it correctly, it was the Setyan that they banned. So when drafting, it is really nice for them to consider who is better in the mid lane, better in the EXP lane, just like what Renmar said. But at the same time, if they are to get the hero that is expected to win, then they have to make sure that all factors are going to be covered, including range, including the longevity in terms of team fight, in terms of the skills that they can use every second of every skirmish.
I agree. I think mid prio is going to be very important. I think they might have overlooked the Kimi.
Yeah.
So to shift things a little bit, I think in game number 2, TQ heavily focused on denying Panda's heroes, right? The Irithel pickup, the Granger ban, forcing the carry, and it turns out it didn't work.
You can't focus on one thing too much, because at the same time you're going to be giving up something as well.
Yeah.
So that that might be one of the reasons why Terra Queens, by the end of that draft, actually just ended up with a lineup that they're very uncomfortable to deal with. I'm going to toss up a hot pick question for both of you.
Oh.
There's one pick in MWI that has so far been successful for some teams and have shown to provide surprise, considering that a lot of teams in MWI rely on slow front-to-back team fights. Which one of these 2 teams is gonna bring out my Panda? Where's Akai?
I think it's gonna be GG. I think GG, because they have a strong frontliner most of the time, but at the same time, they always add another layer of crowd control.
I agree.
They
And
also use a lot.
Yeah, the reason behind this is because usually when we see the Akai, it's usually paired in with the triple marksman strategy. So, or double marksman strategy with the Kimi. And so far, we haven't seen Lunalin pick up the Kimi, but GG has. So we might be seeing that potential.
And it isn't just me just being an absolute Akai stan. Really, the teams that have picked up Akai in MWI have ended up with a pick that is so surprising that it ruined the team fighting abilities of the opposing team. Again, because of what heavy spin brings to the table with so many displacements that you have to deal with and so many blocks and dashes that it stops.
But are we talking about Akai jungle? Because I think that would be a waste for Nicolette.
I'm talking about Akai anything.
Okay.
Akai Roam, Akai EXP,
Any lane.
Akai Gold, Akai Coach. No, I'm kidding. Mostly on the EXP lane, I think, is where we might see it pop up. If ever it does pop up.
Not unless they have another strategy in mind, right? So, yep, we see Uranus and even YSS being banned by GG, the usual. I think they are to open the backsha. I think they're willing to give up the backsha because they changed the sequence.
Yes. But also, TQ are shutting down Ashley.
Yep.
Right? Arlut ban, Kalea ban, Gatot ban, forcing her on either the Minotaur or maybe the Hylos, who we have seen work, but it's not as easy to execute.
Yeah. We might end up in a scenario here where Terror Queens, if they don't end up with a traditional gold lane marksman now, they might end up with a Harith, meaning we're going to see the Harith Minotaur relationship again, something that Gaming Gladiators were able to excel with, but knowing Terror Queens, they might not go for that.
I'm not sure if GG now will prioritize Kimmy and Baksha.
Yeah.
I think it's a given that Terror Queens is literally just giving them those heroes, and there's a high chance that you get the Balearic on Terror Queen's side. So I think it's gonna be Badang and Hayabusa still prioritizing that hero for Nicolette, sticking on the Assassin. Now for Terror Queens, they can now get the Granger just for the sake of counter pick and somehow limit a hero pool for Panda.
So dangerous though. I mean, yeah, it's a good setup for, the gold lane, but against the Hayabusa and the Badang, it might be a little risky. Maybe they go for something a little bit safer.
Yep. I wonder what that pick might just be. With Joy already shown up, they do have the Badang. They still have room if they want to go for either the Irithel or the Granger for the marksman, for the gold lane of Gaming Gladiators. Considering that Badang in itself is already enough of a stopper against the Joy. Ideally, you'd have to have one more, whether through the mid or whether through the EXP pick. I'm still thinking this Badang is most likely going roam.
So they still have other options. So I think, by the way, for Terror Queens, this is a nice pick. Both Joy and CC, since Farsa is still open, it literally shouts no Farsa for you. I think it's not a good idea for you to pick. That's why they will prioritize on Zetian.
Yeah.
So for GG, they can still pull off that Zetian at very hard that tank, or probably sustain that has crowd control on the side lane if ever they go for Badang as their roam in this hero composition.
Because we're looking at two heroes coming in from TQ that are so weak to CC, right? That's why we see the Zetian and the Badang come through. It should be okay. One of the crazy things that I was thinking in my head for TQ is Chikoshi comfortable on a Ruby in the gold lane?
Ooh.
I mean, with the CC pickup, the Joy pickup, that's already some damage. I think coming into the second phase, we would expect TQ to look for yet another winning lane for the CC. But the Hylos gets eliminated here.
If they go Ruby gold lane, that means Terror Queens will have to play Kimmy in the mid lane. Because they're still going to need sources of basic attack damage, and that's sort of going to be like your actual carry in the game. You have two main carries, but both of them are going to be dealing magic. I will keep that possibility up in the air. That might be something that we'll see, considering that they have strong sources of physical through the Hilda Ruby CC that way. Great crowd control. Might just be crazy enough to work, and that's an option for Terror Queen. So they even shut down that possibility. They ban out the Kimmy instead.
Yeah, a very nice ban for GG because you've already discussed that possibility. So I think because of that, for Terror Queens, they will just shift again into those usual burst damages. I won't be surprised if we might see a Farsa Faramis for this match, just for them to just dive in against the GG and somehow negate that shadow kill from the Hayabusa. But for another ban, I won't be surprised if they get or they ban out another Ashley hero, because they're literally focusing on that.
Could be Minotaur.
Yeah.
But they're heavily considering this because remember the gold lane is wide open. There you go. So they go for the Granger ban. Instead, the Zask ban is intelligent by GG because they know that TQ has utilized it as a counter towards an assassin in the jungle in the game that they played against Onyx. So now GG have the pick of the cherry. With Granger taken out...
Seems like we're trapped with either Irithel,
Moskov.
Moskov, yes. We haven't seen a lot of Moskovs here in MWI though, yeah.
Yeah, I think the number just decreased starting day 2. What if there is a chance for 1-1 Carmilla?
They can't go 1-1 here.
Oh, how come?
Because there's still an option to pick up the Irithel on the other side. Because then they'll lose 2 winning. They'll lose 2 side lanes.
Okay.
I've been waiting for
wait,
so
who are you saying 1-1-4?
Terra Queens.
Oh, okay.
One more than Carmilla, just because they're really more on the dive. I think possible for them. But Kari is a nice pick here for Gaming Gladiators. Okay.
Now there's possible for 1-1, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Since they...
Oh, that's good. If they go 1-1 Carmilla, it solves their quite spread out damage distribution. It empowers Joy. Whoa, they go Selena.
And
Mid
Irithel.
lane and the Irithel.
A lot of vision actually. And map control early game for Terra Queens. Might be a little hard for the Setyan to actually control the mid. For Gaming Gladiators,
I think the Badang's going roam already.
I'm not sure if they want to go Khalid on this game. Minotaur?
They need a winning lane.
But it's hard to have Minotaur with Selena.
I think that's what they're talking about right now. They need an EXP laner with a little bit more damage.
Welcome to the land
They don't
of
need a lot of the crowd control. Oh my goodness, no
Wow,
way.
there it is.
We answered GG earlier, also for who has the potential to use the Akai.
I told y'all, the Panda, just put him anywhere. There's a lot of dashes. They want to go close range. The Akai would be good. Oh wait, I forgot. I have to do my job here. All right, so game number 3 now. Terra Queens between Gaming Gladiators. Winner of this game will be at match point. Mirko Athena. Do you guys like the Akai? I love it.
And now, we do like the Akai being picked off here, but we do value your feedback, guys, who's watching right now. You can just scan the QR code, show us your feedback onto the survey. But heading over as the Land of Dawn heats up, as both teams are locked up at the 1-1. Some adjustments onto the draft still. It's me, Athena, together with me is Mirko. It's a battle for game third game here for semifinals.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A battle for match point. It's 1-1 right now in a best of 5. And yeah, we gotta answer Renmar's question. Akai pick. Do I like it? I mean, I like it because they needed peel. They needed another beefy boy up front to tank up the damage. Because Terra Queen, their composition is full on chaos.
They do,
It fits their
right?
name, Terror Queens. They're striking terror to the hearts of Gaming Gladiators right now. Because the front to back that you would want with a carry and a Zetian is completely ruined by what Terra Queens have drafted. They needed this Akai.
You just need to throw Panda here. And for Gaming Gladiators also, as Eterna mentioned, you just need to have a winning lane also. And the way to win a lane is also disrupt what Terra Queens have forced upon onto the draft. Looking forward here onto the matchup later on. Looking at the emblem bids as well here for both our gold laners, more on the quantum charge here. And aside from that, the Selena being picked up here for Luna Lee. Right? They want to go for the early. They want to go for the snowball. The Gaming Gladiators, let's see if they would let Terra Queens tear the hell out of them.
A lot of bargain hunters here for the carry, for Sayori as well. So they're looking to go for also snowballing. I mean, if they are able to contest neutral objective 1 with Akai level 4, should be good for them. Again, remember, even though the Akai is not jungle, this should still play out the same way. Akai should still be able to zone Joy away from the neutral objective to give Nicolette a free entry point to just roll for the retry, actually.
Yeah. For game 1, actually, Terra Queens have shown such ruthless aggression. Looking forward on how will they maintain their ice-cold composure under pressure. knowing that they could have won game number 2, but that isn't just the scenario here. But Ku being attacked here by Story and Arya. Very nice attack onto what Terror Queens is trying to do. First turtle upper grabs here. You have the vision, you have the slows here for Game Gladiators, and Nicolette could just focus on trying to burst down the turtle as fast as possible.
So far, so good. Ashley level 4 as well, so big advantage.
Yeah.
Rui in the bush now. That's going to be the global ult coming down as well. Nicolette on the red tree will be able to win it as the fist crack lands to CC Rui. Heavy spin, locking her down. Panda with a solo kill up top. Nicolette falling, but so does Rui. As now Ashley tries to go for the pin, gets it, but Ku is just too fast. Arya shredded down, flickers back to safety, and gets away as Ashley gets a punch knockout, getting the knockout on Ku.
The Panda gets away here. Gaming Gladiators, a very good start here. Alone unlimited dash. Just transforming, just try and get away. Panda on the other hand, that is somewhat of a huge space. An advantage of Gaming Gladiators plus a very good fast-paced rotation if they want to try and take away the early game from Terror Queens.
Would love to see what happened up top, Athena. That solo kill came out of nowhere. We were tunnel vision on the turtle, and then all of a sudden, Panda, not Akai, the goal lane Panda, Ashley with the fist crack and a pin down. Now Panda straight up walking and melting Rui's HP bar. That truly was a magic trick as Panda continues to push on top.
You're right about that. We were too focused, and that's why Renmer mentioned if you're too tunnel vision here, you might miss some of the action, right? You have to think of the bigger picture. And the bigger picture here right now for Gaming Gladiators is to try and win the side lanes. Ku being cornered out. Arrow shown.
Great abyssal arrow landing.
Oh.
Gives Panda now, or gives Sakoshi now some more room. Great peel from Ashley again.
Oh, better Lang Rina on the other hand, just trying to somewhat irritate members here of GG. But I would like to highlight that that was a very fast action here for Terror Queens and a very nice lockdown on Panda. And as you mentioned earlier, you just need to somewhat maintain your composure, just try and go for a shakable combination. Kill onto Ashley. Arrow will miss out. But still for Terror Queens, they have this huge advantage of just trying to go out of nowhere with the arrows and just try and capitalize on what they can do to stop Arya and even Nicolette to try and contest this turtle.
So arrow gets thrown out, so Yori getting space back as Rui's right there. Nicolette able to get the quad shadow in, but Lunalin respects it with an instant flicker out. Now it's a battle again for the neutral objective, but Nicolette is not concerned. Stays in the mid lane, Rui gets it for free. Curtain call comes down for Hlang. And Nicolette tries to go for a trade up top. Sakoshi with a heavy crossbow back again. Nicolette taking a bunch of damage from Ku.
This is much more proactive round for our ladies for the game number 2, right? We're seeing some more of the attempt here to go for the ganks to try and somehow get a pick off. Maybe it's also because of the Selena, which is kind of what you want, and the Hayabusa onto the early phase of the game. Get those numbers in. Who won't be a number on the kills here for Nicolette, while Sakoshi will be able to go for a solo turret takedown onto the top lane. Terror Queens is just dividing, conquering what they can, managing their time as well.
Yeah, I don't know why GG didn't go for the turtle, knowing they have an Akai. I thought they would want to contest neutral objectives and maybe just sacrifice the Akai. It's definitely a safer approach, but at this point, they sent Panda down below, but the other Panda, Akai, hasn't been sent up top.
Yeah.
Acting as a second roamer, and that has given so much more space for Sakoshi to capitalize. A missile arrow landing. Don't purify. Panda able to flicker out, but the curtain call lands, and my lord! That's hit down into the damage. Explosive from Panda.
That's the plan for them. Like, go out and do the unexpected, right? They expect us to go with Arya, with Panda. But Sakoshi going down there, Nicolette just getting the kill, and GG just manipulating the game. Like, what do you expect us to do? We'll do the opposite, right? And right now, they're winning most of the classes that they want. They're going for the pickups, and it's actually working to their favor.
Gaming Gladiators are really just capitalizing on the mistakes. It does seem like, yeah, Terror Queens, they look to be on the... Oh, Ashley! Sayori jumps in, a pin down from nowhere. Yes, she dies, but she's got the value out of it. It's a kill on Rui, but look at the flank coming down from Ku on the Hilda. Panda doing a lot of damage, so melting her down. It gets caught with the Abyssal Arrow, but Sayori's right there. Panda cutting away. Now the shadow kill from Nicolette together with Sayori. It's enough to win them the trade. 4 for 3 in the end.
A big advantage here for Gaming Gladiators. There's going to be Lunalyn left here. So she can do much here against Sayori and Nicolette. Let's talk about that sacrifice play. That's very good play here. But just imagine Ashley going for the pull plus Arya's heavy spin prevents anyone from Turkey to just actually go for the counter engage. Yes, you do have the idea here for Ku trying to negate some of what Arya did to them, but still you cannot deny that you wouldn't want to keep your eyes off of Nicolette with her Hayabusa.
You can see the reaction there from Panda. Now, whoa, some action up top. Gaming Gladiators. I thought after game 1, losing game 1, they would slump quite bad in game 2. Maybe in game 3, they won't be as dominant as they are right now.
Yeah.
Just because, again, we've only really seen Panda do extremely well on the Granger. Nicolette, 1v3, goes in for the shadow kill. Oh, crazy damage on Hlang and Lunalyn, forcing to revitalize out from the Hilda.
And that's what you want, just to try and punish them as much as you can, even if it means activating your ultimate, as long as you try and delay things up for them, disrupt their process, disrupt their rotation. For Gaming Gladiators, that's the plan here. Just distract them, just be the decoy. Ultimate activated here for Sayori. Arya with a heavy spin, Langrina!
Panda gets the kill. Amazing pickoff again. Cool. Not too sure if you want to actually flank this composition. The carry melts you down. They have enough peel. The Abyssal Arrow dodged away from. The Gladiators will continue on, poking Sakoshi down. Now up top they go to a wave that looked to be good for Terra Queens, but for Gaming Gladiators, it's good for them rotating up top and just gonna go and set up for the neutral objective.
It is. Somehow it's an unshakable coordination between Arya and Ashley with this Badang. And with the proper layer, Panda would have a hard time, or will have a fun time.
I gotta give props to Arya.
Yeah.
The only big concern I had this game was how would Arya perform on the Akai, right? Just knowing her playstyle from the last 2 games. She's always been kind of like an individual player. Oh, miscoordination a bit there. Ashley with a fist crack, Panda no ult. A big window of opportunity for the Terra Queens. But so far, Arya has been playing an amazing game, just enabling the team instead of playing solo like she does on other heroes.
She does have to adjust to Ashley's gameplay as well, as you mentioned. They go hand in hand. It's a proper combination if you have the Akai, the Badang, and this game for GG. And you have to level up somehow. The adjustment is working here for Gaming Gladiators, but we could definitely see some glimpse of what Arya is trying to do with her solo skills or solo mechanical skills. You have this sudden urge to just try and jump with heavy spin, but you also have to think carefully because you want to go and get the best of it. Langrina down. Might be a free lord here for GG. With that pick off, big advantage yet again here.
Absolutely phenomenal from Gaming Gladiators. They're just playing with the fundamentals of MLBB. Push down below, make it a slow push, go up top, control it, and go for a pickoff once you see the Irithel in the bottom lane, clearing it out. GG are playing with the fundamentals, and Terra Queens are left confused. They're so used to seeing GG play that team fighting style of game number 1, and now they don't know what to do, right? They were prepared for the Lancelot, for the Granger, and now that GG are playing for Panda and Sayori, it gets confusing for Terra Queens. This is not according to their game plan. But so arrow lands, but there's no one to follow it up. Nicolette jumps into the bot shadow, zones them away from a possible all-in.
About them being confused, like, is it a different version? Is this different ladies that they're talking about you're playing against? Like, Gaming Gladiators just tried and somehow use another page onto their book to try and prevent Turkish from reading them. There's no spoiler alert, but Nicolette onto Rui one-on-one!
Shadow kill, Shuriken doesn't get the kill into the bottom lane. Panda is able to get the kill on Sakoshi, now goes straight for the base. Gaming Gladiators at match point in semifinals. A game away, a step away from a grand final spot.
Our Queen Slayers gaining getting another point. They only need one more win to secure that spot. And things are quite looking up here. All those adjustments, all those thoughts and smiles here onto our camera is really, really radiating here. A very positive environment here for GG. What a nice win for game number 3.
The Terra Queens back to the drawing board.
And so far, I do hope that our panel are ready to break that game number 3.
You heard that right, and you can't deny it. Gaming Gladiators are one game win away from making it to the grand finals of MWI, and they did so in dominating fashion. I'm not shocked. There wasn't a Kai, so I'm not shocked.
Yeah, actually, Arya played really well. There were lots of heavy spins that was used just to push back the players whenever they're taking some of the objectives, sometimes to pin down heroes or players from Terror Queens, as to why they actually had control in majority of the team fights and gave up a lot of space for Nicolette to fight. This is the perfect heavy spin against a hero that has vengeance. So there's a free hit for Panda, and it just has been continuously effective and efficient for GG.
I agree. I think the layering of skills was also what really brought the Akai heavy spin to life, because we're seeing time and time again that Ashley is able to find opportunities with the fist crack. This was one of the moments that she did not, but it was enough to kind of zone the rest of the members away because they wanted to go for the disengage. But for the majority of the team fights, when they were able to get good trades in, that was what happened. Ashley plus Arya chemistry down.
The walls getting set up by the Badang, the heavy spin coming in, and it didn't always need to be them setting up for one another. Sometimes it would be Panda deciding, all right, who's setting up for me now? Will it be the Badang? Will it be the Akai? There were a lot of options for the gold laner of Gaming.
I agree. And there were a lot of moments where at the latter portion of the game, Ashley is just right in front of Sayori. So every time there is an arrow from Lunalyn that will hit some of the players of Gaming Gladiators, she's just ready to go for the counter initiation or somehow protect her teammate. And I gotta say, for the players of Gaming Gladiators, they're just living up to that role that they have and just doing what they need to do. If the EXP lane is to set up the play, then they know when. Same goes with Hayabusa. There was a mirror split push for Terror Queens, but Nicolette is just rotating rapidly against TQ.
They played the map really well. They played the rotations really well. The macro was impeccable too, with the slow pushes that were happening when they went in for neutral objective takes. And I think what really stood out for me was what happened in the early game, right? Carrie and Iritel in the gold lane. There's an argument to be made for both, considering that obviously Panda would need a little bit more time to get to the power spike and Chikoshi should get it faster, but there's a layer of mobility that the Iritel has, and surprisingly enough, 3 minutes in, solo kill by the carry onto the Iritel. So that already made things very difficult for TQ to get to that point where they can turn things around.
Yeah, and also one of the priority items for Arya was the blade armor, so it was a lot more hard for Sikoshi to actually deal damage, even though she is one of those top damage dealers for Terror Queens. But if you look at the damage dealt for Sayori and even Panda, it goes to show that it's very efficient against the TQ, because the damage that you can sustain over time isn't really that enough for TQ, because their hero composition is meant to just really dive against the players of TQ.
Yeah.
I mean, against GG.
GG. And that looked kind of crazy. I don't know if the stats that we showed were completely accurate, but it looks like Rui was completely shut down in that game, that she didn't even scratch 10,000 damage dealt. I don't think she even scratched 8,000. It looked like it was like around 5 to 7 or maybe even 2,000.
I mean, even if it was correct, it does make sense, right? Because every time she wants to go in for neutral objective fights or skirmishes, as long as the Panda is there and as long as there is the Badang as well, it's very difficult for her to output that damage. We saw that she was shut down a few times. But yeah, I didn't expect that little damage coming out from Rui.
Yeah, and when you have a Joy on the board, and then especially if you have it paired with something like a Selena, you're expecting the Joy to carry a good amount of that damage load. Equally, actually, with the Selena, you shut down one and that's it. And it seems like that's what Gaming Gladiators has leaned in on for games 2 and 3. As long as they have a strong pick that stops the team fighting tempo of Terror Queens just looks incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah, I would agree because the lineup of Terror Queens is, again, just like what I've mentioned, is more on the dive. So I think for Terror Queens, it is something that they could change come game number 3. Game number 3. 4, yeah. Game number 4. So, yep, I think for Terror Queens now, they might want to change some of the heroes probably for Rui that could actually go and have some trades because it is being answered now by Gaming Gladiators. And I gotta say, for Gaming Gladiators, very solid in terms of laning. One, specifically for Panda, even though she is sometimes at a discrepancy, or there is a discrepancy in terms of gold, she knows that there is a potential chance for her to lessen the gap as long as she stays on the lane, but at the same time she knows when to join the team fight. So it's just Arya and Ashley giving up enough space and vision, probably support to other lanes, as to why it's very effective for both Nicolette and even a Panda to just roam around.
Yeah. All right. So earlier there was something you touched on, especially with the relationship in the gold lane, with what Panda was able to do against Sikoshi there. So they are actually going to be our head-to-head. So you can take the floor for this one, Eterna.
Yeah, we touched on it a little bit earlier on, and I was really surprised at the fact that we're seeing a lot more progress from Panda on a hero that we haven't really seen her play on just yet. So TQ came into this going like, all right, Panda, you're really good at the Granger. Let's take that away from you. But it turns out when you take one head, another grows in its place.
A Hydra.
Exactly.
Mythological creature.
Exactly. And she's playing like she is. Looking at the stats, you can see she's winning in almost everything. I think Chantel put it really well. Despite the discrepancy in gold, she still played it really safe until she got to that power spike that came quite quickly. I think it was before minute 10 even when she got that trio for the carry. Because of the space that was given from the rest of the members of the team. Imagine you're caught in a situation where there's so much skill shots that you need to kind of run away from. With Lunalyn, 100% win rate, by the way, on the Selena. Now not 100% win rate. She was still able to weave in and out of these team fights. Shows mastery on the carry too.
I'm gonna have to echo that statement. It seems like from day one compared to now, we've just seen the steady growth of Panda. For Gaming Gladiators, they're a type of team that, of course, the middle of the map draws so much views, so much eyes, but then it sort of ends up overlooking the side lanes. But then eventually Arya as well as Panda have just progressed to the point where it's sort of like you can't ignore them anymore. You really have to look at them as much as you look at Ashley, Nicolette, and Sayori.
Now, one moment they are on a defensive stance, and then the moment you blink, already on the offensive stances. And I kind of feel like here for Gaming Gladiators, every time that they change their pos 5 or their tank hero and even their EXP lane, the dynamics of the whole play or how they roam around the map is different. So, but for the rest of the players, Sayori, Nicolette, and even Panda, they stick to the principles of the role. So there's a change in the rotation, yes, but at the same time, it is very unpredictable for Terror Queens on how to somehow answer that aggression. And for Terror Queens, they haven't really brought up much of a surprise coming into this series. So it's just unpredictable versus predictable.
Yeah. That's 3 games now where we've seen Joy picked up for Terror Queens, right? Like, that's actually the surprise to me, that they've leaned in so hard on Joy for 3 games in a row. Gaming Gladiators have shown that, okay, if their rotation in the center of the map gets busted, that's where they have difficulty. Terror Queens, when their team fighting gets interrupted, that's where they have difficulty.
I agree. That's why game number 2, game number 3, the way that GG played the team fights, the way that they were able to layer the skills and ruin the formation of TQ was just on point. It was brilliant. we usually see the changes in tempo because of set team fights. So coming into this game, TQ really need to think about this because one, they've already tried shutting down the gold lane, didn't work. They already tried to hint at taking Ashley down in the draft as well, also didn't work. So do they want to lean in on their power picks a little bit more? I agree that you mentioned the Joy pick 3 times in a row. And considering Rui, one of her signature heroes coming into this tournament has been the Lancelot. So do they now want to fight fire with fire?
That's a really good question. Let's see how Terror Queens will answer, because they will need to answer, and it needs to begin in the draft. If the Queens of Myanmar wants to force game number 5, they need to start it off with the picks. 2 games in a row now, they've had to deal with heroes that mess up their team fighting flow, because Terror Queens have focused a little bit too much in disrupting the overall macro that they've overlooked their strengths in the micro.
Yeah, even actually, the Ling hasn't been considered yet by Terror Queens, but they're one of those teams that actually uses it and they play with it very well. So, in terms of the drafting, I think that is the most crucial part because that's the strength also of gaming gladiators. They have this tendency to force the other team to somehow overthink the draft. Imagine from yesterday, they forced Navi PH to use the Guinevere, even had the Angela. So for Terror Queens, it's just them battling fire with fire. I guess because Hayabusa hasn't picked that much from the team. Even we've mentioned about the Ling, even the Lancelot. And they're sticking too much, I think, with the idea of having the Hilda as their priority pick. This is the second time that they actually did this on the series, and for Terror Queens, they just need to cover all lanes and somehow have this hero that has better displacement around, or has better mobility around the map, so that they get a whole grasp of whatever is happening.
All right, here comes the draft. Uranus and the Eastern Shin getting taken away, going for the standard top meta pick bans for gaming gladiators, while Terror Queens already looking to go on the offensive in terms of the banning, but are taking away 2 of the best heroes in Ashley's pocket. But then they showed it's not just about the Minotaur, but Dang also is something that you have to really consider. I think though, we might not see any more finalists for the series.
Yeah, I would agree. Because with the Hylas, I think more on the single, it's just more on the single targeting as much as possible. You want to prioritize on the AOE, like explosive, since they are heavy on team fights. But it's going to be Badang now for gaming gladiators. It's just literally shouting, okay, we have the Badang. You didn't have a good time earlier when you picked the Joy. So I think for Terror Queens, it's about time to take the Hayabusa if they want to, or take the Granger. Hayabusa ends it, yan.
Okay, much better pick this time around.
So they eliminate it, right? They take it away from Nicolette, going to go for a little bit more aggression, a little change coming through. And surprisingly enough, not a lot of Baxias, It was banned out in game number 1, but coming to game number 4, we haven't seen it picked up just yet. So are we expecting an assassin battle in the jungle, and an assassin battle we will get? Lancelot now picked in for Nicolette here, alongside the power pick that we can consider now for, Panda.
It feels like this is gaming gladiators telling the world, like, okay, no need to doubt the carry of Panda anymore. We're gonna confidently pick it in the very first phase of the draft alongside our other carry in the game. So that's 2 carries already shown. Terror Queens will have to consider that they might have to go up against either... No, wait. With the Hayabusa on the other side, they have to consider that they're gonna be going up against either 2 picks. A Lilia in the mid or a Kimi yet again.
Kimi's actually nice, but this is a fast or early Lapo pick for Terror Queens. Although it's not on the flex, it's gonna be EXP lane. I was thinking about the Jawhead for Terror Queens actually, just for the sake of having the Hayabusa carry potential, or probably winning the lane with a decent marksman. Could be a Moskov. And Granger actually. Jawhead Granger would be nice for Terror Queens, but for gaming gladiators, Baksha ban is pretty fair.
Yeah, they can still go Baksha Rome. There's enough room in that there. However, I think wouldn't the Baksha Rome be sort of susceptible to the Badang Rome, Eterna?
It is very difficult for him to get the picks, right? Because even if they go for an engage, there's always a counter engage potential with the Badang, and that's what GG are really good at, right? Counter engage. Ashley, Arya, the layering of skills that we saw from the previous game makes it so. GG now in the second phase still decide to go for the Granger ban. Do they want to go? What do they want to go for the gold lane here? Is it a Moskov? That is a potential for TQ. I mean, it is the safest against a Lancelot.
Again, still the rarest pick and one of the rare gold lane picks for MWI, but I'm going to have to echo your sentiments here. Hopefully the Moskov is in consideration for Terra Queens, because I don't think a fourth game in a row on an Irithel for Sikoshi is gonna do them any favors, because at this point Gaming Gladiators have shown, okay, we're ready to deal with it. Even if they decide to go for something like a, I don't know, Rome Angela, so just so that they can empower the Irithel, that's already way too greedy. You need more control at the center of the map. CC gets taken away, so this might be a signal that they're going to be going for a slower front line in the Rome, despite the Jawhead possibility that you brought up.
Yep, I think for Terry Queens now, they're just focusing to have more on slowly but surely type of setup. But for Gaming Gladiators, Bruno could be an option for the ban. Probably, it's gonna be Moskov. So
yeah, it is a Moskov.
More on the safer route for Gaming Gladiators, since the Moskov could be a headache for them just in case it goes for that split push, and you don't want a hero that will surprise you with a Spear of Destruction.
Yeah. I think they have to go Harith here, right? They need more magic damage. That's already way too much physical on the side of Terror Queens. Or maybe they might even consider going Kimi Gold lane.
Kimi Gold lane, I would agree with that. Kimi Gold lane, because of the range also against a carry, and if the Badang will rotate on that area, and then it's gonna be hard for them. Now that you have the Carmilla, they can go 1-1 actually. Carmilla 1-1 or any gold lane would be nice to be paired with a Carmilla.
No, I agree. I think the 1-1 is a potential here. Technically, she should be able to dodge a lot of these abilities as well. Level 1, level 2, the 1-1 is also very kind of gross in the lane, right? Being a lane bully. But let's take a look before that potential at GG. They're now looking for a mid laner and potentially an EXP laner, right? The Badang should be for Ashley. Do they want to fight fire with fire? I think Farsa is a little bit too difficult. They go, Paramis and Akai into the Carmilla?
Yeah, they really want to go all in here. Then again, if you drop down the Curse of Blood by the Carmilla, the Akai, as you called it, the 1-1 combo, the Akai can push him out, and then they want the Faramis for safety because they're going to be very aggressive in this game. That's a signal for GG.
Yeah, I think Coach Rexvin and Coach Mindad actually knew that 1-1 is going to be the last pick for Terra Queens, hence the Faramis.
All right, will this be the series-winning grand final securing draft for Gaming Gladiators, or will the Queens of Myanmar force us into game number 5? Athena and Mirko, let's go!
And here we go. It's a do or die time in MWI 2025 semifinals. The score stands at 2-1 in favor of Gaming Gladiators. And we do value your feedback, guys. Share your experience with the Esports World Cup by filling out this survey and scan the QR code onto the lower left of your screens. And now, we are now in the brink of what could be the final game for this epic best of 5 series, Mirko.
Yeah, and I gotta again emphasize what Chantel said. Yes, you don't want to pick Faramis against Carmilla, but I think what Coach Midnight and Coach Rexvin knew the 1-1 was coming. The Faramis is a great way to nullify the 1-1. So we'll see how they execute it, because at this point, it really comes down to how you use the Netherrealm. If you use it early, that Carmilla is just going to have an amazing time. But if you use it at the right time, up against the 1-1, then GG could very well be our first grand final. Is almost a soul kill up top. Sikoshi with the Inspire. Sayori rotating down below with a Stampede, who gets to revitalize down and actually win out in that train.
We could definitely feel the anger coming out from Sikoshi with this one. She already played the Irithel 3 times in a row, and for the final game, this is what our panel was talking about. They need a change of scenery. They need a change of facing here for Terror Queens. Rui on to Nicolette.
First blood, well played to Rui. Utilizing the quad shadow efficiently, pops it in, doesn't use it to the end here. Almost a kill. Sayori walks back outside of it. Ashley gets a punch, knocks Ku out.
Okay, there's going to be somewhat of an equalizer here for GG. But let's go back to the topic here. But before we go back, going on to Panda, who is just on fire with this Hayabusa.
2 kills at the start of the game for the Hayabusa is not what you want to see for Game and
Definitely
Gladiators.
not.
But for Terra Queens, this is amazing. Probably the best start they can hope for here.
It is, actually. It's a great head start, especially here for Sikoshi, eyeing out onto building up earlier items here, basing on the emblem builds. But they don't want us to analyze the game. They want to go for continuous attempts here onto the mid lane. And we do understand Arya. Flicker forced out.
Different matchup entirely this time around in the XP lane. Arya can't just go and CC lock Lang with the Lapu Lapu. You've got a lot of tools, man. Anti-CC built in. Ashley's thrown down below.
Yes.
Arya knows there's no Bravest Fighter, so they're still going to try to contest for the neutral objective 1.
Yeah, for Terra Queens, even if they have the 1-1, as you mentioned, it's all about the timing here. The layer for GG to totally somehow disrupt the process here. But Ashley being targeted by Cool. There's going to be the Fury of Phoenix activated. Turtles all for grabs. Rui might reset that.
That was a way too early Curse of Blood. Arya now looks for the heavy spin. Gets Lang. But that's about it. Now use the second part of the Bravest Spider. Actually looked for it. Panda now in rotation earlier.
Okay, Sayori.
Oh, Shadow Step with the flicker. Sayori sets up for the blast of Game and Gladiators now.
Gosh.
That's a free turtle to GG.
It's just like a slingshot. They pulled over 2 members down in instant plus a turtle. Big opportunity here for Gaming Gladiators. With that said, they easily eliminated the gap earlier established by Terra Queens even onto the top lane. Although Sikoshi being cornered out, can she do it? Innocent Flower activated Breast Wolf Tongue!
There you go. That's another realm to beat out the Wanwan. You see it here in the game. For GG, yeah, 700 gold lead. Despite giving away a big chunk of the turret shield over to Sikoshi, I think it's fine. It's a good trade. And so far, Panda has been winning out of the gold lead. Not through laning, but through being more active around the map in all, 3 games we've seen so far.
It's all about how you somehow get what you need in other factors, right? You don't have to be solely focused on the gold lane. You could just try and join them. And look at that cute reaction here for Sayori. I would be like that too if I managed to try and pull 2 members here. Very crucial play right there. A carry, literally, here for Gaming Gladiators mid laner. But going back to topic here, as you mentioned, Panda wasn't winning onto early, onto 1v1, right? Onto Sikoshi. But it was very crucial of her to be present. Like, to be at the top of them playing out their strengths, which is to properly layer their certain crowd controls or slow effects here. And the timing where Cool wasn't there yet. Like, Crimson Blood was a bit too early on. So Terra Queens, on the other hand, needs to just relax, chill down, just try and wait for the perfect moment. But Ashley just keeps on interrupting her also. So Cool is having a really hard time right now.
Oh, Nicolette actually goes in for the Phantom Execution. I think she's trying to bait out the passive from Luna Lin there. Could have been massive had she gotten it.
Yeah.
Turtle 2 spawning in the game. 5th minute in, Rui. Great position to try to look for an assassination or possibly baiting out the Netherrealm. Sayori stunned up. That's a quad shadow landing. Sayori, just focus out of safety. Arya in the back zoning them away. Sayori has kept the Netherrealm up.
And that is huge here for Terra Queens, activating the ultimate here for Langrina. GG knows there are certain setups here that could not lock them down, but instead they could go and try to punish Cool or whoever is onto the front lines, getting ready for the battle.
Curse of Blood goose up, but it's only on 3 members there. Oh, great, another round to save them in the back, and Nicolette finds an assassination. Sikoshi in the midst of it all now. Good Bravest Spider, Panda 1. Quickers in forward, now looks forward, now it's gonna be Rui who wins it out, but Ashley gets a massive pin as Nicolette finds a double.
Huge kills here given onto Nicolette. Plus, that was a very nice setup play there by Ashley. And that's how you properly layer what you have. No need to improvise. Just stick to the plan. Let Arya do her job. The show of Sakoshi, even if they have or take down 2 or 1 member, because of the passive from Sayori, she could be just needed, or she could just go back onto the clashes if needed. And Nicolette just trying to annihilate each and every one onto her pathway. TQ needs to rethink of their strategy right now.
And again, Athena, it's the battle of execution. Cool has been way too early on the Curse of Bloods. 2 out of 2 times now. I think she needs to save it. She needs to save it for when the NetherRealm comes out.
Sometimes it's the element of a surprise, right? You just need to be somewhat ready for it. But at the same time, Arya Heavy Spin activated on the back. Ashley!
Just crack on 2. Now the capitalization, but it's giving the stun up. Good NetherRealm to prevent a big damage. Buff over to Lang Panda kiting away. Ashley with a peel. Nicolette in the back with a crossbow tank will land. Nicolette trying to survive, gets shut down by Ku as Lang stays alive. TQ running them down. Sayori falling as well. Rui coming in to look for one last kill, but Ashley is a bit too tanky.
And that's it for TQ. We're just mentioning that they have to keep a cool head, let Ku somehow find her rhythm, right? And they actually got the tempo right for the crown. Looking at our instant replay, that was a really nice setup. But remember, with just one pure Phoenix, it eliminates all the risk for the continuous damage here for GG.
I hope they've learned from that, TQ, because that was the prime example of what I was saying.
Yeah.
Wait for the NetherRealm, then use the Curse of Blood. That's how you beat out the NetherRealm. That's how you utilize the counter using the Curse of Blood. You can't just use it initially for the fight. You gotta give Lang, you gotta give Luna Lin more trust to just be the ones to poke, be the ones to engage the fights, and you're gonna be you're gonna have to be more reactive as a Carmilla.
You just have to give it some time, right? Like, it doesn't have to be cool constantly on the front, just dishing out the ultimate. As much as we want to see some of those, like, they will be the one initiating the round, but that isn't how their draft works, right? That isn't how their lineup works. They just need to trust the process over Langrina. And even if they see Sayori or the threat of Arya here, they could just wait it out. They have that kind of advantage, right? And for most of the players here for Gaming Gladiators, they have to be in close proximity. And that's the beauty with the Fury Phoenix. With just one click, everyone in the vicinity will be like stopping on their tracks. And now the Lord being started by Nicolette. Stun here is Arya. Going to be on jump here for Langrina.
Again, the Curse of Blood was used early. Nicolette able to survive. Ashley with a 2-man pin down. Rui looking for the shadow kill. Able to find it as Ashley gets taken out as Arya tries her best to go for the back. Sayori gets a kill onto Rui. Arya gets away. Sakoshi's looking for the chase as Sayori has to go for the Shadow Stampede backwards. TQ in the fight.
Arya
gets canceled in the bush. Lang knows she's there. And Arya is all alone in enemy line. She should be dead here. The bravest fighter to take her down. Lang on a killing spree, but Gaiman still got the Lord.
Huge trade here for Terra Queens. Even if that is the Lord, the Nicolette and friends got here. But remember, as we mentioned, just proper layering here for Ku and even Langrina is just what they need. They've got the right mix of aggressiveness plus the balance of crowd controls, right? They also managed to somehow take down Panda in the process. TQ, somehow, they already upped up their fighting chance here. But Ashley did a great job. Sakoshi trying to run away and could actually tore down Ashley in the process.
Yeah, Panda went to the shred. It's going to be 1-for-1, Roamer for Rome. They're desperately trying to get value out of this Lord. They have gotten the charge down below.
Okay, we see some action, a little bit of action. Remember, TQ now has the proper items in their arsenals to try onto the ganks here. Like, if ever they see Nicolette, we wouldn't hesitate to try and go with a Shadow Kill or even the Shurikens here. Looking at their in-game equipment as well, they're catching up, like, on a lot, right? Even onto the gold comparison here. Already built up the Berserker's Fury here for Sakoshi. That's why her Kunai's, whatever it is so it's so really strong right now. Touring up each and every members onto the front from the Gaming Gladiators. And so far, even onto the mid lane, not so much of a difference, but we could definitely see how they play out with the Zetian pick for Lunalin.
Sakoshi has also gone for the non-crossbow tank build, which is a crit build, ladies and gentlemen. Basically a way for her to deal damage without the crossbow tank. Just going for the basic attacks, constantly utilizing the mobility. And yeah, they have damage output of the basic attacks. Knowing, again, they're up against that Nether Realm that could counter the crossbow attack hard.
She just needs to somehow try to find the damage elsewhere, right? You just need to adjust onto your itemization as well. But for GG, they also need to adjust somehow onto where to fight onto TQ. There are certain aspects here onto the map that you wouldn't want to be really close onto corners, because that is where Langrina and also Lunalin shines out the best. But it's also somehow of a good position if you want to go for a very powerful pickup here for Ashley. But talking about pickups here, 9-12 onto the kill score. TQ just totally resetted what happened onto the previous games, and now for game number 4, we're seeing some action yet again.
This crack into the damage, bouncing Ku down. That's a big curse of blood, but Arya has done her job, zoning everyone away. Ooh. Great Netherrealm too. Skoshi with the Inspire. Looking for the play, Halang. A little flicker, but this with the stun. Panda is going to be able to hide away from this one, and she does. Shut down for Nicolette. Ashley again with the cancel. Panda staying away. Ashley going to be taken down, but the shadow kill. Sayori brings Rui back with the Stampede. Ends up being 2 for 2. Panda very low. TQ going to go straight for the Lord.
TQ has a very nice counter-engage attacks here. Meanwhile, for Gaming Gladiators, you have this kind of advantage to start off, be an aggressor. But Nicolette!
Threat from Panda, and that's Nicolette falling too. Buys the wind of nature, Sakoshi. A bit too late now, Rui. Wow, they're still staying.
They are. They aren't
Rui,
scared.
Quad Shadow, landing again, so you're going to be stun locked there. It's still a kill. Panda got the fadeaway. 2-man Curse of Blood. Sayori pops into another realm in time. And Ku has to run. Revitalize coming in. The Ghost Burster's not enough. Sayori silence the bravest fighter there. Sayori with the flicker out. Dishes out a bit more damage before she was taken down. But Panda's still here. Gets the unstoppable. Ashley comes in again to re-engage and lock them down. For Panda to get the shots down. Huang thrown and melted down by Panda.
What a play here for GG, and they're not stopping their Sakoshi. Onto Panda, goes off down.
Answer with win a crown. Sayori back again. Those stacks really helping her here. Double time respawning quick as Nicolette has to deal with the wave up top. But we know what the main goal is. It's the Lord. Winter Crown built for Nicolette.
So far onto the chase down, we were kind of like, why are you coming back? It's only you and Sayori, right? But that was a plan to just try and dish out as much as they can onto the damager for Panda 1. A very perfect example of what Arya play or gives onto the table with her Panda picker, or Akai pick rather. And with that said, they have this perfect trio mid with Panda, Arya, and Ashley, right? And that is how you want to somehow give her the position. But remember, you still have Sakoshi to think about. You need to find a way to somehow negate her damage. Just put it on the side. Let's pick up the side right now. Looking at the side lanes, there's going to be our junglers clearing up the lanes.
Ashley!
But on the other hand, Ashley with a good setup!
2 stun, now with another realm as well. Sakoshi walked into the heavy spin, finds herself in the true damage of Panda 1. That's a double for her, a free Lord for Gaming Gladiators. And Rui can only just look for a trade, a tier 2 in the mid lane, falling for Terra Queens, but GG again with a winning team fight.
Ashley is your girl. If we want a very good setup, right? And for Terra Queens, I was just saying that Sakoshi is somewhat the shining glory, right? And you need to protect her. And for GG, they need to find a way to corner her out. But literally, it happened. Span of what, 5 to 10 seconds, and then they're down. And now for GG, they actually have the chance to tore down inhibitor turrets here onto the base of TQ, being forced to defend. Sayori here onto the front line. That is a very aggressive move here for GG, and now eyeing their sights onto the base of TQ. What's going to be the next move here for Terra Queens?
With the puncture stunned up by Ku. Thorn rolls onto Skoshi. Dodging over stun. Curse of Blood landing, but it's only onto Ashley who pops in with the crowd. The line baited in, melted down by Panda. Thorn rolls. Gaming Gladiators knocking on the crystal of Terra Queens.
Okay.
They have another wave. Massive Ghost Bursters landing on Lunalin. Rui jumps in with a quad shadow and the shadow kill. Dispersed, but still enough to take 2 down.
Wow.
Ku with a stun. GG with a disengage.
Very nice call there for Rui. taking down 2 members. But remember, with the passive, Sayori will still be resurrected, but there's going to be another clash here. Arya with a heavy spin, going down. Together, Banda!
Getting the damage, the true damage, bypassing the Winner Nature. Luna Lin all alone. Hlang respawning to back her up. Can they defend? Phantom execution up front with the Thorn Rose as well as a puncture lands on Hlang. Seems like GG, you're gonna have to go for the turret up top. Panda has Immortality, a stun over from Hlang, over to Arya. Immortality still up, but it will be down now. Nicolette jumps with the puncture now, but the base is gonna be wide open. Gaming Gladiators, no minions, brought back by Hlang. It's still all the members, they're wiped out. Gaming Gladiators rise from NA's Forgotten Ashes, etching an odyssey that leads them to the MWI 2025 finals.
Our first grand finalist, Gaming Gladiators! What a very circled run. What a moment to celebrate. And now they rise above, setting up more standards along the way, breaking barriers, and creating their own legacy here at MWI 2025.
One of the greatest runs we've ever seen from a region that we thought was going to be forgotten. NA is back. We thought it could be the men's division, but it's the women's who shine here today.
It is. And our queens, every second, every decision, every draft, define the future, define the journey here for Gaming Gladiators. This is a huge statement and a huge honor for NA region to finally have their representative onto the grand finals. Let's go over onto our main stage with our host, Cheryl.
Legends are forged in fire and steel. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our gladiators right here. And they are secured for grand finals. What an absolute cinema that we have just witnessed. Did they hesitate? Did they stutter? They did not, and they have dominated. Here I have Ashley as well as Nicolette. Pleasure to have you ladies here with me.
Thank you.
My queens. Now, Ashley, to you first. This is the first time in international MLBB that NA has stepped into the grand finals itself to have this achievement finally reclaim the glory for NA. So how are you feeling about this?
It's kind of surreal. It's crazy. Like, we came from a 0-2 beginning, and it kind of slowly went up, and now we're going to the grand finals.
Crazy, in a very domineering fashion as well. Now, Nicolette. Well, you've had your fair share of competition. I'm sure we all know, not just in the all-female team, but in the local region of NA. So walk us through the challenges that you have been through so far as a player.
Wait, can you repeat that? Challenges so far.
Yeah, challenges so far as a player, given that you have played in both leagues, like the region one. Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay. So, as many may know, I used to play mage, so jungle isn't a role that I started with, and I think it was very challenging for me at first to adapt to jungle role because jungle and mage is completely different, and their playstyles also very different. But I think our 3-week boot camp in Malaysia helped us a lot, helped us improve as a team and myself as a player, and I learned a lot.
Right, and now, that's crazy. You said that adapting was hard, but that Hayabusa was sexy. Thank you. All right, and now you're technically one game away from being known as the queens of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling great. I want to be the mother of tanks.
Whoa! What about you, Nicolette? How are you feeling, girl?
I'm happy, but I think it's also a very surreal feeling because honestly, I didn't expect us to beat Navi PH, but here we are.
Here you are, Titan Slayers, double Navi Eliminators, really amazing. And now finally, after your showing so far, you guys have gotten tons and tons of fans. Is there anything you want to say to your fans out there?
We love you guys.
And what about you, Nicolette?
Thank you all so much for your support. We hear you while we're playing, and it helps us play better.
They're like proud fathers.
Yes, they are. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our wonderful team, the Gaming Gladiators, and they have paved a path bloody over here at the Land of Dawn, and they have secured their position at the grand final, and they're awaiting their next opponent. And with that, we'll hand our time back onto the studio to dissect this wonderful match.
Cheered on loudly by the proud Gaming Gladiators on the arena. The Gaming Gladiators, the Queens of North America, will be raising their banner high as they are the first grand finalists for MWI.
I mean, even from the interview, I think these ladies, they didn't expect them to be a grand finalist on this tournament, but definitely the way they played on that final game, it's the type of performance that they will remember for the rest of their lives.
I think it'll be scarred in our memories, right? I mean, that was an exceptional game, near perfect from every single member. I think you and me were like watching, and then we were like, give her the MVP. No, actually, let's give her the MVP. You know what? Let's just give the MVPs to all 5 of them because they played an exceptional game. But my personal favorite in this was Sayori on the Faramis. This is a meta where usually utility in the mid lane doesn't really work out. You need that damage to come through from the early game to gain that momentum. But the way that she played it was so aggressive. Shadow Stampede, I think in the first few minutes, was able to take 2 down.
Yep. I think that was the turning point for the side of Gaming Gladiators, because if we remember it correctly, it was actually Terra Queens win that game, but because of the forced Shadow Stampede, she even used the flicker, if I'm not mistaken, during that moment. And I gotta say, for Gaming Gladiators, the best decision that they made all throughout the game is they are more willing to take those risks against Terra Queens. Even Ashley had this moment wherein you have 2 players left for Gaming Gladiators at the middle lane, and she was instantly there when she respawned and then went in for the fist crack, and they just forced everyone from Terra Queens to somehow be limited on that specific area, and somehow TQ just reacted for every single aggressive play that GG made against them.
Quick shout out to Kaisami Vez Wolf Nopueto, who in a group chat did mention after game number 1, the Terror Queens did a fantastic job of holding on to their flickers so well. That's why GG had a lot of difficulty against them. One of the reasons why. The next few games after that, and especially this one, I want to highlight 2 people who used their flickers incredibly well. Ashley and Arya, who almost always used it for one reason only, to divide the fight and to set up the crowd control.
Divide and conquer.
Divide and conquer, exactly.
It was beautiful, executed by GG, and I think looking back at this, I feel like TQ didn't really respect the potential that Ashley could have on the Badang. And it's interesting because the Badang was one of the greatest factors in the previous game. We see a lot of purifies on the board. No purifies on the board, a lot more flickers. And the fact that they forced the 1-1 as well maybe was a bit of a bait. The 1-1 had no say in this game because of the presence of the Faramis as well.
Yeah, I would agree, but although somehow for around 7 minutes of the game, there was a potential comeback for Terra Queens around that time, and it's just because of the layering of skills. But then again, Gaming Gladiators, I also want to say that even for Arya, she even used that heavy spin just to push the minions back and just for them to be able to destroy that turret at the middle lane. So again, it all boils down to them just wanting to control the map as early as possible and limit again the potential, let's say, potential resource taking of Terror Queens. And I kind of feel like for Terror Queens, there were moments wherein they a bit overthink how they will engage against Gaming Gladiators. So there's a lot of space for Ashley because they already showed their position before her entering.
Yeah, which goes back to the sentiments that we echoed earlier on, where it seems like Gaming Gladiators really doubled down on the idea of Terror Queens, as long as you can give them an uncomfortable tempo in a team fight through area of effect, crowd control, they just look so uncomfortable. They can't get the ball rolling in a fight. And I feel like that's where the hesitation came from. Terror Queens tried to adjust to it. But then again, when you have your two setters playing out of their minds, no matter how much you adjust, something's always going to go through.
And also, aside from the setup heroes, they also have Sayori, who's really great on using the Nether Realms. I think there were a lot of moments that it could have been a Terror Queens winning the game, but because of the Nether Realms, you have GG having more chance to extend or overstay on the team fight.
Wow, I did not expect that we'd be in this moment. Wait, no, I put them up in my prediction. Of course I did. But congratulations again to Gaming Gladiators. And of course, as Terror Queens, thank you very much. We're not just done yet. There's one more thing to focus on. A very important matchup. Of course, we got to give our flowers to their captain, Ashley, who this time around was incredibly more impactful compared to Ku, who is usually so impactful. But it was Ashley who trumped it.
And she made a big statement up on stage after that win. I want to be the mother of tanks. So with the fact...
She wants to beat the mother of tanks.
I thought she wants to be the mother of tanks.
I have bad hearing too, so that could be it. Let's go with that.
Okay. Anyway, with them securing the grand final position, there is a chance that she will actually face off with Vitality, depending on how the next match goes. And I think that would be the ultimate test, right? Considering Badang players, I think Vivian has been playing a huge amount of Badang, but we are seeing highlights of everything that we've already mentioned at this point. The layering of skills, the fact that Ashley is always really quick to look for these opportunities on the map. I think this was a really big pick in for Arya as well. And I think that's why I mentioned with the composition that TQ brought to the table here in that final game, there was a small window where they needed that early to mid. Because towards the late game, when the Winter Crowns start getting bought out, when the Immortals starting to get bought out, not only is the Netherrealm going to be a problem, but those items will be as well. And that was supposed to be the groundbreaking factor in TQ alongside with their jungler, but it just never happened.
Yeah, it seemed like in this one, Gaming Gladiators really doubled down on the idea of that divide and conquer strategy that was very available for them. Because yes, it's so easy to think you can just layer Badang and Akai together into one package. But then what if you mail out two packages and then now your opponent is overwhelmed by so much crowd control, it's hard for them to deal with it. There was something brought up by the casters earlier about how you could combine your crowd control waiting for the Netherrealm using the Fury of the Phoenix. But then if you can't follow up after that, after the Fury of the Phoenix of the Zetian, what can you do? Not much.
Yeah, I think at that point there was somehow a disconnect for Terror Queens, and that's where Gaming Gladiators punished those minimal, I think, errors or differences in terms of formation. But yeah, GG, specifically Ashley, she's been improving day by day. I mean, the mindset is there that whatever happens, I need to protect my teammates. I need to set up a play.
We saw a lot of the action, but now let's hear what it sounded like in the perspective of our players.
Yeah. Udah guys. Good. Yo, their tanks are waiting for a set. Nice. Go.
Keep going.
I'm low.
Back up. Nice. Go crazy.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have ult in 2, okay?
Ult in 15.
Mark
on the wall, I think.
Yep.
Focus Joy. Wait, no minions? Okay. Minions are coming in. This should be GG's, right?
Yeah, we won.
Don't die. Nice.
Nice! Good job,
guys. Good job, guys. Oh my god, Ashes. Back.
We are carry. Yo, Lapu first.
We have carry, guys.
Yeah, fight. Nice.
Damn, you're good, bro. Sayori, playmaker, bro.
Alright. Let's go bot. Let's go top. Sorry.
It's always great to hear the player comms here at MWI 2025. And once again, I hope you can join us. So please don't miss out on the part to witness the pinnacle of women's MLBB esports live here at MWI at EWC 2025. It's free entrance. Today is the second to the last day. We have one more match coming up. Tomorrow will be our battle for third match and our grand finals. Eterno will be casting later on. So, just real quick, Chantel, what is your final word of the day for our viewers?
Final word of the day, watch. They need to watch all the games because, this game was interesting already. How much more for the next match? Watch.
All right, I agree with that. I echo Chantel's statement. Thank you so much for joining us here for the very first match, but we have one more left. Two titans of esports organizations in Team Liquid and Team Vitality. One of them will be meeting Gaming Gladiators in the grand finals of MWI. My name is Renmar here with Chantel and Eterno. We'll see you back after a bit.
This land is calling.
after an absolute amazing matchup. Previously, where we see Gaming Gladiators going to the grand finals, now we're seeing the next matchup. Team Liquid going up against Vitality to fight for the next grand final slot. Whichever wins will go up against Gaming Gladiators, and whoever loses will be going down lower and try to fight for third place. But either way, what was that opening match? Going all the way 4 games. Hello everyone, welcome back to the MWI here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afed. I gotta say, today has been crazy. Today has been wild. Speaking of wild, we gotta talk about MLBB All-Star, where this year it's gone pretty wild. Because for this year, we're going dinosaur. We're going prehistoric. The buffs changes, the lord changes, the turtle changes. If you guys slay the lord enough times, you guys can get some goodies for yourself. Even a Popol and Koopa skin. Heck, if you're able to make content out of it, then you can even grab yourself a battle emote. Anyways, my name is Afed. Alongside me are our casters for the match. It's Naisu and Eterna. Naisu, you're about to cast the next match, determining either Liquid or Vitality goes to the grand finals. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. That last match, we got the chance to watch it. GG. You know, no bias. Though,
no bias, of course.
No bias, but yeah, it was an amazing match. I think also a huge upset, and as someone who loves to see NA compete, it's their first ever appearance in the grand finals.
What about you, Eterna? Did you catch the last match?
I don't think so.
Oh, you didn't?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's so sad. It was so good. You know, like this happened, that happened, and GG won. How are you feeling about casting Vitality against Team Liquid? Because that's going to be big. Indo-PH rivalry. Oh, now I see.
Exactly.
Now I see.
I'm a little bit nervous. I hope he remains friendly.
Wow.
When we're casting together, but yes, ID versus PH.
What do you mean? I'm NA.
That's
okay.
no joking.
But like you're half.
Let me just say this nicely. Let me just say this nicely because I've been working as a talent for quite a while. The secret, if you want your team to win, is got to do play-by-play.
That's not true.
So are you like Eterna? Come on.
Eterna.
You guys are putting me on the spot. I have not touched the play-by-play in so long.
Well, you're about to touch it today.
A little, I guess.
So actually, let's talk about the upcoming matchup, even though I really want to talk about the previous one because that was insane. Team Liquid going up against Vitality. Vitality is, I think it's no secret that they are the favorites. And I think they've been very vocal as well by saying, now that Navi PH is no longer here, who's going to stop them?
That's a great point because I think a lot of people, every time you come into an international tournament, some of the top teams that are, you're thinking are contenders for the grand finals, PH and Indo is always there. But you take away Navi PH, the previous champions of MWI, that's a bold statement to make, but I think a lot of people might be thinking the same thing. So I think you want to kind of shake up maybe the potential for that destiny to happen for either of the teams, really.
Now, I got to ask you, this is a very difficult question, but have you seen any weaknesses of Vitality throughout this 4 days that maybe Team Liquid could try to exploit?
Honestly, not just yet. Because technically when it comes down to hero pool, like maybe there's an argument to be made that Vivian has been performing back to back on Badang. But we know for a fact that she has so many other things under her belt, so I don't think hero pool can be exploited here. There was an argument to be made maybe last year when it came down to the drafts, but this year with Coach Casius, taking down the 4 tier for Vitality, things are looking really clean by them as well. Maybe the one thing that could be exploited is overconfidence, but I don't think Vitality would make the same mistake 2 years in a row.
I mean, this is a best of 5. Even if you do get overconfident, say game 1, game 2, there's time for you to adjust, for you to recuperate, and then try your best for the next one. Now, Team Liquid, I gotta say, this is very unprecedented to say that the Filipino team is the one fighting an uphill battle here, Naisu.
I think we're, maybe in a sense, sometimes I think both regions are used to that uphill battle. For TLPH, though, specifically, this is a battle that they felt time and time again regionally, like back in in the Philippines, they've really had a difficult time being, for example, the champions in certain regional competitions and, you know, trying to take down the now lineup that we saw from Navi Philippines. So this is a great opportunity, I feel like, for Team Liquid from the Philippines to prove themselves. Like, at least here on the biggest stage so far for, you know, our women's MLBB tournaments, and then against a team like Team Vitality, maybe this is their opportunity to replicate what former Smart Omega Empress did last year in MWI.
And if we take a look at the head-to-head, the numbers seem to be more in favor of TL, but it's also important to note that Vitality has not lost a single game just yet, right? So the amount of games that they have played compared to TL is definitely much lower. And they're looking to maybe find someone who can finally take a game off their hands. And if there is going to be one, I think it could be TL today.
I mean, personally, I kind of feel like they don't have the numbers just because their games ended too quickly.
Faster.
So there's not enough time for you to actually ramp up the damage, the goal, and, you know, etc.
They still have the record, right? Is it Team Vitality? I know it's like 936?
No, it got taken back by Navi PH.
Navi PH. Okay.
Yeah.
They took it back.
Do you guys know goldfishes? I know
That's me.
memory of one. Same.
Hey,
we're goldfish.
Yes.
I was gonna say.
All right. Anyways, like, in terms of this matchup, like we saw from the previous one, I was actually surprised that Gaming Gladiators brought the Aka and it started to look good. So I think this is where we start to see the top 4 teams. I feel like when it comes to drafting, we should not see any kind of mistakes, right? And say if they pick something like let's say the Akai, they know how to make it work.
The Akai has been, I don't know if that's my biggest curveball. Like, because I wasn't expecting the Akai to pop up so much that it has, but it's worked great. Also, I think there's been a bunch of contests for Granger.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Claw is one of them where, you know, her KDA, I think at one point in one of the games I remember was like 15-0 and something. It was insane.
Now is the highest with 16 kills, and now we got to look at the Aramco power ranking, but we're doing it a little bit different here because now there's only 4 teams, so we're going to predict who's going to the grand finals, and it looks like Eterna predicted for GG and Team Liquid. Wow.
Who made this?
Wow.
Who made this?
What do you mean who made this?
You did.
I did not.
See, I trust Vitality.
You guys are trolling me, right?
What? No. What?
You sent those in.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was like one of those days ago. Remember? You're like, oh, Liquid, you know, Liquid.
Just say if it was Lafel or Naisu.
Neither.
Neither.
It was you.
Either ways. It's nice to see some kind of balance here, you know. Vitality, the underdog, I vote for them. I feel like they should get it. Surprising enough, the Indonesian vote for the Philippine team, but this shows that you're not biased, right? You're not biased, Eterna.
Yay. My DMs won't be filled or anything.
Let me just say one thing. It was
You know
me.
what? Okay.
It was Lafel.
It was me.
Let's rock with the storyline that Caster Curse.
I was gonna say she could just play the Caster Curse card.
Caster Curse.
Yeah.
She could.
But my curse is pretty strong, so there's a chance. But now, outside of curses here, do you feel, because I believe in regional matchups, they do play a few best of 5s. Do you think TLPH, if they go all the way, go all 5 games, do they have that mental stamina to keep up with Vitality, where we see Vitality every other tournament they've won? MWI is the only one they haven't gotten yet.
I think TLPH, I would say that they have the endurance, the mentality. Pretty much all the competitor teams and players in the Philippines do really well at, you know, having that mindset, I feel like, in competition. So if they go against Team Vitality like this in 5 games, I think that's, again, a great limit test for them, and hopefully they can pull it off.
By the way, Vitality's used to a best of 9.
Best of 9.
So I just want to put that on the table.
I forgot.
Right. But now, speaking of 9s, actually, that has nothing to do with the transition, but we got to look at a key crushing here. And now this is going to be tough to watch for a lot of people, but I got to say, I feel like Gaming Gladiators have gotten so used to crushing people's keys. This is like what, their third?
Yeah.
Third or fourth?
Third or fourth. I hope by the end of this, man, especially with whatever happens tomorrow, they have a montage.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, you take that iconic clip of Ashley handing over the key last year.
Oh yeah.
And then you have this. Look at this. Sayori's just waving by, right? So you have to have a montage of all the keys that they have crushed so far in their run here at MWI.
By the way, Eterna, I was in the crowd yesterday, and that's very loud.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you play the clip.
I have the clip. I can show you. It's just like silent, 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 and then all of a sudden,
Oh,
like I was far away in the audience, and you can hear it pop. It's that loud. But yeah, split in half. GG looking pretty good, even though I heard Arya was, a little bit sick. But she's like, sick or not, I'm gonna celebrate for this one. Look at Midnight, so happy.
Yeah, Midnight's so happy. I'm so happy for them, man. And the
so sweet.
This is always my favorite thing. The crushing of keys.
And that's a
your favorite thing?
Yeah.
No, honestly, I get it. Maybe there's something wrong with our heads, but either ways, that's a combination of what? NA, Malaysia, Philippines, the power of friendship.
Power of friendship.
Power of friendship.
That is.
Oh, that's us.
Hey, that's
also us.
Oh, yeah.
That's also us. There seems to be maybe that's the secret combo.
Friends.
Yeah, friends.
From other regions. I love you guys.
Thanks.
I love you guys too.
The people in the casters, we don't care about them. Which, by the way, you guys will be casting for the next one. So, personally, for me, Eterna, you've been here for quite a while already. Do you feel like we're gonna go home a bit late today?
I hope so. I
hope so.
I hope we go all the way best of 5.
She's
all
got
the way.
She's got her play-by-play ready, man. For 5 games.
Dude, she's so excited. She's got
forgot about that.
She's got that fire burning in her.
She's waiting for that moment because it's been a minute since she's been able to do it, so she's ready to unleash right now.
Shout out to Icy Baby.
Yeah, just be like, a car! Yeah, just shout, prolong when you have no idea what to say. Just,
Arkai's not even on the game.
Yeah, Arkai's not even in the game. But either ways, this will be our casters, Eterna, as well as Nice, who are going to be casting. After this, I'm going to be calling in my panelists to actually help me out, dissect the game, which, again, winner will go over to the grand final. So I'm going to let you guys go later because we're about to invite both teams onto the stage very, very soon. We're going to be inviting Team Liquid all the way from the Philippines, as well as Team Vitality from Indonesia, where again, this is the rivalry. So we're going to throw it over to the stage and invite both teams for the chance to go to the grand finals.
It's a good result for me, but of course, I still want to strive to be top 1.
Menurut aku, selama aku di EWC dan target aku menang, aku bakal kalahin siapapun yang menghalangi aku buat menang.
We're here for the title, the trophy.
Sebenarnya aku jarang sih ketemu Liquid, jadi aku belum tahu gameplay tim mereka kayak gimana.
A lot of damage! How could you?
I respect all opponents, okay. But the one I fear the most would be myself.
Untuk sampai saat ini, aku masih belum puas karena tujuan aku menang dan siapapun yang akan aku lawan nanti, yang jelas yang sebelumnya aku lawan itu udah nggak aku lawan lagi kan. Jadi aku akan tetap lawan dia, siapapun itu.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the SNB Esports Arena, we have our first finalists. And now we are on the hunt for our second to see who will fight for the crown. But this is more than a semifinal. This is a clash of regions. This is a clash for pride, passion, and of nations. So get ready, because we are here with our second fight and waiting to see who will be fighting for that crown.
Today, one coveted spot in the grand finals begin, and let the fight of the super regions begin. Starting off with the cavalry, with the pride of the Philippine flag on their shoulders, Team Liquid! The cavalry rivalry rides on, reaching the semifinals under overcoming an unexpected matchup against their former teammates from Twisted Minds. With the reigning queens bowing out, they carry on their shoulders the hope of the Philippines. Can they overcome the titans that they are about to meet and complete the cast of the grand finalists?
And their opponents, the Bees from the Hive, it's Team Vitality! Representing Indonesia, a region that has long reigned over MLBB. They come in calm, they come in confident, and battle-tested. This is a team built on chemistry, discipline, and the will to return to the top. This is Team Vitality!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Indonesia versus the Philippines, a tale as old as time. Clashing once again in this epic regional showdown for a shot at the slot of the grand finals. Let's hand it back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, as well as Dawood Sandstorm. Looking at the ladies coming in, this is the match that people would have thought this would be the grand finals. But no, this is the fight to get to grand finals. So one of these teams will have to be ready to actually face tomorrow, but not the grand finals, but at the third place battle. And now we're gonna look at Team Vitality going up against Team Liquid. By the way, you guys don't see it yet, but soon I will have different people here on the panel. This is going to be an insane match, and this is about Team Vitality becoming limitless. Because overall, all throughout this year, they have their own golden road, winning every single competition that they've been in. The only one that they're missing is the Mobile Legends Women Invitational here at Esports World Cup. So for them winning this, literally means winning the world.
Yep. And I believe that even for Team Liquid heading into this match, they are well aware of the fact that their history, it has been quite challenging for them. Not just locally, but even in that one instance where they were given a chance to go up against Team Vitality, because this is not going to be the first time actually. They are already able to previously meet. They actually failed to win against them. But as you've mentioned, times have changed, you know?
Yeah.
Like there are so many sudden teams rising to the top.
By the way, just to say, let me introduce my panel. The casters have gone over casting. Brigida as well as Pasha Bani. Welcome. Thank you for filling in. This is going to be an intense match, Philippines versus Indonesia.
Agree, definitely. I mean, we've talked about it, how these two regions has been phenomenally rivalry throughout the history of MLBB itself. They have been phenomenal in getting all the titles, all the championships, as well as the achievement under their belt themselves. But the question is, with Vitality, we've been focusing on how they've been, taking away the title last year's, and at the moment right now, they have been in a clean slate throughout the MWI. Will they be able to continue on and having the clean slate throughout into the grand finals?
And now before we even continue our conversation, because this is going to be an intense match, but before we continue, we do want to see what the players are thinking. So now we have Rose talking to Daiki just to see what's in her head.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hit. This is Rose, and right now, before we begin our second match of the day, I actually have somebody from Team Liquid. We have a very cutesy Daiki with me here today, and look at her. She's so cute and so petite, but she is definitely a monster in the game. Now, I have a few questions for Daiki, and the first would probably be, being the only Filipino representative left, how does it feel? Do you feel any pressure?
Yes po, nape-pressure. Pero ginagamit po namin, nape-pressure po at the same time, big opportunity din po para patunayan namin yung sarili namin.
She said, as much as they feel pressured, it is also an amazing opportunity to show the world that Team Liquid has what it takes to defend the title for the Philippines. And of course, after watching yesterday's match of Navi and Vitality, did you guys learn anything that you guys could use for today's best of 5 match?
Pinanood po namin yung laban and masabi ko, meron naman po kami na panood. Natutunan.
She said they watched the match yesterday and definitely picked up quite a few stuff that could be viable for today's matchup. And lastly, a message for Team Vitality.
galingan po natin at bigyan natin ng magandang laban.
She said, let us do our best and give the audience an amazing match. You know what? Thank you so much, Daiki. I hope you have an amazing series up ahead. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose.
Either way, that was an amazing interview. Sorry, gotta give the Hellkirk voice every once in a while. But yeah, Daiki saw a few things yesterday.
That was me.
Daiki saw a few things yesterday. She's like, okay, maybe we have something here to go up against Team Vitality. Now I just wonder, like, what that could be.
Yeah, I mean, even...
You want to try the voice?
I'll try. Oh.
Okay.
let's not. No, it's a fail. But I feel like, yeah, they did. So that could be their main preparation because I actually encountered them roaming around last night. I know this is going to be a very important match for them, but I feel like they had to equally, take some time off as well. But that doesn't mean that they didn't prepare,
Yeah, but now, Fashamani, we're going to talk about Team Vitality. We're going to look at their roster here. And again, these are the clear favorites. People thought they would have won last year. They didn't, so they're going to try again this year.
I mean, talking about how they've been doing so well throughout this MWI, and I think we've seen so far that they've dominated throughout the whole games, and I think they showed us how the double sister showdown is much more better compared to the rest of the teams itself because they know for a fact that they have their synergy, their chemistry that built even more so compared to the rest of the teams that are here in MWI.
Honestly, now that I think about it, Team Vitality in that regard, I think it's a no-brainer. They literally have possibly one of the best chemistries in the game already. And for Team Liquid, it has been a recent adjustment for them to add in a new jungler. It was opened up yesterday that formerly they were with Hyde. So now that they added in Ramisi, which was again vocally they mentioned one of the best things they've ever done because she fits in so well. Hopefully now Team Liquid get to really showcase how they're just able to keep up, how they've been able to overcome all these challenges because previously, again, they're yet to win against Team Vitality.
I guess that's the story of this matchup. Vitality has been growing their strength all these years. It's not a one-night kind of thing. But Team Liquid, they only had, a few weeks, at most a few months to build their strength. So we gotta see, how does this newly established team deal with one of the longest standing rosters in female MLBB?
I mean, talking about how we see Vitality right now leading up to the top 4 in shortest average game in MWI itself, right? They were the first one who actually established that. And then Navi PH, they say like they want to do more, they want to break the record as well. But Vitality, they don't care about it. They pretty much say that they want to contest even more. They want to make sure that they can break their own records as well. And even on the average total kills as well, they're actually one of the highest as well, 2.17, as well as with the goal per minute. And this is the questions of how Vitality has been profoundly doing a great, massive achievement and breaking their own records in every single games in MWI.
Yep, and it is indeed Team Vitality who I feel gets the fastest games.
Oh yeah.
So far, like whenever they do go up or they actually have a match, it has to be either a 2-0 or really fast games if ever it does reach a game number 3. But Team Liquid, nonetheless, I'm liking their confidence. I'm hoping to see that same level of confidence heading into this match because even in their first match in MWI, they went out of their comfort zone, I'd say. It's not entirely an assassin jungler that Ramisi picked up. Again, if you would recall, she started this tournament showing us an Alice.
Yeah, I feel like for Team Vitality, they mostly end their games very fast because they have this eye for opportunity. Like, if you just show the same picture to an average viewer, they're like, I don't see the problem. This guy's in gold lane, this guy's in mid, this guy's in EXP. But if you show it to them, it's like, oh yeah, this is a very gankable lane, right? That's a different kind of eyeballs that they have compared to normal people playing around. But now we're jumping straight into the draft here. Team Liquid going up against Vitality. Liquid is going to be first pick, Vitality second pick, and they're already done with the bans. Team Liquid betting out the far side, the 1-1 as well as the Badang. Vitality betting out Uranus, Gatukacha as well as Yi Sun Shin.
I mean, pretty much they know this is a little bit of a respect band because we saw how it was when it comes to Gato Kacha being actually picked out by the Team Liquid Philippines itself. They're monsters. Those are the things that when they have the sustain, they have a really good hold of Gato Kacha, they will definitely be able to hold out a lot of the team fights themselves, and Team Vitality does not want that on their own sleeve.
Yep. And I'm liking how they went with the Baksha first pick because I feel like this is one of the best first picks you can go with. And also since they already took out the Farsa and the Wan, which could really, somehow make you hesitant in terms of the engages that you want to do, which makes me feel like they're actually leaning towards a dive comp or a lineup that might actually want to go for a lot of tanky heroes or sustains, since even the Badang is denied, and that does a great job in terms of interrupting. But the way Team Vitality picks up the Arlot and the Kimi, that's a lot of punish that can already come in.
Personally, for me, I don't know if I'm in the minority, which I kind of feel like I'm not. I just hope this Baxia isn't going to the jungle, even though, put it on pen and paper.
Yeah.
Baxia as a jungler is amazing, right? Rotation speed, blah, blah, blah. But I kind of feel like for the MWI here, having those assassins makes it so that in a team fight, you're able to go directly straight to the gold laner or the mid laner and just cut their entire battle power in at least half.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like going up against Vitality, if you're trying to go straight for macro, I kind of feel like Vitality is just going to overpower you with micro.
Oh, that's kind of true though. I do agree on that. And the fact that right now they pretty much qualify. Oh, they also picked up the Akai as well.
The combo, yeah.
The combo. And I think we've seen so far throughout all the MWI's matches as well, how the Akai been put up right on the front line, getting all the initiation. And you just holding on for the burst damage that is right here on the Kimi hands.
Yeah, that's already the combo, right?
Yeah.
Kylot.
Oh.
Kylot me.
Kylot me.
Key my lot. I don't know. Something's there.
No, I mean, this is like the new or it's not new. It's been there for quite some time. New-ish. Because it's always been the Fredrin Arlot.
Yes.
So now it seems like Arlot's found his new partner.
Arin. I don't know. I give up. So what are they looking to ban here? Because for both teams, we're just assuming they don't have the gold laners. I feel like only for Vitality they can swap it out. Just put a Kimi onto the gold. But what do you think are the bans here looking like?
I guess if you're Team Liquid, you might want to get your hands on the likes of an Irithel, those high mobility marksmen that can keep you out of danger. We did see the Irithel against the Akai quite a number of times. Either the Purify or the Sprint, or maybe more likely the Purify, of course, if you want to keep yourself safe.
Honestly, it's weird because honestly, against an Akai, you would prefer a flicker, because even using Akai, I'm so annoyed when I lock someone in, they can just dash out, flicker out. At that point, you don't need a purify. So yeah, but I do agree. The Irithel should be something they look out for.
I mean, not just Irithel, right?
And then gets banned. Okay.
And I think we've seen so far that Claude has been also one of the additional inside MWI. I mean, Blazing Duet. I think those are the crucial stakes that maybe you are focusing too much on the flickers or purify, but you can also take out with the ultimate as well by the Cloud itself, and those can be escape mechanism for yourself.
Oh, that makes me wonder if Kla actually does use the Claude though, because I feel like even in recent tournaments, she does have a very deep gold lane hero pool, but Claude might not be one of them.
Well, right now, Vitality has a shot to actually take the Granger away. I kind of feel like Liquid is really trying to consider that. Do we want to let go of that Granger?
Make some noise.
And it looks like they're batting out the CC. They're prioritizing to make sure that this Phovius, in some sense, as well as the Boxer, has a good time. Question is, Vitality, do you actually want to jump the gun here and actually pick up the Granger?
Yeah, because that will be a massive deny pick for Kla. I mean, Kla has been getting double-digit kills for how many games right now with the Granger?
16 kills,
16.
I mean, it's a clean slate for her. Definitely, she has been performing really good with the Granger. She dominates, definitely owning up the heroes of Granger on her hands, but Vitality denying it. And right now, again, there's a lot of hero pools for the gold laner itself. They can definitely pick up any other heroes that they wanted to. I mean, again, Cloud is still, even though they haven't seen yet in the hands of Cloud just yet, there's other heroes that can be picked up right here.
Yeah, what about the likes of the Bruno? Just because of the worldy, so they can somehow deny the attempts from Team Vitality if ever there is gonna be any, but then the laning might be a problem. Or
the carry's still there.
Oh yeah.
So they can shred the cancer heroes, but instead they do go for the Frodo.
So this is very interesting because Ling is pretty good going up against the Kimi, but there's quite a lot of protection here, Akai as well as the Arlet. I wonder if this Ling is going to get punished later.
It might be tricky to pull off, but Team Liquid might be banking on the idea that this is one of Ramesi's signature assassin junglers.
The thing is right now, what I am focusing on Team Liquid right now is the fact that they might have this idea that maybe in the midst of the team fight itself, the composition maybe not be in the success in the mid run, so they might be able to back off as quickly as possible. And this is the mobility wise that has been given by Ling, right? No matter how much, if you can't end the fight properly, you can actually back off as quickly as possible. And this is what Team Liquid wants in their hands.
Oh.
And now finishing up with the Lancelot. So at least something that I talked about where both teams are going for this assassin in the jungle, making sure that the backlines don't actually deal out the damage that quickly. Thank you very much, Brigida, as well as Fasha Bunny. We saw earlier it was Naisu as well as Eterna on the desk here. So now we're going to throw it over to that desk, the caster. So Eterna, can you do the play-by-play? I kind of want to see it.
Hey, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and let you hear it out there, LaFell. Thank you to the panel for breaking it down. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English desk here. It's me, Naisu. This time around, you heard it right. It's Eterna. Eterna, how are we doing? How are we feeling? We're going to be as neutral as possible because I know, I'm from the Philippines, you're from Indonesia, but that doesn't matter here. How are we feeling about this matchup?
I'm nervous. I'm nervous coming into this, right? Because everything is on the line here. One more slot into the grand finals. And looking at the drafts, I think it will be a very interesting 1v1 here between Ramiti as well as Vival on their comfort heroes.
I feel like this is the nature of the trend so far in the jungle. A lot of the teams here in MWI have done relatively well when they pick up these assassin junglers, and they like to, because what I've noticed is they like to fight it out, they like to brawl it out. They're very aggressive in some of the play styles, especially early on from all our women's teams so far. We already had one Fire series to start off the day. Now for this one, again, this is the spot to move forward to the grand finals to face off GG, Gaming Gladiators, and either of these teams I feel like are going to be able to go the distance. I know we talked about it a little bit with LaFell on the panel there, and we shared our thoughts, but I think with both of these lineups, as we take a look at the emblems, you're able to start quickly. And if you do that, we've seen lineups snowball pretty heavily.
So we'll see if that snowball actually comes to fruition here for either or of these teams, because technically both gold laners actually want to do that, right? The Granger wants to get as many stacks as possible, get that Sky Piercer fast in, but so does Claw on the Bruno, being a snowballing hero, but already some rotations here coming through. Soju goes in, dives onto Shell. She's got low. Will she be able to get it? That's the Tempest of Blades to take first blood in for Team Liquid.
Great pickup there. That's the first blood in the hands already for TLPH. So a little bit of focus here now on the bottom side, but I don't think you're going to be able to take down a Phobius. Gaki should be fine. Someone's got that level 4 though too, so some extra gold going up in the hands up top for Claw, but the turtle is up, and it looks like Vitality wants to go for this unless...
There it is, already taken by Vitality here. Vivian gets caught a little low, but the damage will not be enough to take her down just yet. Very disciplined from both of these teams. It's looking good for both, honestly, at this point.
So an objective secured. A little trade happening so far. It's going to be fine. I mean, when you look at this too, I almost want to say both teams have the bases covered in terms of like damage profile, damage throughput throughout the entirety of the game, and it's kind of weird to say that because Team Vitality hasn't had like these longer games that we've seen from other teams. They like to finish pretty quickly. Claw's gonna have to rely on the team here. I'm not sure if this will break out into a fight. Soju not level 4, but she's gonna jump forward just to keep Claw from safety here. So yeah, it's not going to turn into a fight in that one.
Yeah, they don't want to go for it just yet. Very quick for the disengage. Just wanting to make sure that Claw gets to that power spike quicker. She wants to look for a snowball that, oh, wait a second. Claw has to be careful here. Vivian already on the rotations. That's the heavy spin, and there it is! is! Vival goes in for the kill. Soju is next on the chopping block, but he still will not survive that. Gonna be taken down. That's a 2-0 trade for Team Vitality.
Vivian saw that, and she's like, I got this. She goes in, utilizes the heavy spin, picks up a kill for the team, and then flickers on out to survive. Ramichi's going to jump in, trying to keep this turret from going down, but we're going to take a look at the instant replay. I think that turret's going to go down too. It looks like it does. But again, this was a decision from Vivian, a call made. She knew she could survive with a flicker. She does that, and they back off. So that whole interaction actually gets Team Vitality a good chunk to swing in their favor. Not only a kill, but a turret going down this early on. So you can already see how TLPH earlier had a little bit of a lead. Well, Team Vitality has it now, and this turtle is up. So Team Liquid might want to go ahead and turn this one into a fight. The problem is, once again, Vivian on the Akai. We talked about it on the panel for a little bit. This Akai has been a surprise. I don't know if it's been as big of a surprise for you, though, Eternal.
A little bit, but the way that these women here in MWI love to go for team fights, it does make sense, right? The tools utilized, that's a final slash onto Soju and Zaishi there. But they're not going to commit just yet, but that's a resource burnt out already. Vival. Oh, wait a second. Daiki forced in a flicker there. That's some damage coming through. Again, disengage. These girls, these ladies, they're playing this very, very carefully. They don't want to make a mistake yet.
It's like, hey, here we got all our ultimates. Let's go ahead and use them. And they burn some resources down. Turtle's still going to be standing. Fumi Echo, though, trying to zone out Soju. Final slash again.
That's Soju taking some damage, half health already. We're going to see the Retribution battle here. Heavy spin already utilized. That's a Tempest of Blades. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is, the pin down, and Vival will still be able to get that Retribution down. Daiki gets caught in 4, and Soju's going to be the next one to fall. All members there looking for more objectives on the board. 2 members taken down, and it looks like Team Vitality is not done yet. Going for a little bit more damage. That's a slice in from Fumi Echo to take another member from TLID down.
Wow, Team Vitality, it's like they flipped the switch just now. They end up delaying the turtle take by quite a bit. We're going to take a look at an instant replay of that. This is an early Retribution that's a little bit too much, and then Vivian finds the lockdown on the right targets. They get Daiki, and Ramichi had no choice but to get away, and Soju left there all by her lonesome. So an objective, a couple of kills, they then get the mid turret, and this is where you start to see some of the gold lead going in favor, especially in the gold lane. Shell's got a nice little lead against Claw, so Team Liquid has to basically buy some time here to allow Claw to get back, caught back up, because, you know, this is one of the things too, like a Ling eventually is going to have to worry about buffs being taken, your jungle being taken control of, and you definitely don't want to be in that position if you're Amici. So Team Vitality with a healthy lead now. They look to go ahead and put pressures elsewhere on the map. What can Team Liquid do here to, I guess, stall this out a little? Amici's just going to have to get out of there. I don't think she can even 1v1 Vival at all.
Yeah, she's a little bit behind, but to answer your question, I think the Ling is really great for Plan Z. Plan Z being split pushing on the opposite side of the map. We're going to see whether or not they're going to be able to utilize that to their advantage, because this is a 2v1 now onto Vival. She should be able to get out still, but those waves still will be crashing in favor of Team Vitality on the top lane, and that's yet another push.
Oh, she has to get away. Escapes the traction pulse. Just shield's already going to pop, though. No holy defense on the top turret, so that's early. 7 minutes in, Team Vitality will get that down. This is just a showcase of how much control they actually have in this portion of the game. And they do this all until this Lord comes up. Once that Lord comes up, they have quite a bit of control to deal with, and most likely a decisive team fight for them. Well, Team Liquid's lineup needs a little bit more time to get online here. I'm just not sure if they're going to get it.
That was very close. That was a lot of damage already on to Zaishi. Gonna force her to recall. But yes, going back to the point of both of these teams, this is the problem with the Bruno, right? You're really great early game, and now the mid game kind of dips for the Bruno. Yeah. So somehow TL will have to find a way to withstand all this aggression here in the mid game to get to that late game of Bruno that really just goes in for that crit build. Daiki forced in the flicker. Should be okay at this point, but I gotta say, Team Vitality are not letting TL breathe one bit, and that's the plan Z that I was talking about.
The plans. Why is it plan Z?
Because it's like the last thing you want for a lane.
The split push is the last opportunity basically that you have. I mean, anytime you have a Ling, that's true. We see this quite often. And like I said, you're going to see your buff just kind of take it from you. So Ramichi's going to be left in the situation where Lings don't want to be. You're going to be purpleless, right? You want the purple buff as much as possible. So she's left to make a decision of where should I push? Should I push on the opposite side of the map? Should I get some of these turrets down? Because they don't have any. I mean, if we look at this exactly on the macro level, they have nothing for TLPH, and that's a really tough position to be in because itemization-wise too, you're outgunned, out-defensed, out-offensed, everything. And so you're going to be in a tough position on this base defense, as a Lord will eventually make its way up the top. Team Vitality has done work on the shields. That's where that, that little bit of a push earlier on is going to pay its part because they don't have to worry about the shields now. So they'll play this, and every single time we have a R-Lot in the field in the Land of Dawn, you got to watch out for the pressure. I mean, the final slash flicker combo, even in your base, doesn't feel safe at all. So the top turret worked on before the Lord even gets to it. And they're going to go ahead and make their mark here. We'll see if TLPH can dig down deep. Nearly the 10-minute mark. They're going to have to pull out a miracle of attempts. Traction pulse goes through.
Okay, that's a damage onto Daiki. Daiki's going to fall here, but Fumi Echo gets taken down as well. That's a heavy spin from Vivian. And Ramichi is the next one to fall. A 2-for-1 trade so far. The flicker burns in as well, but Vival is going to be able to take Soju down too. The turret in the mid lane is going to be targeted. Zaishi gets caught low, but will it be enough for them to clear out these minions? Vival goes in very aggressively into the back line, but Vival will be the one taken down. But look at the base. The base is going to be the target. Shell and Cine still on it. This is a 3v2, and it looks like TL will still lengthen their life here in game number 1.
Wow,
a successful defense from the Filipino team.
Wow. I am surprised that that wasn't an end, because I think Team Vitality thought it was going to be as well. They had to like readjust themselves in the chairs after that. For Team Liquid to defend, I mean, I'm surprised they were able to pull off. Great that they did, but what does that actually buy them? They lost all the base turrets. Amici has to get out of here. She's still planning to go with Plan Z throughout this game, but nonetheless, you're still massively behind. 7,000 gold behind, no turrets to work with. So what does that mean? Essentially, it's really difficult to move around the map.
The problem is Ramichi is a little bit behind, right? Is she 2-3 levels behind of the Lancelot right now?
Yeah, she's
2 levels. So even if they want to look for a neutral objective contest, they can't play that 50-50. They need to figure out a way to utilize their tools to shut the Lancelot down. But look at the composition that they brought in. It's not going to be as simple.
I think part of this is why she's everywhere right now. And, Team Vitality's doing a great job at kind of controlling Ramichi on what she can really do cross-map. But ultimately, this is just another Lord. When you're this far ahead, this Lord is yours for free. There's nothing you really have to do here as Team Vitality secures that Lord. And we'll see if Team Liquid Philippines can do it again. Can they make a base defense work? Claw's had some time. She's had an extra couple minutes to build up, but even looking at the items, I don't know if it's enough. Maybe the Malefic gun that she recently picked up will help a little bit with her positioning, but ultimately I think still you have to watch out for that final slash from Fumi Echo, from the initiation, even from Vivian. And the hardest part about that is the range advantage that Team Vitality has, because Shell's just been popping off from the backside with those Death Sonatas. Lord will make its way into the base. Team Liquid on the defense.
Oh, Daiki again. That's a final slash on the Fumi Echo. But there it is. Daiki gonna look for something, but she gets taken down. Uh-oh, Soju gonna be the next one to fall here as 3 members are on her. As we look into the base, Team Vitality are doing a great job at making things messy. All in favor of them. That's the damage. That's the range that we were talking about. Cine. There's a trade in damage there. Wow. Ramichi. Uh-oh, Fumi Echo goes down. 2 members from TL are off the back. Wow. But again, a successful defense for TL. Team Vitality can't close.
How did they do it a second time? Even with a lead that Team Vitality had, Team Liquid makes it happen. And again, a big part of it was the distraction that Soju bought in that mid lane. Vivian?
Oh, she's gonna go down here.
She's fine. She's got the heavy spin, but luckily enough, she has an immortality too. I almost thought that would get popped, but it doesn't. But right now, the mid lane is going to be the focus for TLPH. They're looking to at least get their first turret of the game. You know, 13, almost 14 minutes in, they don't have one turret down. They have to get something to be able to move around the map, and that's what Ramichi has been doing for the past 5 minutes. She's the one trying to get these turrets down. But unfortunately for Team Liquid, they have not found one, and so Team Vitality still holding on, essentially the same lead. Oh, Ramichi gonna be forced once again. This is such good macro control from Team Vitality.
Yeah, they're experienced, right? They're experienced with these kinds of plays, but the fact that TL have come this far with absolutely no inhibitor turrets, it also goes to show how crazy they are, right? That mental fortitude that we were concerned about for TL being quote-unquote newcomers to MWI is definitely not showing. They're remaining resilient here in this first game, despite the 6,200 gold lead that Team Vitality has been able to pick up.
I'm really curious now, Eterna, like what is, out of all the games that Team Vitality has played here, what is the longest game that they've played? I mean, we know that some of their fastest games at one point were the record, which was eventually broken. They had about a 9:37 game time. Finally, some turrets are going to be going down here, though, too. So these are the baby steps in the right direction that Team Liquid has to make. It's more so, it's starting to be a trot. They're trying to get to the trample at this point, but right now, it's going to be another objective, another lore to the hands of Team Vitality, unless...
Uh-oh, heavy spin already utilized. Vival still gets the Lord here, since the Blade's not going to be enough to actually take that neutral objective down, but she will fall here. Ramichi, the first one from TLID to be taken down. The damage output coming in from Team Vitality still there. Soju, second there. Fumi misses it, but look at Vival going to the back line and taking it in. Triple kill in for Shell. Wind of Nature utilized as well. Kla gonna try to survive this, but she doesn't. 4 members from TL are down, and that is a wiped out to close out game number 1 for the powerhouse of Indonesia.
Man, I felt it in the words there at the end there, Eterno. What a game number 1. Still, big props to Team Liquid to be able to defend the way that they did, but unfortunately for them, it just got dragged out a little bit too long. They weren't able to get in a position where they could actually contest. If only, I could only think, if only, somehow, some way they were able to get that Lord steal, if it was the Retribution, to keep them in the game a little bit longer, then maybe, just maybe they would have gotten towards assaulting the base of Team Vitality. But let's throw it over to the studio to think what they thought about game 1.
First of all, shout out to Eterna. See, you can do it. See, that was good. That was good.
That was good.
Speaking of good, I honestly thought Vitality could have ended it much sooner, but then Team Liquid were able to hold it out. And I agree with Naisu. If somehow they got that Lord, could have looked different.
Agree, definitely. I think that there was a lot of resistance coming in from Team Liquid Philippines itself. Twice, they were able to actually hold out their base well. And if there was a steal coming in from them, it could have turned things around for them.
Yep. The way that they were able to do all this, even despite Ramisi struggling to actually keep up in terms of farm against Vival, was definitely something for Team Liquid. And I think majority of the work was done by Kla. Like it was her positioning, it was her consistent use of the passive, and the way she just keeps herself alive.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's the awkwardness with Bruno. We all know that it's pretty good hero. You know, early game is great, but unless you win by a lot, your trajectory of power is very awkward. It's not all the way up. There's a dip going down, going back up, going down, going back up. So yeah, honestly, Kla did her very best, just that maybe just not enough time.
Yeah, that's true. And then the fact that Ramichi doesn't have any even freedom of movement right on her own path, and this is where the fine line is. Like no matter how much you have Daiki as well as Soju trying to zone things out, yet no matter what, Team Vitality, they just have a better advantage on their own drafting.
Yeah, the Ling came in with Ramisi aware of the threats, so they really took on that risk. And Lancelot was the last pick either way. So regardless of whatever jungler that they went with, she already knew that there could be an Akai threat, an Arlot threat. And what's sad is that even during the latter portions of the game, after a successful defense, whenever she tries to attempt go for Chell, but even City, it just doesn't work. They hurt so much.
Something to look at that draft is that they don't actually have a very easy way to consistently engage, right? Because they have layering with the Zetian, with the Fulvius, but you kind of have to make sure that everything goes right.
Agree, definitely. I think one thing that we should note on Team Liquid, their main objective or how they want to put out for this fight itself is, again, they want to counter-attack. They want to have that mobility to get in and get out as quickly as possible. But then again, Team Vitality said, no, we're not going to let you out at all.
And if it's just mobility we're talking about, they have a Lancelot in their lineup. So I think even during that last sequence where they tried to contest for that Lord, we saw how desperate Team Liquid tried to escape, but the Lancelot denied them of that escape.
Yeah, looking at the itemization for the Lancelot as well, having the Brute Force as well as the Queen's Wings, even if somehow Vivo makes a mistake, she's able to get out of there, no problem. You know, having two tanky items make it so that there's a lot of outplay potential. Personally, for me, I kind of feel like she doesn't even need it, right? Because the way that she goes in and out of fight, there's no one to really punish the Lancelot.
And is it, I don't know, like, there was an early Rapid Boots pickup from Vivian as well, so this is like one of those games wherein the Akai just felt terrifying. I know we haven't seen much.
Hey, today I'm convinced.
All right.
Looking at GG, looking at Vitality, I'm like, you know, I see it. I see it.
I mean, I think pretty much during Rima's talk about how Akai, he keeps on saying that's my favorite panda right there. And then we keep on seeing Akai being popped up again on MWI. And this shows how Akai is very prominent right here for our meta for MWI itself.
Got a dash, pretty strong damage with the second skill. Tankiness is okay, but here's the thing. What do you really feel like Team Liquid has to adjust going into the second game? Because is it really the draft or is there something more there, Brigida?
I think it's something more in-game because Team Liquid, it's not the first time we saw them behind, but in the past few games where we saw them behind, they could still manage the macro. We didn't see that in this game.
I think pretty much they kind of lost a little bit, or probably they kind of like, not to say forgot, or probably they just lost touch of what are we going to do now, what we're supposed to do. Even with the split push, they keep on depending more a little bit of the help from the Ramichi, but then it didn't work out. And then at the end, they're like just clueless of what to do.
I mean, if we're thinking about how to deal with Team Vitality, I think the best people to know were their previous opponents. So now we actually prepared a video about everyone else that has already fought against Vitality.
This is the winner from Battle of Famous Place. Welcome to Vitality.
Another trophy for Indonesia.
As the entirety of the Filipino lineup is wiped out, Indonesia will emerge as your Asian Esports Games champion.
I think Team Vitality is definitely one of the strongest team here. So if we were to meet them, they would be a very difficult opponent to beat.
I think they are very prepared and they want to get back their title.
I think they is really strong then in MWI. I think they're gonna really good play style and their mechanic is so good.
I think they will have a good match, not an easy match, and they are competitive and we are eager to win.
The enemies ahead are those that we didn't expect, right? But yeah, we always respect them and just do our best in every match. So let's see how the game goes.
Now Chell gonna be targeted down. No immortality. The queens of MLBB have fallen.
Can they rewrite history? They couldn't do it last year. This year, like we saw everyone, nothing but good things to say about them. Their micro is great. Their macro is great. Their chemistry, they've been building this for years at this point. And our grand finalists, Gaming Gladiators, even they say like, oh, if we fight against them, there will be a tough match. And if they win this one, that will become a reality.
Oh, That's true, though. I mean, again, they have been trying to go on to get that title. Just one more title, just close enough to say that they have everything under their belt. So definitely those feeling, that ambition just rising off, this burning desire in their hearts, just trying to prove here at the MWI.
Yeah, I can actually feel how badly they want this win. To the point wherein they say that even if they don't win any other tournament, it doesn't matter to them anymore because this is the most important thing for them at this point. And you see it in the way they play and the way that after Navi PH get taken out, it just feels like they feel all the more convinced or confident that there are higher chances of them actually getting it this time around.
And the crazy thing is that we can actually say that Team Vitality, they're really hungry for this win, which usually you don't say to champions because they've eaten well, they've gotten everything, but there's no one hungrier than the ones that already had their hands on that trophy and then getting swiped away. The hungriest are the ones that got second place. The one that hurt the most are the ones in second place. So now I kind of feel like as much as they've won, no one is as desperate as they are to actually get that trophy this time.
Oh, that's true. Definitely. I mean, like, this is where the fine line that the teams, the players itself will say, like, what more can I get? What more can I achieve? Because, again, even though, yeah, despite the storylines that we've been denied last year, but at the same time, it's like proving to themselves, like, I could be more than what I've done from last year, and I could be more than what I've done from the past months of this year as well.
And it seems like they're still sticking with red side for this one, Pasha. So the bans look a lot similar to the bans we saw earlier, though. It's just whether or not this is still going to be a Gatot Kacha ban for Team Vitality, because that was the other ban earlier. And we did mention it. Like, the trend which Team Liquid followed wasn't that bad. Like, the Baksha first pick and all that, it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't. I mean, pretty much they had that sustain. They had someone to be on the front line to get the zoning done. The problem is just the moment when they had the last two picks, Ling as well as Bruno. Now, yes, we did talk about how Bruno was a really good pick to be fighting off with Ranger. But again, when the early stages, yes, there's a really equal. But mid-game wise, Bruno has a lot of limited things to be done.
And there goes the change.
Oh,
because actually I didn't notice. They banned out the Baksha themselves.
Oh yeah.
So the Arlot remains open. So is the Badaang though.
Oh yeah.
Because this was the other ban earlier.
And I think they already picked up with Kimi as well by the side of Vitality.
Personally, I know a lot of junglers, and every single one of them, if they can, they would want to ban the Badaang because doesn't matter how much you nerf him at this point, people have gotten so used to how Badaang really works. It's so annoying, right? It stops you from moving forward. Even if you're trying to run away, there's a wall blocking you. So now, Team Liquid, getting the Fredrin, getting the Arle, getting the Zetian, kind of looks like they're going for more team fights, but the previous match, they didn't have enough damage. Will they have it this time?
I think pretty much right now we've seen the same combo that we've saw previously, where Alit and Fredrin, one of the best combos as well. Zetian as well, we have the CC. Fury of the Phoenix definitely can have that stun movement to the side of Vitality. That could be one of the things that was missing out from the draft that Team Liquid needed previously. And now coming off to Team Vitality, they don't really care. They're pretty much like in the definite division, they will punish or probably prioritize on burst damage and their own sustain, as well as their own setup for right now.
I was a bit nervous of whether or not Team Liquid would replicate Team Vitality's job earlier with the Kai instead of the Fredrin, but it seems like they're just playing it a bit more safe. But it's such a great response to see the CC coming in from Team Vitality.
Yeah, my problem is that Team Liquid is putting up a good defense, but everything that Vitality has punishes front lines like crazy. That's a problem.
And,
yeah, it is.
And I'm so worried about how is this gonna pan out in terms of the macro if ever they're forced again to defend, to play from behind. Because if they're drafting a lineup that relies purely on team fight, how confident are they that they're gonna win against Team Vitality in terms of team fight?
This is the thing. Team Liquid, they're not to say like it's a tunnel vision for them, but I do feel as if they're just holding out to say like, we want defense. We want to make sure that no matter what, if you attack us, we have that counter attack. But again, if that counter attack does not succeed, Vitality is just going to punish you over and over again.
Personally, for me, if only this Zetian was a Farsa. I understand the Farsa was banned and they themselves banned it out, but I kind of feel like Farsa is unique in the sense that level 4, you already have a big burst. You don't really rely on anything else. Maybe just the arcane boots for the extra penetration, but Zetian has damage, sure, but not Farsa level of damage. So I'm really concerned if that in the early game they couldn't do it. Unless they're able to get a fast roaming gold laner, kind of like a Granger, then maybe the story could be different.
Although the first one picking after the banning phase is Team Vitality.
It's Vitality,
again.
yeah. So if they want, they can take it away.
And that's what happened earlier too. So which is why TLP
And Granger gets back. And Moskov as well. Moskov and Granger are the fastest roaming gold laners to actually join that turtle fight. So now it's denied. So I kind of feel like Team Liquid, they're being too honest, and Vitality just read it out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
If this is team fight lineup again, or a team fight draft, then what if they go for Harris again?
I honestly would rather go for a Beatrix. Just go for ultra late game, yeah.
Oh yeah, Beatrix will be actually a good idea as well to be picked up here. But again, with Akai as a respect ban as well, we saw how it was when it comes to Vitality just dominance. And Lancelot also been banned off. I think this is again a respect ban. Needless to say that pretty much Lancelot in the hands of Vitality is very dangerous.
Yes, it's super dangerous. But whether or not this is a Granger,
banned?
Really, or no, whether or not. Okay, so never mind. They already banned out the Granger. So this is Team Vitality only lacking their potential gold lane.
If they want to double down, pick out something like a carry so that Fredrin really cries.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they took the
carry. You did talk about it.
Because it was good for Team Liquid.
Okay, that's weird.
Oh my goodness. I did not see this coming. Cause like it feels like Team Vitality always want to go for that aggressive start, the early games, and Harith hasn't been popping off that much in terms of like doing that. So what does
What about like Irital Angela?
Okay. I mean, there's no chance of an Esmeralda anyway.
Called it, by the way.
Yeah, you did.
I did just want to say.
But Kalea.
Oh, Kalea Beatrix is pretty strong. Right? Catching in an instant burst, that could work.
That could actually work. I think that pretty much Team Liquid has a better answer right now compared to what we see on the first draft. Yes, they have their sustain right now going in to actually get a little good setup for themselves to fight off Vitality. Team Vitality, on the other note, they will also want to counter it out with the setup they've done with Badang picking off, or probably just like try to shred it out with the Fist Break and Fist Crack as well.
Hey, maybe this Beatrix is just trying to show that she can be the female Filipino sniper.
Oh. But Team Vitality, they have the option of getting a dive or a jungler that can dive the backlights if ever they want to. Need to consider the Kalea though, if ever you are gonna.
I was thinking of the X-Borg. It's like, hey, why not just double down?
Oh my!
Let the Fredrin have an awful day. Like he had a day where he got coffee and then it spilled on his pants. He got a burger and then everything just falls out. Thank you very much, Brigida, as well as Fashabani. I'm gonna be throwing it over to Naisu as well as Eterna, and I don't know, man. I kind of feel like this Fredrin will not have a good time. What do you guys think? Do you guys think he can survive or nah?
I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and say yes. He will have a good time, you know, and maybe this lineup from TLPH will be good enough. And I like that you mentioned that, Lafel. Maybe this is the chance for Cloud to become the Filipina sniper on this Beatrix. Eternal, what do you think of the drafts here as we jump into the Land of Dawn?
The drafts are good for
They're
TL.
hot.
They're hot because of the X-Borg. But I get the reasoning behind this X-Borg, right? You're going against the Fredrin into the jungle, so if ever you want to contest for neutral objectives early, that is a possibility that is up on the table. But it depends. I guess mid-tier rotations are also going to be a big factor as to how the early game will go.
Yeah, one thing about this too is, I know we'll get a glimpse at it in just a bit with all the emblems, but for the Kalea this time around in this game, Soju went with the focusing mark. So that is going to help some of that initial damage burst that can come out as we get a glimpse of it. As I said, so you still run with that tanky emblem. You need that tenacity, the firmness, because Kalea is still that initiator for the team here to set things up. Oh, Vivian?
Yeah, caught really low here. That's a flicker, but she still will be able to survive.
I know the crowd's feeling that one. That was close, right? That was almost a first blood already, and that focusing mark will really help that. So I almost expect Team Liquid to be in a position to get a first blood, but Daiki's in trouble.
Oh, that's the range, and that's the oppressive force that the Kimmy in the mid lane can actually offer. So looking at her emblems earlier on, she also went for Mystery Shop alongside Shell on the Harriet. So they're looking to find that snowball early on. Vival already very oppressive here in the mid lane. That's an immobilized, caught through, but Flicker will be able to get her out of that sticky situation. Should be A-okay for now.
A lot of the battle spells being used here to burn through. This is kind of what we see, you know, this is kind of what we expect for a lot of the early game potential to get the battle spells out before the first objective, being that turtle. So as the level 4s are coming online as well, that's going to be a big thing, but it'll be Vival that starts up the first turtle of the game, but just around the corner, Romichi's there. So this is the standoff that we're used to seeing with utility junglers. Who's going to be able to go ahead and secure the space around this. Vivian doesn't have the flicker either. Obviously, she doesn't have the ultimate that we usually see from Badang elsewhere. So they back off of it, at least for now. They're going to go get the buffs. And this is the main thing with with both the lineups. They need those level 4s. They need some of those crucial, valuable ultimates to be.
Zaishi's gonna get caught. Oh, that's a final slashing coming from Daiki. Vivian gets out alive, but Zaishi will still fall. That's the damage output coming through. Ramichi goes very aggressively. That's a Purify utilized, but in the back line, Soju goes down, and Daiki gets caught here. The next one to fall, 2 members, double kill. Another pick off onto Soju. A 3-4-1 trade, and Team Vitality win the utility.
A big trade. That was a fight I wasn't expecting to be that many bodies flying around this early on for the first turtle. Vival went down, but the rest of the team will go ahead and secure the objective. So Turtle secured, but a healthy elite now already because of those multiple kills that they got. And you know, you saw how, unfortunately, as we'll look at the instant replay here, this was all started up with a great final slash, but Vivian gets away. You get trapped in a choke point that you don't want to be in. Cindy's just here, you know, hanging out. She pops the Attraction Pulse earlier on, but she gets out with the Purify and the last Insanity. This is always kind of the value of an export. You get that true damage, and it's really kind of devastating in those certain parts of the map, so those parts of the jungle here. So it's a great team fight from Team Vitality, and Team Liquid will have to go ahead and readjust after that. Maybe look for a pick off if they can with the Kalea now that Soju's level 4.
That's a big turning point that we're going to be waiting on, and usually the Beatrix get to the power spike a lot earlier as well, and considering that she is in a lane against the Harith, that should come much, much quicker. So we're looking at the counterplay from TL, whether or not it's going to hit, and reflecting back onto the neutral objective take earlier on as well, that's the beauty of the last Insanity, right?
Yeah.
You're untargeted. There are moments where you can utilize that to your advantage to get the retribution down, or even look for that final boom of damage onto the opposing team.
That's basically what it is, you know, and like I said, that true damage is pretty devastating in some of these fights that are closer together, because you know with a Kalea on your side and a Fredrin, you're going to be forced to, in a way, be clumped around them because of their kits and the way that works, especially with a Fredrin trying to get these energy eruptions off. And, you know, earlier on, Romichi was able to get a kill, but the main job here is for her to contest these objectives that come through. Second turtle is just about to come up, and maybe Team Liquid...
Oh, that's a flicker! Tsunami Slam! And there it is, the collapse in damage. Shell goes in, but that's Soju going to be taken down. That's the last Insanity, putting in some damage. Vival gets countered as well, but Daiki's going to be able to take Vival. 3 for 2 so far. Daiki, the next one to get crossed down. Zaichi barely escapes, and she still is able to get that flicker, and she survives.
Oh, she's gonna go for it, Cindy. She's so close to going down, both of them, but she'll clear the wave out. I'm not sure if she's actually gonna try to delay this. I think she just goes for the turret, but what a team fight again for Team Vitality. It was the same thing, but this time it was Team Liquid that started that fight with Soju, but then they lost the overall team fight because of how devastating that last Insanity is. Let's look at the instant replay. They fight this, they go for it, and they threw everything at Vivian. Unfortunately, they didn't have any firepower left once the fight broke out, and they were clumped up together. For Vival, the rest of the team could come through, and Insidia just on the backside, kind of unleashing. And, oh no, still?
Already,
Wow.
another team fight that's happening. Gla goes down. This is interesting. Soju as well. I wasn't expecting another team fight to break, considering TL just lost the earlier one, but it looks like they still went for it.
They went for it. It looks like they got the turtle at least, because it's 1-for-1 for the turtles, but that was a fight that they didn't need to lose, because this gold lead is just continuing to build up for Team Vitality. Just like we saw in the previous game, they'll take this lead, you know, at the almost the 7-minute mark. They're taking the tier 2 turret down. They already put enough pressure here in the mid lane as well. And TLPH will have to go ahead and try to find a massive adjustment, because all a part of this too, you're falling behind in the jungle, you're losing your buffs. And so who's supposed to do it? I think that's a big question for Team Liquid and the fans out there, is really, if you see it, Soju is trying to start those fights, but even if you pick off Vivian, you gotta have enough to get the rest of the team here from Team Vitality. A brute force is picked up by Fumieko. She's been doing a phenomenal job at jumping into the back line or just providing coverage, and we've seen CC work out so well for so many compositions for MWI so far.
There's a lot of counter engage, and I think that's one of the glaring problems right now for TL. The fact that, oh, wait a second, Shell goes very aggressively under turret, actually allowing Vivian to take all that damage from the turret. She still gets out alive. There's the immortality too, and it's not over. Daiki trying to prevent that. That's a final slash onto Fumieko, but it looks like TL will not be able to save the turret. That damage from Fumi as well. Very apparent. Soju looks for that Tsunami Slime, and there it is. The taunt comes through, but remember, Vival still has that last Insanity. A complete turnaround for Team Vitality, as they are the ones instead to get that pick onto Soju.
What's happening here in a lot of these team fights as Fumieko runs away after doing some damage to that base turret is just the timing of Team Vitality, the way that they're peeling for each other or initiating these fights, and even responding, once again, to Soju. Soju on the Kalea has not been able to find many windows for them to find a kill. And if they do, like I said, they just kind of run out of firepower right now. This Lord is going to go in the hands of Team Vitality. Just like we saw in Game 1, Team Liquid might have to go ahead and rely on their base defense potential. And if we look at it, you know, are they where they need to be? In terms of firepower for Claw, I feel like this is the same thing we saw from Game 1 on the Bruno. Unfortunately, it just wasn't that timing yet. She picks up a Malefic Gun. She's got some range now. But can they manage this push in from Team Vitality?
And despite the concerns that the panel also shared as well, wait a second. You know what? That's a big Soju. Okay, immortality is still there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That's a fist crack and break over, and that's the collapse coming from Team Vitality. The taunt goes through, but it looks like Fumieko is going to be taken down. Not just Jinchi, City goes in with at the back line and puts out some damage onto Zaishi, and that's the trade. That's the turnaround. Daiki, the next one to fall. Untargetable, Vival goes in and zones the rest of the members of TL away. Things are not going according to plan, and this is the push. Inhibitor turret in the top side already taken down. The next one is the mid base. Shell already has the damage. That's the Holy Crystal. Claw taken to half health. I don't think they're going to be able to survive. I think this is going to be the end. Game number 2 secured clean by Team Vitality.
Game 2 looking a whole lot like Game 1, but a little bit faster this time. And man, did that Hereth look good from Shell, able to end the game off of that. Again, it was a setup with a Tsunami Slam started by Team Liquid Philippines. And it looked like for a moment, that would have been their fight. That would have been their skirmish to slowly turn things around. But unfortunately for them, it was all part of the plan from Team Vitality. So again, let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to break down game number 2.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, I think I'm on. All right. So here's the thing. I don't know if this is a hot take. I feel like the game ended before it began.
The moment you saw the export.
Honestly, the moment I saw the first 3 picks from Vitality, I'm like, this ain't a good Fredrin game. Howdy, partner. That guy ain't gonna have a good time. And he did not. Like, look at that.
How could you even... There were so many problems. I think we have an endless list to talk about in the draft. And it pretty much showed up in the game itself. And for me, I feel like one of the biggest contributors to how this panned out was the fact that usually if you see an export, you find a way to deal with it in terms of your burst damage heroes. But they were lacking in terms of that.
And the fact that we keep on talking about, you gotta actually make sure that at least Last Insanity has already been thrown out or been used already, but then they didn't wait it out, and then at the moment when they were trying to catch out, that's when Vival was saying that, oh, you've already done all your utilities or you've already done our setup, now it's time for me to come up forth and take you guys down.
Honestly, looking at the draft here, you guys can notice is that their damage profile doesn't help their draft and doesn't counter the enemy draft. So there's a lot of mismatch here when we're talking about heroes.
Yeah, and it's sad to think that most of their attempts felt a little desperate. It seems like they were going after Vivian, they were going after Vival, 2 of the least best options most of the time if you look at the entire lineup of Team Vitality. But then, how could you use it on Chell? She has to Purify too and all that.
Oh yeah, and the fact is, the moment when you've already done all your skills-wise, Fumie could just come in with a curtain call and literally wraps around you, and you couldn't even go out of your own zone. And if you want to move away, you ended up just being the favorite Team Vitality.
It really feels like they have a lot of setup, but no payoff. It's like trying to make a sandwich with just bread. Nothing in between.
It's so hard for Team Liquid. I mean, even looking at the gold, by the time that game ended, Kla was way too behind. And that's another thing. They were always able to find Kla in the team fights which broke out. I mean, it's good for Team Liquid that they're able to coordinate, that they fight together. It seems like most of the fights, they were complete. Before they started the fights, they made sure Kla was there. But that just put her in danger. And I feel like it contributed to the way Team Liquid greatly lost this game early on.
Oh, there was a lot of things that needs to be said from Team Liquid itself, because again, they're just playing into the hands of Team Vitality, how they actually go out of their way. Probably pretty much, again, we've talked about how the draft wise, right? Probably the things that Team Liquid Philippine has to do is that what are the main objective they want to go in? The counterattacks, is it with it or is it not with it, to a point that they pretty much look at a little bit blindsided to what they can actually go up against Team Vitality?
It's just that hopefully the reset does come in.
Yeah.
Because I think the strategy that Team Liquid did from Game 1 and Game 2 was already a change. Like, they tried to switch things up already. But even that wasn't enough. Or was it Team Vitality just prepared for anything that can come out?
I don't know. Personally, for me, looking at the draft, it looks like they want to put all their eggs in the club basket. But that egg takes a while to mature. And like I say, if the draft had a Farsa, it could have looked different, right? Because with the draft that they had, with Zetian, with the Fredrin, as well as the Kalia, it kind of looked like you want a prolonged team fight. But do you want a prolonged team fight against the next Borg?
Actually,
right?
Now that you mention it, because even if they left the Farsa open and went for a different ban, yes, they had the Fredrin. I think they were planning to go for the Fredrin draft, but they had the Zetian trade. So it was still out there. And we don't see that happen. Like, the Farsa-Zetian matchup rarely happens right now in MWI.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. Has damage, but not the right kind of damage. And now it looks like Rose is talking to someone named Atlas. So let's see what Rose has to say with Atlas.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. This is Rose, and I was bored over at our studio, so I decided to walk around the boulevard, and I made a new friend over at the League of Legends studios. So to all of our MLBB fans, say hi to Atlas from League of Legends.
Hi. I'm here at the League of Legends Stadium. We have a quarterfinal going on right now between FlyQuest and Gen G, and we just concluded our defending title holders T1 holding on to their position, moving on to the semifinal.
Now that is very interesting. So Atlas, for the side of Mobile Legends, quite a bit of stuff has been happening, a lot of upsets, a lot of plot twists. For the side of League of Legends, is there anything interesting that maybe we should know?
Oh, there is one that comes to mind. It was our quarterfinal yesterday. G2 taking on BLG. BLG 3-0'd them at MSI. It wasn't even close. But this time around, G2 managed to get the comeback victory, 2-1, and they're waiting in the semifinals. Absolutely crazy.
Oh, that is crazy. That feels like a revenge match. And I'm pretty sure that was amazing to watch and to cast.
It certainly was.
Okay, now one last thing. I won't hold you back for too long, Atlas, but maybe you could give us a prediction on who you think will be making it to the grand finals.
All right, so I think it's definitely Gen G. They have looked so incredibly dominant over in the LCK, and being our MSI champions as well is making them a bit of a shoo-in. But then there's Anyone's Legend or our defending title holders in T1, and I think we have to make it the fairy tale. MSI rematch, T1 versus Gen G.
And there you guys have it from Atlas. T1 versus Gen G is his predictions for the grand finale of League of Legends. Thank you very much, Atlas. I'm sorry for disturbing you. No, that's fine. But with that, let us throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose and Atlas. G2 making it to the semifinals. That's insane. You know, shout outs to G2. And now we got to break down a little bit more about what happened in the previous game, where we have a clip where we're going to show kind of the reason why they just couldn't do anything.
I mean, I think pretty much we saw from the last fight, this is where the fine line that what happened or what was the reason the failure of the draft itself. If you actually had a really good setup, start out from the last fight itself, this is where the fine line, okay, they actually try to steal away the players itself, right? But then after the setup itself, it didn't work out for that long. Okay, let's take a look on the side right here. If you guys can see, yep, they steal away Vivian first of all, but then the moment when Fumieko was been zoning out, immediately shutting down, but then again, this is it. They had no much damage to actually burst up. Fumieko managed to move away, and this is where Shell comes in, Cindy comes through, and then all things just falter in, because this is where they put out the traction pulse. We can continue on the clips. Traction pulse comes in, the dash, Chrono Dash as well, Zaman Force. Everything just faltered for Team Liquid Philippines, because at the end of it all, they couldn't end the game or even the team fight itself.
Yeah, and even the small or minor, I'd say for some minor stuff, which also were or served as a factor as to how they lost that fight. Even the vengeance, I feel.
Yeah.
Like if there wasn't any vengeance at that moment, they could have probably taken one member down. But when you think of it, even if they did take her out, like I don't think Team Vitality would have held back. I don't think they would have backed off.
Yeah.
I think they would have still went for the fight, considering that they used so much resources just to take that one member down.
Yeah, I mean, like it was a small thing, but winning is all about doing those small things correctly.
Yeah.
Right? So I kind of feel like thank you very much for showing that clip. It does show that even with a very good setup, without the right damage, it kind of doesn't matter. So honestly, in that match, it does look like a rock, paper, scissors kind of fight, where I would say that Team Liquid had a scissor, but Vitality is just that rock. Like no matter how you try to cut it, it doesn't get taken down.
It's not gonna budge. This is a tricky situation for Team Liquid. I feel like they've shown two very different kind of two different kinds of approaches to the game, but neither worked out just yet. And for Team Vitality, it's just been that very consistent and decisive manner of play. And even if you look at them right now, like it's just that they're just so confident.
They look like they're thinking about dinner.
They're just that much ahead.
This is like a normal day for them, and they're like, oh yeah, sure, we're just gonna continue on, have a fight, and then have a blast, and then carry on with our life as well.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
They're one win away from going to the grand finals. And let me just say, winning this one makes it so that at minimum, they get 90 $90,000 US. That's how big this matchup is. Meaning to say, if you win this and then you lose tomorrow, at least $90,000 US. So life-changing money. And I hope Team Liquid realizes this, because winning this is going to be huge. If they're going to do a reverse sweep, every match is a best of one now. And now we're jumping straight into the draft. Vitality is going to be the first pick. Team Liquid is second pick. Instantly banning out the Gatsukacha as well as the Yusin Shin. And Liquid banning out the Boxy as well as the Uranus.
I think pretty much.
Uranus.
Uranus.
There were so many versions of that.
Hey, I'm practicing, man. I want to know which one is the right one. Uranus.
Uranus. So anyway, I think pretty much this is the not to say respect ban, more to say like the priority ban itself, because we don't want to have Baxia on the line. I mean, even though despite that, yes, Team Liquid did pick up Baxia and it didn't work out to their favor on their zoning, but Gatsukacha still hasn't made their appearance here for our semifinals, and this shows how much that if any Gatsukacha been picked out or been given to either side of them, it might give a little bit of chaotic for the CC itself. And YSS also been priority ban as well. We haven't seen that so far, because when it comes to MWI, if anybody picks up YSS, it is going to be a hazard area.
Yeah, it's almost like a guaranteed win, right?
Yeah.
If ever you do get that and you complement it so well with your other heroes in the draft. But one thing I'm really looking at so far in terms of the bans is the fact that neither the Farsa
Your team
is taken out just yet.
There you go.
Just as I thought it finally will be.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? We can't have nice things.
We
can't have nice things.
But that means that Kimi is still open though, and we see how Vitality is. When it comes to the Kimi pushing on the side of City itself, she was doing phenomenal. The burst damage that was needed, no matter how much traction pulse. I think the moment they counter-attack Team Liquid Philippines, every setup they made, they were able to actually come through, and those are the things that backfired for Team Liquid Philippines itself.
Let me just say my opinion as a host. If your opponent has the Kimi, pick up the Lancelot, pick up the Hayabusa. If you take a tank, you're just gonna take it.
Yeah, actually, that was the one thing that I was actually questioning. The draft-wise, they could have actually picked up the Hayabusa, but they didn't, which is why Hayabusa was not even into consideration, because I think that Team Liquid, the past of the game itself, they have been using Hayabusa. Probably not in their signature pairs or comfortable zone itself, but then again, it's still a really good conservable option for themselves if they want to actually pick it up, right?
Or maybe it's just that they already had this idea that they were really going for the Fredrin comp, and so they want to stick with that and not react so much. I feel like if you become too reactive, then that's going to be a problem as well. But this is new for Team Liquid. If they used to always save class hero for the second phase of the draft, now they decided to switch it up. No, they have to secure her hero right now.
Oh, okay. Barang been picked up, and then we do see Forvius. Again, I think pretty much we did saw Forvius already been picked up earlier on, and Moskov. Right? Yeah, exactly. So I think, again, Team Liquid Philippines is playing a little bit too safe, or not to say too honest, but direct too much, to a point that they say, like, no matter what, we're going to pick our comfort zone. This is our comfort zone.
And also, they didn't pick up the likes of the Kimi just yet. I feel like it's not going to be prioritized here. But what I like is that they balance it out with at least the Phobius to make Team Vitality think twice about what options they want to go for, because they'll have an answer to those heroes with lots of dashes. But just as I mentioned that as well, they picked up the Selena, which has a lot of dashes.
A lot of dashes.
They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care, especially trying to actually catch up with the Brazil Arrow. That's also one thing that we do see from Team Vitality as well. So Team Liquid, Lafel, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm just seeing Vitality having so much burst right now.
Yeah.
Like, we thought the game ended pretty fast before. They could end it much faster right now because they have a lot of lockdown as well as burst. Picking up the Jushin, honestly, I think is actually quite good. Making sure that you win the mid so you don't give a lot of vision for the Selena or the Batang. But this is the point where I feel like Vitality is asking Team Liquid a question. Which do you really want to go for? Utility jungle or assassin jungle? Because at this point, it's a very good first 3 picks for Vitality, because even though in terms of the lanes, it's pretty clear where they're going, but the draft is still very much flexible just because your jungle can go either way.
Yeah, honestly, it's like Team Vitality. They can play this early game in whichever way they want to so far, but I'm considering that Team Liquid might also have that option up or as of now, for now, because if they already have the Moskov, then at least they have a surefire way to manage the lanes, and the Jushin can also be a great asset in terms of if ever they want to go for the team fight comp.
Yeah, I think pretty much right now Team Liquid realizes that they need mobility-wise. This is the things that are a little bit of lacking on their own draft itself, because movement-wise, they cannot go into the team fight as quickly as possible or even away from the team fight as quickly as possible. So and not only that, most of the time they keep on focusing on a lot of the sustainability, but damage-wise was not there. So good-wise coming in from Team Liquid, but on the banning-wise now, Akai been taken out and Lancelot also been put on a priority ban. It's also a really good high note from both sides of teams.
I'm starting to think about what the jungler matchup is gonna look like, because Team Liquid are banning out the likes of the Akai. They also took out the Baksha earlier on, so it's only in terms of the utilities, the Fredrins, that are remaining.
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like for Liquid, this is going to be quite risky. Still consider picking up some kind of backline diver in the jungle, but also maybe consider some kind of heal. You know, like a Matilda, Florian, and Angela, because in terms of going up against burst, if you're able to heal from that burst, then you're able to survive. But that does open up for Vitality just to pick up an assassin and then actually go for your healer.
What if could Team Liquid be considering the Fanny in this
I
game?
hope not, because Fanny's really bad, especially going up against a Badang.
Yeah, but like the bans and...
Like, it's indicating that.
Yeah, but...
I don't know, like, I don't play a lot of Fanny, but like a few cables mid and I'm already out of energy.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying. And as I was talking about healers, they're thinking of the same thing. They ban out the Matilda, and Matilda's the best one.
Yeah, there's still the Minotaur. It is kind of similar, although it might not have that much of a great time because there's
going up against a Badang is gonna hurt.
It's gonna have such a difficult time.
But I still think that there's a possibility that Hayabusa is going to be picked up here, because again, we've seen so far that Team Liquid has won one of the games with Navi MY with Hayabusa on the drafting as well. Those are the adaptation that we've seen, even though they lost on the first match, and the moment they picked up Hayabusa, and then they even had a really good motion, but Kali have been prioritized again to be picked up again, and now Vitality.
I kind of don't like it just because if you catch someone, where's the damage? Jushin isn't burst. Moskov isn't burst. Heck, Moskov needs 4 items. Like, whatever their jungler is, has to be able to one-tap someone.
I might have seen a lot more Khalid Jushin games than Kalea Jushin games.
Yeah.
In the mid lane. So this is an odd pairing for Team Liquid.
Because it's the same as the previous match where you guys showed the clip. A lot of control, but no damage. A lot of setup with no payoff.
This is going to be a problem for them. But at least they have a chance of... Oh no! The Esmeralda makes this worse.
Yeah, it makes it quite difficult, yeah.
Because the Kalea, the Jushin, these are all shield generating heroes. Even the Phobius, even the matchup in the EXP lane itself.
Oh, this is going to be rough for Team Liquid itself. I mean, again, draft-wise coming on from Team Vitality, it shows a lot of core strength as well as pretty much covering every single ground, right? They have their frontliners, they have their backlines covered up as well. No worries about what is set up. But again, like I told you, definitely Hayabusa will pick up. But the question is it going to be enough though with having Hayabusa?
Well, thank you very much, panelists. Brigida as well as Fasha Bunny. Very interesting draft coming in. I want to see how Team Liquid really pilots this one. So now we're going to throw it over to Eterna as well as Naisu, where possibly it could be the final game of the day.
Thank you so much once again to the panel for breaking down the drafts here. I'm Naisu, and this is Eterna with me to bring you the action for game number 3. Right now, it's match point for Team Vitality, a place up in the grand finals. Once again, for game against Gaming Gladiators. Eterna, we shared some of our thoughts here for the draft. What do you think? Are you leaning towards Team Vitality completely here?
In this particular situation, yes. Right, it looks like the winning lanes aren't as apparent for TL in this particular situation, and that might be a problem because even looking at the mid trio, maybe they have a fighting chance with the Jushin and the Kalea, but I agree with the sentiment that LaFell shared earlier on, right? That's a lot of catch, but there's no burst damage to follow it up.
Maybe the burst damage was this last pick here, the Hayabusa. We've seen it earlier today in the hands of Nicolette from GG, and she had enough burst damage, I would say, but you definitely have to get there on the Hayabusa, and it's always the risk factor with it to, kind of weave in and out of those fights in the right way. But the biggest thing is, yeah, it's a whole lot of crowd control. Claw needs plenty of time. LaFell just mentioned this, you need like the 4 items on the Mozkov to really be able to go ahead and push in some of the lanes, but maybe in a way too, this is, I don't know, would this still be Plan Z on your list? Is Mozkov a Plan Z?
It can be, but remember on the far side of the map, it's the Ling, and people consider that the Ling is the far lane king, right? Because of the mobility, the Tempest of Blade damage, and just the base damage of the Ling itself will make it very difficult for Claw to control in that far lane. However, there is a difference from the previous game, and in this particular game, Team Vitality have no Purifies. So there is more opportunity to go in for that catch if TL sees fit.
I see this as, because anytime you have a Kalea on play, you want to have usually a Purify, right? But with Team Vitality going all flickers essentially, and yeah, the sprint, I think that's just confidence. And after game 1 and game 2, that confidence is going to be apparent here. So maybe, just maybe, that's something that Team Liquid can go ahead and punish. If they can burn, for example, those flickers down early on, then it opens up that pick-off potential. Now with a Jushin kind of like sprinkled in there in the hands of Zaishi, that might be a little bit easier to pull off because like in the previous game, we had to see so many initiations from Soju to try to start up a fight, to try to get the pick-off. But now, we've seen how effective the Lantern Flare and the Beacon from a Jushin can be for a lot of these teams. This first objective will be a showcase of that. Already level 4 on some of the important heroes that they have for Team Liquid. Team Vitality wants to buy a little bit more time. They'll go ahead and they don't have to pressure this up. So they'll let Team Liquid be the ones to start up the turtle. You'll see the rotate already happening here. They might be a little bit too late though. Vivian?
Oh, falling star move. Oh, no, Vivo steals the turtle. Tempest of Blade's gonna be pinned down here. Ramichi goes down first, but here it is. That's the counterblade coming through. Flicker burns out as well by Vivian to get out of that situation. Another flicker, another pull. That's the Tsunami Slam taking down Fumi Echo. 1-for-1 trade, but Team Vitality pick up the turtle.
I was going to say, there's no way that Team Liquid lets Team Vitality get away with everybody alive, right? You just got the turtle stolen from you. Ramichi went down. Soju had to use her flicker to go ahead and pick off a kill. So at least they get something. At least that goes in the hands of the team here. And we'll see. Once again, the rotations from Team Liquid are the biggest factor. When you have this Kalea to be able to rotate in and be a little decisive on the pickoffs, I think once again, as you build up, it has to be Ramichi providing the early damage because it's not going to be Claw. Claw joined that fight, by the way. She threw that Spear of Destruction, joining that turtle fight, and they just weren't able to really pump out enough. She could be in trouble here.
3-4-1, that's a dive, that's a Tempest of Blade as well. Claw almost escapes, but unfortunately with 3 members diving down there, that's not going to be an opportunity for her to get out. And I do agree with you here. It's very interesting that here in MWI, we see a lot of the gold laners actually participate in the early game. In neutral objective takes even before they get into the power spikes.
Remember when there was a time when gold lane was just in its own world? Yeah. Like they would just stay in the lane. Maybe they'd 1v1 each other, but ultimately they just did the thing, got the items they needed, and then they would join later on. But now we're seeing a lot more aggressive rotations, and I don't know, maybe that also is more exclusive here for the MWI specifically, but the meta is always changing, I feel like, even just to the slightest. So right now, we have to take a look at what Team Liquid is going to be doing. Right now, they're focusing on Fumieko.
Yeah, that's a lot of members really just going at it here. Fumieko still is able to escape with the falling Star Moon, and that's the backup play coming through from Cine as well. Vivian is in the vicinity. This is a 3v1 situation. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, comes up Blades. Clash is sure to fall here. Another takedown as, again, neutral objective on their mind. TL will be able to control the neutral objective here for Turtle 2.
Okay, still going too. Oh, all right, Vivian. She's not going to be able to catch Ramichi, so Ramichi puts some pressure now in the mid lane. Want to focus down the turret. Fumieko will jump in. Vival joining as well. They burn a flicker, though. Once again, I'm not sure if this breaks out.
Uh-oh, Shell already with the Rhapsody. You're pushing out the damage, just zoning the members of TL away.
This is tough for Claw, Eterno. I mean, she has had a difficult early game already. You know, 0-2, and there's not much she could do, honestly.
Wow.
She's got to just go ahead and stay in the lane. You see she's down 1.5k gold at this point, and for a Moskov against a Granger matchup specifically is not where you want to be. You can see how much, even right now, Vival is just staying on this side, making it even more difficult for Claw to go ahead and farm up, but she's got Soju here, so maybe Soju can go ahead and help them, but still, I think Vival is mobile enough, and it's a Ling by chance that you really won't be able to convert a kill just yet unless they get the perfect setup. But I think Vival knows this too. The rest of the team's still in the mid lane, but it will be a turret that does go down. So that's good for Team Liquid. They needed to get some space to work around the map with. Oh.
But at what cost, right? Okay, Cla's still going to be able to get out, but I don't think this is okay here. They know that they have the man advantage and they're going to take advantage of it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you do see that they are trying to get Shell as farmed as possible. And that's the twist with Team Vitality, right? They not are only focusing on their own winning conditions, but they're also aware of the enemy winning conditions. And one of which, wait a second, Zaishi, be careful. Viva also very aggressive into the enemy jungle, looking to steal that purple buff away. That's the arrow that connects and hits, but they're not gonna go for it. But back to the point earlier on, they're aware of the winning conditions from TL, which is Kla in the later stages of the game. So they're trying their best to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Right now, too, the turtle is going to be up. Kla still farming away. She can join the fight if she wants to once that Spirit Destruction is back online. But right now, the turtle is probably just going to be taken so quickly by Team Vitality that Team Liquid has no choice but just to find something else. And that something else right now is the golden XP needed for Claw. Right now, Romichi as well, like we said in the early game, this Hayabusa might have been the answer to go ahead and provide some of that damage, but so far from the shadow kills that she's shown us, she hasn't been able to really do too much. So it's a game of let us catch up, let us get to that point. But ever so, Team Vitality builds up. Here we go, initiation.
Tsunami Slam, 3-4-1. She's sure to go down here. Fumieko, no way. No way, right? Okay, the Spear Lens is going to be able to take her down. Another push in for Kla, so that is a little bit of resources given over. Plus, she also gets that turret. But meanwhile, already some drama here in the mid lane. Daiki getting caught quite low. That's
under the turret.
Vival already. Should be A-okay.
Oh, and meanwhile, too, jungle matchup going on. Tempest Blade's going to be used. Michi will go ahead and try to get out. It's Vival that actually goes down. So Team Liquid able to get something. Oh!
That's a shutdown taken. That's another pick here. Zaishi traded in. But all in all, that's actually threatened Team Vitality's early lead, right? 3,000 gold lead earlier on, shrunken down to 2,600. So in that skirmish alone, they've lost 1,000K.
There's
Sorry,
a little bit
1,000.
of 1,000K. That's what I was going to say. That's quite a bit of gold. Hey, you've been working for many of the heated matches so far for MWI, and this is definitely looking to be a better Game 3, I would say, for Team Liquid. They still have a lot of grounds to cover, but you're seeing one of the big things is for Claw to get back in that position. She shrunk the gold difference, at least between her and Shell, but Shell, she's having a free day. You know, a lot of times we see her just kind of popping off in the back line, and that's what this lineup allows her to do.
So now he's left. That's a flicker as well. Utilized. That's a lot of members there taken. Vivian here trying to do her best to stall the engage coming in from TL. But will it be enough? Shadow kill to the back line. Ramichi takes down Vivian. And Vival is also going to be able to take down the enemy gold laner. Vival, 2v1 situation here. The double kill goes through for Shell. That's the triple kill. Looking for the maniac. Daiki, Cine, don't steal it. Cine, don't steal it. Shell, will she get it here? And that's the maniac in for Team Vitality here in the 9th minute of the game.
And Team Vitality will have a massive fight once again in their favor, and somehow, someway, Viv will survive to tell the tale. Look at that, the instant replay. This was all set up. This is going to be a whole lot of action on different sides of the map. Shell, though, ultimately getting the space to work in a situation 1v2. A great arrow coming out from Cine, and then Vival relying on Shell to come and help her out. And look at how this happens. Of course you give over the Maniac to Shell. Once again, the connection here between Shell and Cine, and just the team from Team Vitality. The Lord was taken, that's secured. The buff's going to be taken. A whole lot, once again, for Team Vitality to go ahead and march towards the base of Team Liquid.
The sister chemistry.
The sister chemistry.
The sister chemistry, the sister buff.
They know.
Is what we're looking at here. And that's the funny thing about Team Vitality in these team fights, because you'd think face value that it's so scattered, but at the end of the day, they still work in unison.
Look at this, mid lane, oh, again, Tsunami Slam.
Uh-oh, Vivian gonna get caught here, but look at the fist crack and break come through even despite that. A 2-man down, that's a double kill in for Ramichi. 3 members actually. Vival alone here, Tubs of Blaze opened up, that's Zaishi taken down. Uh-oh, the stun comes through. Vival still gonna be able to get out.
What a response. Yeah, they only lost one, but TL might have just kept him into this game, because I feel like if that whole interaction didn't happen, Ramichi, she's tired of her purple buff being taken. She's taking this one. She gets it too, so great response from Team Liquid. Again, this was all started by the Kalea. That's what we expect as the game continues on, is that Tsunami Slam is going to be crucial in finding a target, forcing Team Vitality to fight. But that was a split-up fight as well, and Team Vitality has been doing that a couple of times here in game number 3. So that Lord, what did it result to? The base turret up top going down. Oh, Soju?
No.
She's fine. Little title strike on out. She's going to be okay. They got to watch out for these arrows, though, too, because around this side of the jungle, that might be enough. That might be enough to go ahead and start up a fight, but TL buys himself more time. A buff secured here. They're a minute away from the Lord, so I would say in terms of they're starting to find the pieces of the puzzle that they needed so far throughout the series.
No, for sure, for sure. We're looking at the damage dealt rankings here, and obviously Cine and Shell are up top. Kla is getting there, right? 12 minutes in, we're expecting to see the Trinity come through soon, and when that hits and when that lands, that's going to be the opportunity for TL to turn this game around, where initially it was Team Vitality coded. And there it is, right? The DHS, the corrosion, Vivaldo, okay, she's fine. And as well as the Golden Staff. So she's ready. The problem is now she needs a little bit more tools to work with, and that's it, right? Tools to work with in these particular team fights, but with the Wind of Nature, she should be able to survive a little bit longer, just in case Viva looks for a cheeky play onto the back line.
That's always a big defensive item for a lot of the gold laners. You can see Shell picks it up too, so they both have the option of using that Wind of Nature to buy themselves a little bit of more time of damage against the physical damage type, especially when you have Vival on the Ling. You need that because she has been going to that back line to put pressure there. So, like you said, Eterna Claw might have just got one of the most valuable items for her in this game, and the rest of the team's going to have to survive this. They continue to deal with these arrows, though, from Cine, and that's tough to be in a position to take a Lord when you don't have control of this area. That's why Team Vitality is going to be the one to start it up. Now, what Claw can do is do this. Just send her down to the bottom line, bottom lane, push that into the turret if she can. But you can see the response already, too. That buff, that orange buff is going to be up. Vival will check it out, but it's just the standoff right now. They know they have to manage these waves. Vival will clear that bottom one out, but Claw will stay there, and she can. She can stay here for the next wave to push in. And so we have to actually see, even with Team Vitality having some of the lead they've had, how they manage having a Moskov across from them. She goes back to base, sees Vival still there, so this might be a window of opportunity for Team Liquid to try to find a win they massively need in this game 3.
All resources are up as well, right? So this is definitely the calm before the storm right now for both of these teams. And luckily enough for TL, the inhibitor turret that was taken away is on the same side as the Lord, right? So it's not going to be as difficult to control in these far lanes that won't be naturally pushing in favor of TL.
Okay. Still back to it. It's kind of crazy when you think about this. Like, the way the series has gone, this is about the closest it's been. In terms of TL being able to actually face off against an objective, this first Lord, it's Team Vitality giving that respect, and it's all because of the play of having the Mozcom across from them. But this is what Team Vitality likes to do. This is how they like to play it. Take their time, slow the roll, and let Team Liquid be the one to potentially make a mistake here. So who's making her way down to? They might just go for a play. The Echo is just around the corner. They might have some information here. They again, that's the whole point of this Lord, Fumi Echo.
Oh, she shows. She shows on the map. They actually sent Fumi Echo there, but now she should be aware that there are actually 2 members in the bottom side, and that's also information if Team Vitality sees so fit, because essentially the Moskov can instantly come in to play, but the Galea needs a little bit more time to rotate. So now Fumi actually rotates into a different area here. They actually send Vival down to clear in that lane. BOD now picks up a little bit more damage for them to work with.
Yeah, they're up to something. Team Liquid maybe trying to make a cheeky play if they can, but Team Vitality, they slowly lose any of the gold lead that they had. It's been diminished down to 700 now. This has been a great option, a great play from Team Liquid, but Vival will take that purple buff from Ramichi, so they know. They're going to go for Claw.
Yeah, they're looking for the sandwich play there. 3 members already in the bottom side of the map. That's 2v3. That's the Tsunami Slam here. Already utilized. Comes the Blades at the back line. That's a win of nature. Going to be able to let her survive for just a bit. And she goes out. But unfortunately, Viva will still be able to get her. Soju will not survive otherwise. Double kill now taken in for Team Vitality. This is a man advantage and a green light to pick up the Lord.
Team Vitality knew. I mean, Claw and Soju were down there for minutes. And they just went to make the play. They find the right marks. And that is going to lead them to getting the Lord after that whole entire standoff here. There's not much that Team Liquid can do. Ramichi, she could potentially go in for a steal, but that's too much of a risk, as Lord is now secured for Team Vitality. And they'll go ahead and clear things up and get ready to march in with this Lord. Team Liquid in a position to defend, though. The Malefic Gun was also recently picked up for Claw. Ramichi could get pressured out a little bit more here. Goes back with a Quad Shadow.
Oh, what? Ramichi gets taken down even before the defense. That's a Tsunami Slam here onto 1. Vivian still has the Immortal, so she should still be able to get out of this alive. But look at the damage coming from Claw. Cine gonna be the next one to fall. That's a double kill in for Zaishi with a Sky Piercer stacks as well. And now the chase down ensues. Vival, what's the call? And the call is to go back. They're gonna be able to defend this.
Yeah, they lose 2. It's a trade, but ultimately this Lord still has to be worked on. Team Liquid will go ahead and do that. The waves are being managed here. Well, I'm not sure if they can get any more base turrets. Vival up the defensive blades. She's going to be fine. Gets out, but ultimately we can call this Eterna a successful defense on this Lord push for Team Liquid.
Felt like Team Vitality a bit more than they could chew. Really good opening coming in from Soji, and that was one of the glaring things that I was afraid of, right? I was concerned with no Purifies on the board for Team Vitality, that TL just needs, one moment, one pick to turn things around. So yet another Lord failing to siege the base from TL. And if we're looking at the in-game equipment, we do see a little bit more range that Kala has under her belt with the Malefic Gun. And we saw that damage coming through, the Pierce as well into the back line. Cine was taken down way before the drama happened.
I would say that's why Team Liquid is there. Like their potential to fight against Team Vitality is good, but it's more so the difficult part is how do we get the advantage in the fights? And a big part of that is just because they know that the back line is going to be pressured. So more than ever does Claw's mechanics have to be on point. And she can rely on some of the peel that comes with this lineup from Team Liquid, but I think even for Daiki's got to catch up defensively on some of the items on this Phoveus, because you saw at least in the difference between the gold and her and Fumi Echo, she's lacking a little bit, so it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a breather here for them to go ahead and get things situated. Of course, we want to make sure that everything is settled and smooth for our players. Claw, as you're looking at her, I feel like she's feeling a little bit of the pressure, though, because it hasn't let up from the early game. Eterna, like, she felt that pressure from the first minute.
And that's what you want, right? I think a lot of the teams out there were looking for a way to punish Cloud because so far she has been the beacon in TL.
She's been the one.
She's
Yeah.
been the one. Her performance from yesterday's matches up until this point with the triple kills, the maniac that she was also able to pick up, definitely put a spotlight on her. So T Vitality in this match from game 1, game 2, and game 3, they're heavily respecting that fact. So I do understand why she looks a little bit concerned. She's like, guys, let me play.
Let me play. Because you got to remember, Claw, for those that might have missed it, you know, at one point she's, I don't know if she has the highest KDA in our matches so far from MWI, but there was one point where she was playing the Granger, she was like 16-0. So that's exactly why Team Vitality, the strategy they've had throughout the series has been to put pressure on TL's gold lane, to put pressure where they need to delay the power spike for a lot of these gold laners that are picked up. So we'll see how it plays through. Once again, jumping back into the game here, TL is in a position. This has been a longer game that I feel like this has been the distance for Team Vitality, at least so far. One of the longer ones they faced off against. So if anything can go in favor of Team Liquid Philippines, it's they've gotten to this point. They've allowed themselves to not get too out of hand in terms of a gold deficit like they have in the previous 2 games, and they're in a great fighting position. They only have 1 turret of the base down, so it's up to them how they manage this next Lord. It's coming up in a couple seconds. This is a evolved Lord, so it's going to be much harder to take just on the whim like Team Vitality has in the previous Lord takes, but you can already see the plans coming to fruition here. Team Liquid might go at a different angle, trying to go ahead and secure this if they can. I'm not sure. Do they press go on this half health? It's going to go for a reset. Claw's still up on the top side. So for Team Vitality, they're the ones to just let TLPH, if they want to overstep or maybe make a mistake, they'll respond to it.
Because technically in this Lord Dance, the pressure is on TL. Inhibitor turret taken down there on the far side, something that we did discuss in the previous Lord. So the pressure's on them, but there it is! The Tsunami Slam from TL, but Zinni still is able to get out alive. Fumieko, the fist crack also goes down here. Vival in the back line to do the damage. Fumieko, but the Zaishi will taken down. Zinni, the next one to fall here. Claw doing the best that she can, but that's going to be a double kill in. And this is tragedy. This is a disaster for Team Liquid. Match point. Tempest of Blades here. That's a push. Ramichi, unfortunately, will not be able to survive. Another wiped out as Team Vitality go for the final push. From the depths of despair, unable to survive in the grand finals, the Bees, the powerhouses of Indonesia, stand another fighting chance to claim what is rightfully theirs.
And they'll feel good about that Game 3 finish. When you thought there was a moment for TL to take an objective, Team Vitality said, not today. They have been dead set on getting to the grand final, getting that trophy that was so a goal of theirs last year, and it was taken from them in a sweep, and they have been on a revenge ever since then. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, they're in their way. And Team Vitality wanted to get to that grand final. They want that trophy here tomorrow.
Look at the smiles. Finally, we're getting a little bit of emotion coming from this team because every time they won their match, it's always been so stone cold, so locked in. And it's official. Up until this point, Team Vitality have not lost a single game.
A single game.
Undefeated run.
They have swept their way through MWI so far.
So far.
So far. I would say, you know, if anyone... I hate to see TL, you know, the 2 Filipino teams get taken out. I can't claim them, but, you know, I hate to see it. But if anyone can do it, I think so far a lot of everybody that's been watching has been impressed with, of course, Team Vitality, but what waits them in the grand final. Gaming Gladiators can do an amazing thing ahead of them. So let's see if, you know, we have a phenomenal grand final tomorrow. We also have that 3rd place match though too. So it's been a great day so far. It's me, Naisu, and Eternal. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage for our winning interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our second finalist. It's Team Vitality! I am joined by Vivian and Vincent on the stage. First of all, congratulations, you have made it to the finals and you will be facing off against Gaming Gladiators.
Thank you.
I want to ask you now, with the reigning champions out of the running, how confident do you feel in being in the finals and going for this trophy?
Oke. Jadi setelah berhasil tentunya selamat pertama-tama berhasil menang, berhasil masuk ke dalam grand final dan bakal bertemu Gaming Gladiator. Pertanyaan pertama tentunya di sini, seberapa pede sih kamu bisa memenangkan tentunya trofi MWI ini?
Sangat pede.
I'm just very confident. We will get it.
I like that. Very simple, very confident. And now I want to ask you, when it comes to your opponents, Gaming Gladiators, Ashley said that she wants to be the mother of tanks. What do you have to say in response to that statement?
Sepertinya dia butuh tidur. Bisa kalau dia tidur di dalam mimpinya.
Maybe in her dream.
Ooh, okay. All right, I like it. I like it. The confidence is phenomenal with yourself and your team. I mean, getting to the finals 2 times in a row. Let's see if you can make it all the way and if you can lift this trophy by the end of the finals. Now, last time you were here, you talked to us about how much it means to you to be crowned champion and to win the tournament. Now you have another shot at that. Can you tell us, what would it mean to you, your team, the organization to win MWI at EWC?
Oke, jadi tentunya di sini kamu berhasil masuk ke dalam final kedua kalinya dan semoga kamu bisa masuk ke menjadi juaranya. Tetapi untuk bisa menjadi juara MWI ini ada nggak makna yang penting tentunya buat kamu sendiri, buat tim kamu dan juga buat organisasi Vitality apabila berhasil menjadi juara MWI dari EWC 2025?
Yang paling penting bisa ngebanggain Indonesia, terus ngebanggain Priuk. Terus juga mau kasih tahu ini sebagai tanda bahwa player wanita Mobile Legends terbaik itu adanya di Indonesia dan di tim Vitality.
So of course, I just want to be the pride of Indonesia, the pride of my hometown Priok, and also I want to be everyone know that Indonesia is where the best women belong.
I mean, so far you're on the way to proving exactly that. And now talk to me. How do you feel about crushing your opponent's keys?
Sorry, can you?
How do you feel about crushing your opponent's keys in a moment's time?
Jadi sekarang tentunya bagaimana perasaan Anda untuk bakal menghancurkan key dari tim lawan?
Rasanya senang banget karena tadi dia nggak boom gini ke kita.
I'm just very happy because they don't fist bump us after the game.
Oh, well, you know what? We're still going to see that key being crushed in a moment's time. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your second finalist, Team Vitality! Let's head on over back to the studio and wrap up the 4th day of MWI here at EWC.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm. And that was expected and surprising all at the same time.
Oh my goodness, it's a sweep in the semifinals done by Team Vitality, who, by the way, literally have not dropped a single game.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, who was supposed to be able to actually probably dirty a little bit the record itself that has been done by Vitality, right? We expected like Team Liquid Philippines could do that, just at least not the series. Maybe not the series, maybe at least 1 match, 2 match, steal away a little bit from the team of Vitality. But nah, even this last draft itself, we were thinking like, okay, you pick the Hayabusa at the end of it all and you expect that maybe you have that diving composition from the back line so that you can actually have that maneuver mobility-wise, but it was still not done. Yes, they did manage to actually elongate the game itself, the duration of it all, but yet it was not enough.
This is probably why it does, or like people say that their basis for whether or not a team could be a contender is if they could get a game off Team Vitality.
Yeah.
Because that's just how clean they're able to play their games. Like, they seem to have mastered it already. And that's their basis now. Like, if you get a game off them, you might just be a contender.
Agree.
Yeah, Vitality has this reputation just like SRGOG back in Malaysia, like Onyx Indonesia in Indonesia and Philippines. hey, you guys keep changing. You know, the one at the top is like, you're there for one season, next season is someone else. So, you know, shout out to you guys. But this is unprecedented that Philippines is not going to the grand finals. But if you're a Team Liquid fan, they're not out. Yes, their key is going to get crushed, but they will be playing tomorrow for the third placement match against Terror Queens.
Yeah, and that's a best of 5 too, by the way. So
It's a best of 5 or best of 2?
best of 5.
Okay, let's say best of 5 2.
It's a
It's a dumb joke. Let's move on. Let's look at the draft, because looking at Team Vitality, they got a lot of damage, a lot of lockdown, and Team Liquid, Cloud was able to pop off.
Agree, yeah.
But yeah, if only the early game went a little bit more smoother.
Oh, definitely. I think pretty much that Kla had a lot of job done, and I think that they were pretty much heavily dependent on her to actually get that movement going on. And yes, we know for a fact that Soju keep trying to set things up, try to actually steal away Cine, getting that tsunami slam, but yet it wasn't really going in their favor. That follow-up was a little bit too slow. At the end of it all, Team Vitality just said, this is the part. I definitely think that it was just a little bit too messy that Team Liquid tried to rush off that team fight itself.
And I think what contributed to this being a little messy in a good way for Team Vitality though, was the way they were the ones who can decide their timings, or of whether or not they're going in at this time, or if they want to come in a little later. And I feel like for majority of the fights, Vival, the late entries, that was what spelled disaster for Team Liquid, because to some extent, it feels like they're already winning the fights, you know? Like they get some pickups here and there, they get to dish out the damage. But what they forget is that there's still Vival, who can still come in with the Ling and eventually do the cleanup. And that's happened quite a number of times, honestly, to a point where I feel like Vival was confident enough to even just go on, look for Kla by herself. Even when there was a Kalea right beside Kla, that didn't matter to Vival anymore.
Honestly, just looked like Vitality was much more prepared for this matchup compared to Team Liquid.
Oh, definitely. I think that they read a lot of the drafts when it comes to Team Liquid Philippines. When it comes to Team Liquid Philippines, on the other note, I mean, yes, there was a lot of answers, but then again, the answer was just not enough for them, because again, sustainability wise, it wasn't really there, but burst damage wise, that was really needed for them to actually break through, to actually shred off all the possibilities from the drafting of Team Vitality itself, is just not there.
Sounds like a trauma from an Asian kid. No matter what you do, it's never enough. But you know what? Again, they'll be doing it again tomorrow, going up against Terror Queens. But honestly, looking at Gaming Gladiators against Terror Queens, I don't think it's going to be easy for Team Liquid.
Based on the way they played today, yes. So, actually, if you think about it, it does seem like there's such a great discrepancy in terms of performance from today and the past few games of Team Liquid. So that's something they definitely need to revisit, because Terror Queens, despite the loss earlier, I don't feel like they're that down. Yeah. You know, unlike Team Liquid, this was a sweep, this was a stomp by Team Vitality. So you can't help but feel frustrated, I guess, or disappointed in the way that things turned out.
Right now, we're going to look at the head-to-head here between the gold laner, Shell, and Kla. And the thing is, Shell is using the hero that Kla made a name for herself. And I kind of feel like maybe that's part of the reason, just because, I don't know, man. Granger, this patch, once you get like 4 to 5 stacks, it's just too much.
Look at all these stats. They're all in favor of Chella. Literally, I'd say there were highlight moments from Kla, though. There were a couple of times wherein it felt like she tried to save the game, but that's the thing. I feel like she tried too much by herself a lot of times. There were some moments wherein I feel like she could have had a little more support from Team Liquid so that they could make things work a little more. But it was during these instances wherein, again, as you've mentioned, it gets too messy. There is no order that we see in terms of the way Team Liquid plays this out.
I think pretty much this fight itself, where I love how Cine and Shell was just like saying, even Eternal was like saying like, give it to Cine, give it to Shell, stop it, give it to the maniac. It's already been deserving from that point on. But again, the team fight that was rushed on by Soju was just not in that favor. This is where the fine line that you need to have a really proper shot calling from your team is the communication is really a really good key for you to actually have a really good setup. Because again, by time and time again, Team Vitality, they can definitely counterattack all the movement or the attacks that was done by Team Liquid itself.
That was a jump. I mean, up until that moment, that previous clip, the 7-minute mark, I feel like they were still keeping up.
Yeah.
But after that, things just went downhill for Team Liquid because the map was a lot more open for Team Vitality. And these are the moments I was talking about, right? Kla could have done so much more if there was a little more support from her team. But unfortunately, I guess they were a little too pressured as well because that was a do-or-die game for them.
It's the desperation. You can actually feel the tension and desperation coming in from Team Liquid itself. And even Soju getting the key players despite they losing it shows how much determination that was done by Soju to make sure that they have the good setup. But again, the follow-up was just not falling through.
I mean, I kind of can't blame her because as a roamer, you have this instinct of you have a good target.
True.
But if your friends just cannot do the damage, you know, that's why I was really questioning is like, Kalia, but with what, a Jushin? Like, honestly, at that point, I would even be okay with, I don't know, Odette. Because at least with her ult, there's still more damage compared to a Jushin. Because Jushin, her ult is all about making her utility much better. So I really feel like, I don't know, they're just, the priority was not prioritizing.
Yeah.
They needed some kind of damage dealer alongside that Kalia because every single time you see the Kalia is able to catch someone, it's not just bump, you're gone. It takes time.
Yeah.
Like at that moment, I could go to the toilet. That's how long it took.
No, actually, I agree. I feel like the options, particularly in the mid lane, or especially in terms of what they decided to ban and limit in terms of the mid lane matchup, were a little questionable for Team Liquid here. Mostly because the mid lane heavily impacts the plans that they actually have decided to go for in the past 3 games in the series.
And you know what? Let's actually talk about it with a little bit more visual because I believe you guys have a clip just to show us what really happened in that game because, you know, even though people say show don't tell, so let's actually look at this one because I'm interested to know what really went so wrong for Liquid that it just couldn't happen.
I mean, I wish I could show it right here on my Telestrator because it's already off somehow. Just now it was okay, but yeah, I think we can see how much that it was started out with Soju who tried to pick off Sini first of all, but then this is where the fine line, the rest of the team from Vitality was already aware of what Soju was going to do, despite no matter how much they tried to actually initiate the team fight, yet they ended up in the favor where there was a zoning coming in from Soju itself, and then even I think Vival was coming in at the late run of it all. But the fine line is pretty much every setup that was done, it was just not in the favor of Team Liquid itself.
Well, time for the sad part.
Oh.
There's this triangle.
Oh no!
Made out of gold.
Oh, the horror.
This is gonna upset all the Filipinos in the studio. You know, shout out Naisu, shout out Chantel, shout out Brigida. But we're gonna be looking at a key crushing here where, again, Vitality claiming another one. Team Liquid, unfortunately, they tried their best. Just wasn't enough. We're gonna talk us through, you know? Are you okay? Like, this is...
No, obviously the answer would be no. It's not all the time LaFell gets his revenge on me like this. Oh. Wait, it didn't snap into 2.
It did.
Do you want him to do it again?
Oh no, it did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not all the time this happens. I must admit it feels very weird.
Let me just tell you, you know how that guy looks very stoic?
What?
I was able to see him outside of the key crushing, still just like that.
Yep.
He's just like, all the time.
Definitely, he was walking around. He's like, I don't even care. I'm just doing my job. This is the
He
job.
has to keep his emotions in. because all the other people around him are already feeling the emotions. The ones who had to hand over the keys, which sadly in this case
It's
was
not
Team
my
Liquid.
key.
It's
So
not
that's
his
the mindset that he has.
Speaking of key, let's look at Sony MVP of the day. We got two amazing matches, best of fives. One of them was a sweep, but I gotta say, today Nicolette coming in from Gaming Gladiators, the jungler. She is performing like crazy. And the thing is, she did amazing last year, but somehow this year, she looks way stronger.
And could you believe that it wasn't even her first role? Like, she's
Yeah.
been very vocal about her struggles in terms of how she transitioned from being a mage to a jungler, because those are two very different things according to her. And I feel like most people would agree that they are indeed two very different things and roles. But the way she played it in this particular series against her queens, who seemed like they were also riding on their very own momentum, didn't seem like she had a hard time adjusting at all. Those Hayabusa shadow placements and timings even, they were very on point.
It looks like it's first nature.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think I like the fact that she actually picked a little bit of how do I say, highlights or even credits to the boot camp they had actually at the Malaysia, right? And she said that those are the things, the crucial things that change her perspective, as well as how it actually deepened her knowledge as well as her ways of using junglers in the MLBB scene. And I really like that motion.
And now after 4 days, we're about to go to the grand finals. We're going to look at the brackets to see the journey. And more importantly, what's going to be happening for tomorrow, because I'm looking forward to that one. We're looking at the playoffs bracket. It started with all 8 teams here. Believe it or not, folks, for Gaming Gladiators to get to the grand finals, they had to defeat the players of last year's champion, taking down Navi PH and then eventually taking down Terra Queens. While looking at Team Vitality again, all of it was a sweep. Taking down Foot Esports, taking down Team Liquid. And now for the grand finals, it's going to be Gaming Gladiators going up against Team Vitality. And a third place match, it's going to be Terra Queens going up against Team Liquid.
Oh, it's going to be very exciting to see what's going to be like on our grand final day tomorrow. I mean, a lot of emotions, a lot of tensions coming in, especially the fact that the fact that we keep on talking about how GG rising off from a really rough start itself. Seriously, I mean, like they had their first loss, right? And then who would expect that from that first loss itself, they built themselves up more and more, and to a point that, oh my God, GG, grand finalists.
Hero Data Lambat.
Oh, Hero Data Lambat.
Anyways, this is the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to have our third place match first, and then later on we'll be having our grand finals. Again, it's a best of 5 as well as a best of 7. So Eterna did say that for Vitality they play best of 9. So it shouldn't be that big of an issue for them. But for Gaming Gladiators, that's where the question is. Can they survive all 7 games?
Endurance, stamina, everything, etc. All your plans, they will be put to the test tomorrow, because you're going up against Team Vitality, who desperately want this. The format so far has been very competitive, I'd say. It's just 2.5 days of knockouts, but look at where we are.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely looking forward to our last day.
Now, here's the thing. Team Liquid just now, Claw was amazing, right? Yeah. So let's do an interview with her, with Rose, for an exit interview to see how she felt after the game.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. This is Rose. Now, unfortunately for our last semi-final match, Team Liquid does not continue their journey in the MWI after falling to the hands of Team Vitality in a 3-0 sweep. However, because I am particularly fond of Kla from Team Liquid, I decided to borrow her for a tiny while to chat with her a little bit, because she's incredibly cute. Look at all those hearts on her face. Now, Kla, we all know that MWI is your first international tournament. And of course, everybody aspires to be the champion. But aside from becoming champions, what was your personal goal entering MWI?
Makapasok pa lang po sa international stage ay malaking pangarap na din po para sa amin. Tapos sobrang nag-enjoy lang din po kami dito.
She said that actually qualifying for the internationals has already been a huge dream come true for them. And you know what? They came here to have fun. Did you have fun?
Yes.
Very good. It may be hot in Riyadh, but it is definitely fun in the Boulevard. Now, would you consider your first run a successful one, or are you even proud of yourself?
Sobrang proud po kasi first international stage po, tapos top 4 agad kami.
Yeah, she says she's super proud of herself as it's her first international tournament and they have already qualified for top 4. However, tomorrow there will be a top 3 decider match. So who knows, Kla might even finish in the top 3 in her first international run. Now, we all know there's a lot of Filipinos who are watching and supporting you back home. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin and sorry na bigo namin kayo. Shoutout dun sa sa fam ko, sa mga pinsan ko, tapos sa Mista, kay Boss Monching, Boss Franz, Coach Joyboy. Thank you. Alam kong nanonood kayo. Thank you.
Class said thank you to everybody who supported them in their journey, and they are sorry for disappointing you guys. And well, she said thank you to all her loved ones as well. You know what, Class? Thank you so much. I hope to see you come back stronger in the next MWI, and always be cheerful, okay? And stay cute. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Kla. And she was saying like a lot of Filipinos are watching. Are they? Like, do you know any Filipinos watching for this one?
Of course, for sure. Even Navi fans, every single Filipino, they should be watching and supporting their fellow or their only remaining Filipino representative moments ago, because now we don't have any Filipino representative.
Third place match.
Third place match.
It still counts, okay?
Okay,
you still have the title.
Podium finish.
Podium finish.
Right?
And you have the money. Come on, you still have the money. Come on.
The money though. That money though. Not gonna lie, I already forgot how much it is, but still, either ways, for you guys at home, in case you guys want to keep updated on all the actions, you guys want to see the clips, make sure you guys actually follow the social media on Instagram as well as TikTok. MLBB Esports lowercase underscore women. No, see, I'm old, okay, but I'm not.
No, it's because he doesn't know underscoring. He knows top scoring his own life's goal. That's why.
Oh. Actually, I'm the kind of guy that puts every letter with no space.
Even worse. But it's okay. It's alright. It's your personality. It's okay. It's your choice. It's your life. I don't get to decide anything. I'm so sorry, Rafael.
Let's look at Kadia play of the day just to see like what really happened throughout this day, because it was cool. Yep. So either ways, thank you very much, Brigida.
Thank you very much.
Oh no!
Thank you very much, Fasha Bani. You know.
Oh no! This
Thank
is
you very much to our
beef.
casters, Naisu as well as Turna. Riva, you were great as well. But right now we're gonna end the show, and tomorrow we'll have our third place match as well as our grand final. So make sure you guys don't miss that one. We'll catch you on the grand finals.
Champions League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
I'ma get
Next